Mexico, Venezuela and Tunisia. Then the hosts, Ireland, up against China, Portugal, Trinidad and Tobago. So some big challenges within that group for the hosts. And then Pool D with Hong Kong, Argentina, Kazakhstan and Cook Islands. There you see some of the female officials that are also getting their chance this weekend. A big weekend for them as well. Lots of adrenaline, lots of nerves coursing through the veins. Been waiting an awful long time for this weekend and for everything that this entails. Well, Dublin has had some very good weather early on in the week. It had to give way to some heavy storms yesterday that diluted and doused the arena. But the vote is definitely in for sun today. And that's hopeful that we will also get a good crowd here. Lots of chat in the city centre about this tournament. And they will be heading north out to the Dublin Bowl here at the University College Dublin through the course of the next 2 days. I'm Simon Ward, alongside me, Sue Day. Sue, there are favourites. We know Russia, we know Spain, we know Ireland, but part of the fun on day one is working out who's going to play catch-up from that chasing group.
Exactly right. So many of these teams don't get to play each other that often, so it's really hard to call how the matches will turn out. A really exciting first day of sevens to tee up the second day when the matches that really can't happen.
Well, we're going to start with Pool D. Argentina up against Kazakhstan. The first of some big games, and of course these teams just chomping to get out of the starting blocks as quickly as possible. The clouds banking in a little bit now. There's the team sheets for you. Noelia Bilibek again captaining Argentina. Anna Yakovleva, the captain of Kazakhstan, and such a key cog within Kazakhstan rugby. 15's not as well as 7's. It'll be fascinating to see how she works the shortened form of the game this morning.
Yeah, Anna Yakovleva, such an important player for Kazakhstan over the years. Such a well-proven player in 15s, and it's going to be so interesting to see what she can do in the shorter format.
The team's just setting up to head out onto the arena now for this first game. First of 45 games that we're going to have this weekend, spread over the 2 days, of course. The teams have pretty much been in situ since the beginning of the week. And now here they come out for their first 14 minutes of sevens action. Well, Argentina wearing the black and red for this first game. Kazakhstan in the white shirts. Referee for this one is Rose Lebreche. Rose from Canada gets the honour of starting this tournament underway.
Hi, how are you?
So the starting sevens are on. The engines are revved and we're ready to roll for the first match in the Global Repechage Dublin Sevens.
Bob, you're on.
The start from Sofia Gonzalez. Kazakhstan have got good history against the Argentinians, beat them twice in the Hong Kong sevens recently. And here's the first break of the day. It's Veronika Stepaniuga, and Stepaniuga is going to get the first score inside the first minute, and what a start for Kazakhstan.
Yeah, we know Kazakhstan are a team with power and pace. She showed her power there, Stepaniuga, didn't she? pushing out of the tackles. Argentina have to get up in the faces of Kazakhstan. They have to make the first up tackles if they want to live with the Kazakhstan team here. But what a finish from Stepanuga.
Kundizai back to Bayeva, the kicker, makes sure that the score is maximised, and the early 7 points for Kazakhstan went into a 3-week training camp after 2 stages of national sevens back home. And then in the Hong Kong women's sevens 2 months ago, had a narrow loss to France, lost that one 12-10, lost 10-5 to China, and indeed lost the plate final eventually to China 10-5. Argentina trying to get their attacking game into some sort of momentum. Merhenghini wearing 8 is going to be a critical factor for Argentina. Giving away that penalty though. Kazakhstan want to go quickly, and they do. Yakovleva, the captain, inspiring them towards that second try, and there is try number 7. It's come from back to Bayeva, and the perfect start for Kazakhstan.
Yeah, can you tell him to turn his mic off?
Great hands from Kazakhstan, wasn't it, to get the ball out wide in the end, and it was that player Yakovleva, number 8. She's the one that competed at the breakdown. She's the one that took the quick tap. She's the one that got the play moving, and then it was all about the hands from Kazakhstan, wasn't it? Fixing the tackler, giving the ball into the wide open spaces.
And the speed with which she went through from that penalty just didn't allow Argentina to realign.
Yeah, Argentina just not reacting quickly enough at the moment to what Kazakhstan are doing. As soon as the whistle goes for that penalty, that millisecond, you've got to be racing back to get into position to make the next tackle. Argentina just not quite switched on to the level of Kazakhstan at the moment.
So 12 points to 0. Kazakhstan with that ideal start with their Irish coach in the stands, John Phelan. Played just down the road at Railway Union Rugby Club here in Dublin. Relatively new. He was demanding that his team, as he put it, found the action man switch. Well, they certainly seem to have found that before they got out onto the paddock. Now Argentina have to settle themselves down, try and work themselves into this game. That inaccurate passing like that is not going to help their cause.
No, it's not. Kazakhstan doing a really good job of getting up in the faces of the Argentina team, and Argentina snatching at passes, moving the ball but not moving it accurately, putting themselves under pressure, and another good attacking opportunity for Kazakhstan.
Argentina hoping to join Brazil and Colombia as representatives of South America. Indeed, they've been working with them in camp for 8 days last month in Sao Paulo, in their high-performance centre there. Defensively now, they are going to be tested once again as Yakovleva tries to work her way through. Tackler not releasing is going to allow Kazakhstan to go again. Kushnikova resets their attack, and they've got numbers out wide, and it's well, that's a great tackle coming in there from Valeria Montero. Looked for all money like they were going to concede another try. They have conceded another try now, but at least a big hit coming in from the Argentinian number 10. But third try is on the board for Kazakhstan.
That brilliant hit from her, but on her own she couldn't stop Kazakhstan getting over the line. Argentina just not getting up in the faces of Kazakhstan to stop them playing at the moment. Kazakhstan dominating possession.
17-0 now to the Kazakhstanis. That try from Teryayeva really giving some assurance to the Kazakhstanis now, albeit early in this first half.
Back.
Again, Argentina looking to work it left, and again, not making any headway against the white-shirted Kazakhstanis. It's a good offload, and now the break is on. Has she got the gas, Mara Aguilar? Stretching out for the line. I think she's going to get there. And at last, Argentina break the bagel, get themselves on the board. And my goodness me, they needed that score.
The first real bit of possession from Argentina, wasn't it? And Aguilar makes it over the line. Koshibayeva chasing her desperately. But it's that offload, isn't it, that makes it. It puts Kazakhstan under pressure. Then Aguilar shrugs off one tackle. Little goose steps out at the second one. And she has enough pace to get over the line. Argentina really needed that before half-time.
Yes, the offload is prevalent in the 15s game, but in the 7s game, it is the lifeblood of any attack to keep that momentum going. And that will do the Argentinians the world of good now to get a score before half-time. 17-5 though, Kazakhstan still ahead. Gonzalez with the restart. Kazakhstan trying to open up that left flank of Argentina again, but just unable to find the cohesion. There's the half-time whistle. It's a dominant performance so far from Kazakhstan. They lead at the break, 17 points to 5.
Oh.
So here we go for the second half. Kazakhstan with that powerful, potent start to running 3 tries before Argentina really had the chance to mount an attack worthy of the name. Kushibayeva keeping the ball, making it presentable for Baktabayeva. Again, they look at that right-hand flank. It's a regular source of attack for Kazakhstan throughout this match. The break is on, and it's going to be a second try for Stepanuga, and try number 4 for her team.
It puts Argentina under pressure from the start, and then the interplay gets the ball out into the hands of Stepanuga. Kazakhstan playing a pretty tight game, it has to be said, not spreading out across the pitch, but that's okay as long as they're getting those offloads in and really challenging the defence.
Kushibayeva taking over kicking duties. So Argentina are just going to have to take stock once again. It has been pretty much a one-way flow through the course of this game, as that scoreline really tells the story. Back to Baeva with the restart, pulled in by Josefina Padalaro, on as a substitute now. Of course, the bench is absolutely critical for both teams. Big hits coming in on that occasion. It was Nurmatova, Nigora Nurmatova, getting her shoulder into that crunching tackle.
It's the hassling defence from Kazakhstan, just not giving Argentina any time to settle into this game. A really good defensive performance from them.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Klishnikova takes the presentation easily, comes round on the wrap, and suddenly there's gaps there once again. Nurmatova looks for the offload. Stepanuga hunting the hat-trick, but I think the next try is going to come from Yakovleva. By the looks of it, just held up. Good defence from Argentina. Needed to test their resolve there.
Time off. Substitution.
Substitution for Argentina as Magali Fazi makes her debut in this tournament.
It was impressive stuff from Kazakhstan, from the scrum, really well worked, and then the interplay, always really aware of where each other is. That time, Yakovleva held up over the line. They're getting the support there so quickly, Kazakhstan. Argentina never have a chance to compete for the ball, and Kazakhstan just maintaining possession relentlessly.
Yeah, relentless is the word, Sue, isn't it? Because that momentum that they maintain doesn't give Argentina a chance to breathe, let alone to reset their defensive line.
Exactly right.
Here they go again. Whisked out left. Well, she's hunting hat-tricks. She's got it. It is Veronika Stepanuga's day so far. 3 tries in the bag for the speedster from Kazakhstan, and the first hat-trick of the weekend.
Kazakhstan will be pleased with this as a statement of intent. The quick hands, first of all, from Yakovleva, then from Nurmatova. It wasn't a perfect pass in the end, but it was good enough for Stepanuga. She is clearly a finisher of merit. Lots of tries on the board, and I expect many, many more from her today. Great start from Kazakhstan.
Kick doesn't find the target, but Kazakhstan won't mind right now. It has been a superb start from them. When you look at this Pool D, so we've got Hong Kong and Cook Islands coming up next. Did Kazakhstan stand out for you from those 4 teams?
You certainly expect them to be the most well-organised team with real power and pace, the combination of those 2 things, and certainly it's been a really good start from them, hasn't it?
Well, back home they're really focusing on the sevens to make sure that they get the best possible outcome from
Here.
well, this tournament and future tournaments, of course, the way Kazakhstan like to work.
Side entry.
And this is just the start that they were hoping for.
No, leave it.
Argentina unable to find that connection, and that white line moving up so quickly to put pressure on the ball carrier. And immediately stepping up to the next one, and it's
Advantage over.
a real Argentinian team under duress right now. No way to maneuver, no way to break out of their 22. Getting the penalty call from the referee. Gonzalez taps and goes. But this Kazakhstan defense just drifting across until the break is on.
Back off white.
Padalaro using good strength to get through, but then losing the ball. And here come Kazakhstan once again with Stepanuga.
Move back. Advantage.
Breakdown area is always going to be key. Possession 9/10 of the law, of course, in sevens, and if you can dominate that particular facet of the game.
Roll black.
Exactly as Kazakhstan have proved, Argentina really haven't had their hands on the ball, and certainly haven't had it in this half, in the attacking half of the pitch at all. That pressure from Kazakhstan just stopping Argentina playing.
Simbat Shamankulova stepping onto the paddock now. Let's just see how, well, you can see the advantage already being played by the referee at that point. And Yakovleva opting for a very good kick to touch, giving their team every chance of
Time off.
getting try
8 black.
number 6.
It's one of those kicks that's perfect, but an inch further down and it would have been entirely imperfect. As it is, brilliant pitch position.
But she'll tell you that was always the plan.
Of course it was.
It was never in doubt. And showing good kicking abilities, as we knew she had from the 15s game. There she is, striding through the Argentinian ranks to get the score herself. There's the 6th try for Kazakhstan, and it's from the skipper Yakovleva.
Yeah, and Kazakhstan had conditioned the Argentinian defence well, moved it wide so many times to Stepan Yuga. The defence is worried, they're looking wide. And Yakovleva, such an experienced player, she knows a gap when she sees one straight through it.
And there it is. I think that's the full-time whistle. So a great start from Kazakhstan. Wanted to come out of the blocks quickly. John Phelan said he wanted them to switch on. Well, they produced that action man performance he was after. And they get the start they wanted in Pool D. And now they will look forward to seeing who's up next as we wait to welcome Hong Kong and the Cook Islands onto the arena. A certain amount of relief within there. There's some of the beautiful countryside that is around this Dublin area on the east coast of Ireland, if your geography is not perhaps what it might be. And certainly, as I say, the teams have had some time to be able to go and explore through the course of this week as they've set up for this tournament. There's that list of teams that are already heading for Brazil. And at the bottom of the list, well, we shall find out at the end of the weekend.
And today we'd like to thank our sponsors, Sport Ireland, Sport Ireland, and the Leary Down County Council for all the support they have given us to host this tournament.
So our second game on day one is also in Pool D, the meeting of Hong Kong and the Cook Islands. So a quick look at the starting sevens for both teams. Well, Cook Islands come in here. There might be a bit of an unknown quantity as far as most of the other teams are concerned, but they do have the Greek sisters there, including Captain Vine, a former New Zealand Sevens international. And it'll be interesting to see how they combine and what damage they can do. Played for New Zealand sisters in 2013 on their tour of the Netherlands in the last of the World Series as it was at the time. Former Manawatu player. Fine Greek. And for Hong Kong, well, Amelie Suri, Christy Cheng up front for them, players to watch out for. Christy Cheng, of course, the captain for today. Well, both of these sides might be slightly surprised by the nature of the Kazakhstan performance and the victory against Argentina, of course, also in the pool here. It certainly was a dominant display and laid down a bit of a marker. but so important to hit the ground running. As we welcome both teams onto the pitch, I'd like to welcome Carl Tanana is beside me, and interesting matchup here. Former New Zealand internationals on the Cook Islands team.
Yeah, good morning everyone, and good morning Hugh. Really looking forward to this one. I think it's going to be an even matchup. I've seen the Cook Islands play in the build-up in the Olympic qualifier in Auckland, New Zealand. They played particularly well, and well, Hong Kong, they've been coached by the Hall of Famer Anna Richards, the former Black Fern, and she's ultra experienced. Had this team for a little while now, so I'm expecting them in their combos to be very good.
Alejandra Nieves from Spain, experienced official. And we're almost set to go. Calm conditions in Dublin here in UCD. In Belfields, just outside Dublin city centre. And we hope that the rain that was forecast for today manages to stay away. We do have beautiful conditions for sevens rugby. And the rain that came yesterday, well, it hasn't affected it. What is a pristine pitch out there?
Yeah, it's beautiful, Hugh, this pitch out here for these ladies. And it's perfect conditions, I think, with the clouds overhead. So temperatures are just right. And, well, I think this one is going to be quite physical.
So Aggie Poon for Hong Kong is going to get us underway. And first touch there for Annika Stevens from the Cook Islands. Just looking to spread the ball from that left hand. Nice hands from Kimura Nati. And just as I say that, the commentators curse KT. She drops the ball. Hopefully that's the last one of the day. What do you reckon?
Oh, pretty average pass though from the centre. Anika Stevens had to be in front of Teiti Tupuna. Was just behind quite a bit, so she had to reach back. And, well, good defence, you'd have to say, from Hong Kong applying the pressure.
So Lindsay Vardy is getting ready to feed this one. Scrum to Hong Kong after the knock-on. Couple of speedsters outside him, including Olsen Thorne for Hong Kong, but they're going to keep this one tight. Offload from Cheng, hits the ground, and there to feed Kaman. Well, the pass again doesn't go to plan, but a chance to break away here. Almost got through the tackle, keeping it alive, and this is Aggie Poon. Poon has got one to beat, steps off her right foot. Aggie Poon for the corner, and Hong Kong are going to get the first try of the game. Poon with a piece of individual brilliance, took full advantage. And the Cook Islands could do nothing about that.
Oh, 50-50 pass there from the Cook Islands, and it just took one moment of brilliance from Aggie Poon there as Anna Richards, the Hong Kong coach. That's exactly the start that you want. You want to get their first try. Here's the 50-50. They take it up well initially. Just there, you have to hold on to it, set up the ruck. It's batted back by a Hong Kong player. And look at this in and away by Aggie Poon. That is outstanding for a winger. She's just showing her pace straight away.
Yeah, nothing Marina Anderson could do, trying to get across, just pure pace, and the step there by the Hong Kong number 12. Tries the conversion attempt, that's gone absolutely nowhere near the post. And 5 points to nil, Hong Kong, with the start that we probably expected from this, and Cook Islands playing catch-up already.
Yeah, I think the Cook Islands just need to be a little bit more settled at the moment. They're trying to get the ball to the edges, but just a couple of dusty passes there. Just need some more communication. And, well, Hong Kong defensively applying a lot of pressure, but also territory. They're playing down the right end of the field.
No real wind to speak of here in the UCD Bowl and Belfield, so no advantage for either team in terms of which way they're playing. Decent take that time by Wairako Grieg, the older of two sisters, I should say. And chance for them to move that ball again. Natai. Pass was intended for Tupuna. She still has it. And good strength into contact. Trying to set it up again. Support from Natai. And going to go and try and move this ball again. The handling letting them down at crucial stages of Cook Islands. But this is a beautiful break through the middle. Any room to run there? Super stuff by Grieg. Well, we mentioned the talent of the Grieg sisters. It is Wairako Grieg who's going to go over the 22 and touchdown for her first try. The New Zealander playing for the Cook Islands. And there's the talent that we mentioned.
Yeah, good shape about the Cook Island attack on that time. They spread it to one side of the field and then they bring it back to the middle, where there's a couple of missed tackles, and Wairako Grieg, she's one of the hardest workers in this Cook Islands team. Well, she's showing her gas and step on this occasion. You see there's defenders in front of her, the right foot step and then the left hand fend twice. That one against Aggie Poon to get rid of the sweeper was the best one, and then she shows the gas to finish from deep.
Beautiful try from Warako Grieg, and that was exactly what the Cook Islands would have needed. Conversion from underneath the post shouldn't be a problem. It isn't, and they edged themselves in front by 2 points, but what a try that was by the Cook Islands number 4. Haven't seen the last of her, I can tell you.
Oh, she's sucking in the big ones. It was very tough. Looking for that second wind after a long run like that. She's still going, but I'm sure she'll get it soon. And
well, she's going to chase this one on the wing. Kick hasn't gone particularly high or far, so chance for Hong Kong to launch a counter-attack straight away through Nam Kaman. Cook Islands can see the penalty, waste no time, tap and go. Olsen Thorne over the halfway line, options both sides now, and they go right through Stewart. Nice hands from Kaman. And again the try scorer Aggie Poon, chip and chase from her, cover comes across. Where's that going to go? It hasn't found touch, but did it go forward? It did. No advantage being played.
a good option in the end by Aggie Poon with the chip and chase. I found a lot of greenery in behind the Cook Island defence, and well, it made Uppy Nichols play at the ball. A little knock on. Here it is here. She's the only one chasing Aggie Poon, but there she just wasn't committed 100%, and in the end she knocks it on.
Abby Nichols coming across to close that space in behind, but as you said, it was the right option by Aggie Poon. We know how much pace she's got, but the chip and chase there causing problems for the Cook Islands, and they might fancy themselves off this scrum here. Cheng trying to get the offload away, does so. Nice hands to Varty. It'll step back inside, almost 5 metres short. Hong Kong looking for their second try. Cheng once more, dummy from the scrum half, tackled well. And now they're going to spread this ball. Kaman, any room in the middle? Ball off the deck, Cheng. Nice hands, Olsen Thorne, almost at the line, she is there. Natasha Olsen Thorne for Hong Kong gets the second, and they edge themselves in front.
Well, interesting tactics here from Hong Kong. From the set-piece scrum, they're just hitting it one up from the first 5 and making the Cook Island defence come in and come close. And off that, they're just getting players rolling around the corner, not really engaging in defence till they find some space out wide, and, well, just showing her strength, Natasha Olsen Thorne.
So conversion attempt. Splits the post, so Hong Kong 12 points to 7, 5 in front. Another look at this try. Olsen Thorne using her strength, gets the body low. 2 defenders on her, they can't stop her. And Hong Kong have their second, and they're back in front. Interesting game so far.
Yeah, Hong Kong just, at the moment, attack-wise, are really dominating this game. They've been executing their game plan to a T at the moment. Anna Richards would say be pretty happy.
Aggie Poon to restart. Chipped across from Nichols. Space on that outside again. This is where the pace is for the Cook Islands. Tapuna keeps it alive. Nicely done. Annika Stevens as well in good support. Manages to prevent herself from going into touch. Big scrap on the deck there. Stevens did well. Hong Kong up really quickly, trying to cut off supply to the outside. And the try scorer from the first half, Warako Grieg, just over halfway line. Ball there to use. Taken up by Nichols at scrum half. Spreads it to the left. Stevens. Good hands on the Cook Island. Any way through now. Natty trying to use her strength, but she's hauled down just over the 10-metre line. Penalty to the Cook Islands. Not rolling away the tackler, according to referee Alhambra Nieves.
Yeah, good continuity by the Cook Islands here. A lot of touch rugby players in their side. You can see just the skills that they have, the steps, and they love to run with the ball in space. Great opportunity to try and score before the half.
So, moved on by Nichols. Grieg with a little show, and off she goes again. Grieg, and the pass on the outside was never really on because the cover defence was there. That went forward. Surely referee's whistle is gone. But what a chance that was for the Cook Islands. But just couldn't finish it off. And 3 tries in total. This was almost number 4. You see the pass never really on there. It needed to be higher.
Oh, you can see her legs were gone. That's why she passed it, you.
Yeah, it's been end-to-end stuff, really, in the first 7 minutes in this one. Hong Kong, who lead it, though, 2 tries and 12 points. 7 in reply for the Cook Islands.
Next game up is Mexico and Venezuela. Hong Kong 12, Cook Islands 5.
So Hong Kong taking their time in the half-time huddle there. Plenty of instructions flying around from coaches to players, and Cook Islands obviously keen to get back on with it. They had that momentum towards the end of the first half, but it's a tough one to call, this one, KT.
Oh, Hugh, I think for the Cook Islands, just have to be a bit more accurate. I like the way that they're able to keep spread on attack, but just some of their passing a bit behind, and it stifles your momentum. Whereas Hong Kong, I think they're playing exactly to their game plan, especially on attack. They're getting down the right end of the field. They're using their one-off runners, and then they're finding joy on the outside.
Substitution for the Cook Islands. Benjamina Koyatu has come on. She's a winger and plenty of gas. So obviously, Coach Crystal Koa feels that Cook Islands need some fresh legs out there. A lot of running through the midfield from the try scorer, Waiaku Grieg, who, as KT said, was just tired at the end of that last run. Decent take from the restart by Candy Cheng. Sets off Hong Kong from well inside their own half. Tackle goes in from Marino Anderson from the Cook Islands. There, once again for Candy Cheng. Little switch of direction this time. Ball at the base to use. Varty gets on with it. Little pop pass to Suri. And still there for Hong Kong. Cheng once more. Any room on the outside. Poon, was that forward? It looked like it from here. Well, that's just an unforced error there from Hong Kong.
Yeah, this defensive pressure from Cook Islands. Their line speed's really gone up a notch, and it's closing down the time and space of the decision makers from Hong Kong. And that's what caused that forward pass. They know this girl has got gas to burn, but look at the line speed on the right-hand side. You can see they're coming up in the middle as Anika Stevens cutting off that option. There's a little bit of a forward pass there. Great defence, Cook Islands.
That's what it's all about. Cutting off supply before it gets to the danger players, and the scrum is to the Cook Islands out. Where did that go? Out the same side it went in, so we'll have to reset.
There's a lot of space on the right-hand side, so the natural overlaps to go that way, but the Cook Islands are all the way out to this left, limited space.
Looking at first receiver here, Kimi Orinati, I mean, the physical size of the Cook Islands first receiver. You imagine she could do damage if she gets going, but they opt to go to the wing. And it'll be the first chance to fend off. It's beautiful. Monica Stevens sprinting for the corner. It's a fun race, and Stevens is going to win it. Second try for the Cook Islands, and Annika Stevens take a bow. That was a brilliant fend and a beautiful finish.
Well, the game of Rugby Sevens is creating mismatches, and that's where they went to, the Cook Islands, one-on-one. Stevens, she's the one that calls the turnover on defence, and she gets the rewards on offence. The number 13, watch her go to work here. She takes it up and engages the line, this Nati, but look at that, goes way too high on defence, this Olsen Thorne. And well, this girl, she doesn't need a second invitation. The Cook Islands in for their second.
Brilliant try by the Cook Islands, number 13. She did have Benjamina Koyatu outside her. She didn't need her. And that's exactly what the Cook Islands and the coach Crystal Kowa would have wanted early after the second half. And 12 points each. This game is anyone's really at the moment.
Well, the same before kickoff, they just match up so well against each other, these two teams. And the first game's always going to be a bit rough. Combination still getting together under game speed and tournament, but that's a huge mistake from the Cook Islands. You can ill afford to give a team like Hong Kong opportunities like this.
Yeah, Kimiota Nati didn't find 10 with the restart, and it just gives possession straight back. Instead of putting Hong Kong under pressure with your runners trying to get up there and contest for possession, you just hand them easy possession on the halfway line.
Yeah, I think that's where Hong Kong thrive, is the slow, structured pace of the game. I think that's where the Cook Islands, when they speed up play, when they use their skills, I think that's when they're at their prime.
So Cheng goes to the left-hand side. Here is Poon, and we know what she can do, but there's no room there through the midfield. Tackle goes in. She's tall and struggling to get down on the ground here. Looking out for the strength for the Cook Islands to hold her up. Referee says it's a maul. Taken in by Hong Kong. Scrum to the Cook Islands. Brilliant defence.
Now the Cooks are getting into their work. That is outstanding on defence again. Aggie Poon had an opportunity to go down earlier. I thought she did. She had a second nudge of it. Turned into a maul because the Hong Kong support player came into Aggie Poon's backs. And the Cook Islands, well, another turnover on defence.
Well, they might fancy their chances here. As I said, substitution, Koyatu's yet to touch the ball, but she does have a lot of pace. She'll be up against Poon if she does get it here. And this is her first touch. Off she goes. Tries to, just stumble at a crucial stage. Tackle goes in, and Hong Kong contesting, and legally so. Cook Islands give away the penalty. Olsen Thorne, try score for Hong Kong, trying to burst the tackle. Up to the 22 she goes. Poon to act as scrum half this time. Cheng to Varty. Little step off her inside. No room in the middle, or is there? Still on her feet. And the tackle from Marino Anderson to put her down. Contest again on the ground. Cook Islands, desperate defending here. Come on. Good tackle goes in. And this time it's the Cook Islands who get the penalty, not releasing on the ground.
Yeah, great one-on-one defence there by the Cook Islands. I think it was Vane Greg on that occasion, the captain, doing outstanding work.
Greg can't get through the first tackle. Substitute Melody Lee making the hit for Hong Kong. Let's keep it in hand here. Cook Islands trying to find a gap there. Marino Anderson with the ball on the outside, almost getting through the tackle. Dragged to the ground though. Vane Greg, the captain, and she just lost it in the contact.
Yeah, try to flick the ball out the back, but you can see the confidence really has lifted in the Cook Islands team, especially on attack. She did well initially. Did Vane Greg on the outside. Good footwork for a forward. Just gets taken on the second attempt. There's the ball she tried to flick out the back. Unfortunately, couldn't be taken on the full, but the Cook Islands looking very, very dangerous.
A couple of substitutions again for Hong Kong. Stephanie Cavalier has come in, and Cindy Yoon as well. So, fresh legs. Obviously, Anna Richards deciding to change things up, and hopefully they'll see the results of that here. Awkward scrum at the back. Good pressure from the Cook Islands here. Tackle missed, though, on Candy Cheng. And his first touch for Stephanie Cavalier. He goes the blind side. Nice little hop pass to come on. And she's dragged down, gets the pass away to Yuen. Almost free. Good play by Hong Kong. Equally good scramble defence, though, from the Cook Islands. You feel the next score here is going to win this game. Trying to keep it alive. Cavalier can't. It's gone into touch. And is this going to be a chance for the Cook Islands before the full-time whistle?
Oh, they didn't need to go back to blind that last play. They had the right-hand side of the field open, and they had numbers to burn as well. Hong Kong, that is a huge missed opportunity.
Will they be made to pay for it? One missed tackle here. And that's it, you feel. We've got just over 35 seconds to go. Another substitution. And it's Lee Tse-Ting for Hong Kong. He's going to come in. And Xiong Ka-yan, number 11, into the midfield. In fact, she's standing on the wing here. She's going to have to defend, though.
Hong Kong have the defence up on Anika Stevens at centre for the Cook Islands. She's the one that's going to make the break, but she's not going to finish from deep. But they have to mark up on her first.
Line out, the Cook Islands possession absolutely key here. Well, the flag has gone out on the far side. The assistant referee has spotted something. Was it a tackle in the air?
Yeah, I think the Hong Kong jumper took a Cook Island player in the air.
Yes. Yep.
When the green player went
Yep.
to catch the ball,
Yep.
number 10 blue caught her by the
Yep.
arm and pulled her to ground.
Recommendation?
She didn't land dangerously, so penalty only
Yeah.
on the 15.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So tackle in the air, penalty, tie back on.
Good spot by assistant referee on the far side. So a penalty. And last chance saloon for the Cook Islands here. What have they got up their sleeve? They're well inside their own half. Looping pass on the outside is to Koyatu. Koyatu, little stop and go! Pass back inside. Couldn't get away. 11 on 11, and Kian did well. Goes to deck. Kimiona Nati to set it up. Pass off the base by Annika Stevens, the try score to level things up for the Cook Islands. But what is the kick for? They've gone full time, so they're just kicking away possession here. Have Hong Kong been gifted a lifeline? Cindy Yuen trying to go through the middle. This one has draw written all over it, you feel. Not a penalty though. And a chance for Hong Kong to go again. Suicide, that kicking away the ball, KT.
Uppy Nichols will be hoping they can defend here and get a turnover. Only a young player still learning their trade, but that is a huge decision from the Cook Islands to kick possession away. Here go Hong Kong.
Cindy Yuen trying to keep the ball alive. Poon, it's gone backwards. Well, where is that going to end up? Contest on the ground again. Hong Kong have just the numbers, they've managed to steal it. The Cook Islands trying to go for the win here. They might have a chance back inside. The pass doesn't go to hand, but there's Stevens to pick it off the deck, and she keeps it alive. Where's that ball? Got to keep it. Possession absolutely crucial here. And there's the full-time whistle. It's got to end in a draw. Both sides gave absolutely everything. Couldn't separate them in the end. 4 tries, 2 apiece, and well, they're out on their feet. A really entertaining game of sevens here in UCD. Hong Kong 12, the Cook Islands 12, the full-time score.
Now, coming up next, we've got Mexico versus Venezuela. Referee for the next match is Beatrice Benavuti.
Good morning. Right then, we're going to dip our paws now into Pool B, and it's going to be a South American affair. We're awaiting Mexico and Venezuela to make their ways out onto the pitch in front of us, and that would be the chance to join both Colombia and Brazil, who of course already qualified for the Olympics. That would be 3 teams from South America, all going hard in their own continent later this summer. So just waiting for the teams to appear at the moment. You can see the teams named there. Michelle Farah there at number 1 for Mexico. Do keep an eye on her. She's a real strong campaigner. And meanwhile for Venezuela, Higo, the number 10. She will also be very strong. So out on the far side at the moment, the teams make their way down the steps and just jog their way over. Kaltanana alongside us here, former New Zealand captain for sevens. What's it like when you're playing someone from your own continent?
Oh, Sarah, you know against these teams, you know who you're marking up against. You want to go out and prove a point. A lot of these players will know each other, and you won't want to lose to each other. So I think that's probably the motivation for both of these sides, apart from getting to the Olympics. But for me, both of these sides know after their draw from the previous game, this pool was thrown wide open. So here's a huge opportunity for both of these sides going forward to make their main round for tomorrow.
So travelling from left to right on the far side, it'll be Mexico will be receiving the ball, and we're waiting now for Mexico just to compose themselves, get everyone off the pitch. And the bounce of the ball for Venezuela to get things underway here. Pool B, also in this pool, Spain as well, and Tunisia. Off and underway, Beatrice Benvenuto of Italy, the referee, as it goes down. Lever has it out down the far side of the field, collected right on the far side wing. Mexico, they've got a bit of a break here out on the far side. Mexico with the first big break, but a big tackle goes in there by Diaz of Venezuela to stop that first real Mexican attack.
Thank you,
Yeah, I think it was Perla Lever on the outside for Mexico, making their break. Strong running.
Here.
It was limited space, you can see it, but look at that one-on-one defense. Daniela Diaz for Venezuela. Perfect tackle.
Line out far side of the field, waiting for the ball to come in. Coolly taken there by Venezuela. Very calm line out from them. Contreras takes it down to ground, and there's a real scrap going on in the ground. The referee doesn't like it.
Go 10, go 10.
And taken quickly.
Okay.
She has gone quickly. Ref was happy. And she's managed to get the offload quickly as well. So this is all about Mexico at the moment. They're the ones going forward. And it's Farah. Michelle Farah, she was the one we told you to keep an eye on out there. She's very strong, and already Mexico down into the Venezuelan 22. Out to the far side, they've got space out here. Can they make it work here? Mexico going forward. It's Leandros, the captain. She's trying to run away in and out. She's got good lines, but she's going to just be stopped. It's gone over. That's a good try, and it's Mexico who go ahead here. Just waiting for this one. Karina Leandros, who goes over.
Well, some good work done by the forwards of Mexico, but she had no right to score this, did Karina Leandros. You can see they had multiple defenders there. They didn't get their shoulder on until late, and by that stage, well, she had a head of steam up, and Karina Leandros doing brilliant work.
No conversion there, so it's just the 5-pointer for Mexico, but that will mean a lot to them. These two sides, they last played 2 years ago, and Venezuela actually won by 20 points, and that in itself will give them huge confidence.
Oh, most definitely, Sarah, but this Mexican team already shown the abrasive nature that they're going to bring to this game here today, and that's where the game is won and lost, the physical nature of the contact area.
Restart by Claudia Rendon. And she's got a good high kick on that. Great height, but taken well by the Venezuelans out towards the far side. You can see the scrum cap there of Leandros, who manages to take the ball out to the far side. Good offload, not cleanly there waiting by her team. And Mexico managed to suck up the scraps on the floor. They're a little bit crowded though. Need to spread out, find that space. It's Leandros once again who goes down to ground.
Go away, go away, go away.
Good instruction there by the referee. Clear, concise. And Venezuela, they stick to their instructions. Is there space out here? It's Farah again. Big handoff by her, but in the end it's sucked up by Ejigo of
You have to release the
Venezuela.
ball, you will tackled.
And it's Michelle Farah there who got in a little bit of trouble there with the referee.
He just needs to release that ball when she
Play
went
the
to
ball,
deck. It's
play.
deemed as a tackle, so they go to the sideline and use their set-piece line out Venezuela, which is a good move. They've had to defend for long periods. They'll be very tired to slow the play down, get some possession and get some time with ball in hand.
Please, you. Stay there, keep the gap.
Similar body shapes, both of these sides, don't they, Sarah? They're very strong-looking girls.
They are extremely strong. I sure as hell would not want to be up against them, I can tell you that much. These women mean business out there, and this is Venezuela. The first real attack, we've seen them through the whole match. What a great breakthrough there. Going through there is Zara. And again, Venezuela with the opportunity here. Can they take this penalty quickly? This is their first real attacking phase.
Go there, go there. Hey.
And just
Listen
a
to
little
me,
bit of a
please.
bring back
Here's
there.
Mark, I told you.
De Freitas there tried to take a cheeky one around the outside of the referee, but she says no, come back through the mark, please. And we go forward now. Alvarado, she manages to get the ball away. De Freitas now out to the far side. Venezuela, are they coming back into this? Salami, she goes down. Azara again. Have we got the gas on the outside? We're off. We're flying for Venezuela down this near side wing. She has got gas. She's off. She's away. And it is Ejigo, but she's going to be bundled into touch on this near side. She thought she was home and host.
Oh, loving this. Absolutely loving this. We're talking about these two teams on the same continent. They don't want to lose to each other, and this is it right here. This is desperation, one-on-one defense. On the edge, the bigger lady too. Michelle Farah doing extremely well.
You do need to keep an eye on her because a lot of the Mexican team look to Farah for that strength that they need, that support, that guidance, that maturity as well as a squad. A cheeky little move to the front there by Mexico. Works well for them, and they've managed to hold on to the ball. Still going forward. Arcadia has it, and they've managed to shift it to the far side of the field. You have to say it's well marshalled, though, by the Venezuelans. Good defensive line from them.
It's a rock.
Manages to get it back, and
Stay
it's not
back,
quite
stay
going
back.
in the direction that Mexico would want at the moment. They're stuck at the moment on that 22-meter line, and it's a real tussle there at that ruck. eventually it does manage to pop up. And oh, big tackles going in there. You'll be feeling that one tomorrow morning as the ball does come away, and Mexico just managed to hold on to that one around their ankles, but it has gone forward, and we'll restart with a Venezuelan ball at a scrum.
Oh, Venezuela are ruthless on D. Look at this. That's a shoulder. Get that in, yo. Oh, don't go at the middle of the park, mate.
That was Izaza of Venezuela, just flexing her muscles and saying, hello, Dublin, this is what I can do. So, can Venezuela use this position? They're trailing here. Early stage is still in this pool match, but they need to get some points on the board. Lavea manages to get a loopy pass back and away, and it's not going to be any way connecting with her players, as Leandros has to go back and just backtrack, pick up the ball again. We've got support coming in now by Rosales. Rosales on the far side of the field. She's well marshalled. And Mexico not interested at all in a line-out. They want to get this back underway quickly. And a little bit too hasty, but is there space here? There is space on this outside. Oh, we're off and away. Mexico, they're running on gas here. It's Leandros, but she's just managed to be caught. That was great backtracking there by Salami. And Mexico in a tight position here. There's no one there. And quite rightly, Venezuela, they steal the ball out the back. And there's good direction here. And it was well marshalled there. Venezuela had the opportunity, just a little bit slow to get back round. So, half-time then. And only one score. Mexico leading them 5-0 against Venezuela. And you have to say both sides have had their chances, not taking them.
Yeah, most definitely. Both teams, though, knowing each other so well, so not surprised it is this close. But Venezuela really picked up the intensity on on defence, sorry. And, well, Mexico, unfortunately, just missed out before the half.
Let's have a little listen into Mexico.
Tenemos que mover a balón, chicas. Tienen unas grandotas, moverles, ¿ok? Defensa muy bien en defensa. Estamos corriendo bien a paraguas, estamos comunicando los apoyos internos un poquito más rápido, por favor, ¿ok? Llegamos un poco más rápido y comunicamos que estamos allá. En los rocks solo metimos una. Okay, ya tuvimos 3 intentando pelear por el balón.
Well, you can see on your screen there, that's Simon Pierre, who is the Mexico coach, just giving out his orders of what he's seen at half-time. I had a good chat with him actually on Thursday, Simon Pierre, whilst he was having a very large pile of salad, which was only met by Michelle Farrar, who was sat opposite him, as we make our way over to Venezuela. Now their coach is Marcel Mendez. She's the most senior female coach in Venezuela. And you can see we've got a good crowd in here. It's still early days here in Dublin for this global repechage, the Dublin Sevens, but still there's some loud voices out there. They must have had a good breakfast, Carl.
Well, it's just good to get that first half under your belt. You're looking for that second win, first game up. You're into the tournament now. When you play a rival, there's even more on it. So you can see the enthusiasm from this Venezuelan team, which has been there for all to see on defence, but on attack probably at the moment not as polished as I'd like to be.
Well, let's see if they can make this performance then a little bit more shiny, says Carl Tanana.
Oh, I'm telling you, you're on fire at the moment, Sarah Orchard. Great to have you here. First time on the Seven Circuit for you.
Well,
Congratulations.
I tell you what, Carl, I have brought the sunshine with me. You impressed? I don't know how long it's going to last for, but let's see. It's shining down on Mexico and Venezuela here as we get the second half underway in this Pool B clash between these two sides. Oh, and that's not the polished start that Mexico would have wanted. A mistake straight away from the restart and an opportunity for Venezuela.
Well, I think if Mexico keep handing Venezuela these opportunities, Venezuela's going to start taking them with 2 hands. So have they got the structure to take it here? What can they cook up?
Salami looking up. Ejigo.
Release now, Green.
Eyes up from Venezuela. The support floods in. Zaza is there again. She's up to the 10 metre and good support in from the players as well. De Freitas. She almost looked up at the corners of her eye there for an offload. Decided not to go against it, but she's won the penalty.
The ball, please. Thank you.
De Freitas again. There's numbers on that far side if they can chip the ball quick enough. Venezuela, can they get on the score sheet here? She's stuck on the moment, and we do have clear way all the way for Venezuela to go for their first try here. Cristia Higo goes over. We are even Stevens now with a conversion to come.
Well, what a nice offload to put Higo away on the outside. She had an opportunity in the first half, did the winger, but she got taken down with a one-on-one tackle by Michelle Farrar from Mexico. But look at this pass from Estefania Salami. Just releases her on the outside. We just spoke about it. Mexico from the kickoff gave them an opportunity and they took it.
Conversions here could be important, and that's not too tough an angle as Jetsi Ferreira lines it up. But the flags do not fly. They stay down. So in this all South American pool clash so far, it's equal. 5 points apiece. Mexico 5, Venezuela 5, and a few changes coming on now for Venezuela as they bring on the fresh legs.
Thank you. Time back on.
Restart then by Daniela Diaz, and she went quite deep there, almost into the Mexican 22. And Rosales takes it on. She refuses to be tackled. In the end, it's about the third time that eventually drags her down to the turf. Farah again, who the shift that this woman is putting in here is quite impressive. Look at her go. She's got about 7 Venezuelans hanging off her, and there's only 7 in the team. Mexico still holding on. Back down the line, the captain Rivera with the distribution out to this near side wing. Calm, patience works well here on this near side. Great work here by Leandros, but she is being hunted down. Look at that tackle. Wonderful work by Diaz to stop what would have been a sure try.
Substitution.
Well, it's great by Leandros, just a little shoulder shift to get on the outside. But look, again, a one-on-one tackle, someone coming from the open side and taking out the attacker. It's about the third time I've seen it in this game. It's been real willing.
There's nothing quite like that feeling when you know you've taken a player out of what would have been an almost certain try.
Yeah, fuera. Gracias.
Well, they have to be accurate here, Venezuela, with their set piece. You can see they're only
open it.
12 metres out from their line.
Time back on.
Important moment then here for Venezuela to try and get a bit of territory back. They need to hold on to this ball, and that was a poor line out. That they'll know they can do better than that.
Stay, Grin, release it.
Venezuela now stuck just meters from their own line, and they're having to play in their own try area. Eventually the clearance comes in, and it is a good clearance. Mexico backtracking well back over the 10-meter line, and Rendon now takes it on. Big tackles coming here by Venezuela. You have to say their tackling to prevent tries has been impressive, but again, Mexico have numbers on the far side. It's that woman, Farah. She looks straight away for that big handoff.
Stay.
Ball comes away. Bit of a pile of bodies as they work their way through. Rendon refusing to give anything there to the Venezuelans. It's real scrappy on the ground, and in the end, I think quite right there by Beatrice Bienvenuti, the referee there. She's just going to tidy things up a bit.
I think Mexico are pretty lucky to get away with this here. She was on the deck. She has to leave the ball alone. She played the pill, so for me, it probably should have been a penalty to Venezuela, who have defended without any regard for their body. You see there, it's tackled right there. She has to leave that alone. And anyway, we'll carry on.
It's a tight call there for the referee. It did all happen very quickly. And there's a few more changes this time for Venezuela. We get to see Gamez, who's now come on. Also, Lanzarote is also on the field of play.
There's one issue I have with Venezuela, probably on the attack, they're way too deep, so it's allowing the defence time to come up and shut them down on the outside, so they get a little bit more flatter, won't allow the defence for Mexico to drift as much, and they'll get more opportunity and find some more joy.
Number 6 is coming out, it's not number 7.
I think the referee's unhappy with some of the players that are coming on and off here. There's been some confusion about who should have been coming on and off. Referee Benvenuto is now happy, and she will restart play. 3 minutes then, and we've already had one draw so far today. Are we about to see another one here? Back then for Venezuela. Nice popped off ball to Gamez. out round the back door. Romero has it. Oh, and has she got the heels to go the whole way? No, she's been hunted down. She's made a good half of the pitch though. Far side. Griffin now. First chance for her to get her hands on the ball since she's come onto the field. Oh, little Mexican coming round there, but the ball was out, says the referee, and it's been knocked on as a result by Venezuela.
There's no
Advantage to Mexico there, and they've got themselves out of a bit of trouble.
Oh, that was great attack by Venezuela. Mariano Romero on the outside, just smoking her defender. I thought Mexico were offside the wing, behind the hindmost. Must have been perfect timing. But geez, what a game, Sarah.
Don't lift anymore, please.
These women want this so badly. You cannot underestimate how much everyone here wants to go to the Olympic Games. The first ever time we'll see women's sevens played at an Olympics. They all want it, and look how much it means to them. Look at that, scrapping on the floor there. Venezuela just trying to tidy it up. It's still anyone's ball, and now Mexico think they've got a sniff. It is going to come out in the Mexican direction with 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Can they get the ball away eventually?
High tackle.
Referee playing advantage now to Mexico. Farah. She's got good support in there, but not a lot of space for the Mexicans to work in at the moment, and that's going to get stuck. And we see the classic there. If you're stuck there, just lift your feet up and see if you just fall down, but they had the advantage.
Good ab strength there by the Mexican player, but long advantage played, and they have another bite at the cherry.
It's a tactic that works nicely if you're one of the heavier players. If you're lighter, it ain't going to work. On the halfway line, last minute of the match here. Can anyone make some daylight between these two sides? It's all shut at the moment. It's a draw so far, 5-5, and on this near side, Michelle Farah, oh, that's a great ball away. But straight away, it goes back into the hands of Arcadia, and she takes it into touch.
Oh, the opportunity was there, though, for Mexico. They created the 2-on-1. Unfortunately, Amber Arcadia just couldn't draw and pass here. Good slide. I think it was from Gomez, was it, on the outside? Oh, the number 7, sorry. Romero, the winger.
10. Go 10, please.
Great offloading there by Mexico. But there's the hooter. We will play the line out. Goes in. And it's a loose ball. No one was there. Nobody had a name on it. And Venezuela do have it, but the referee will blow her whistle. It will be a knock-on. And that will be it. So, 2 draws so far today. We've just finished Mexico 5, Venezuela 5 here in Pool B. The try scorers, Landros in the first half for Mexico, and then in the second half, Ejigo for Venezuela, as both the teams slowly make their way off the pitch. Lots of handshakes and smiles between the two sides, which is also what we like to see.
Next up, we have Spain versus Tunisia, also in the Pool B.
So 2 draws back to back. We've seen big hits, we've seen big tries, and now we're going to see one of the big favourites for this weekend, the Spanish first footing into this tournament. Up against the Tunisians. Not a lot known about the Tunisians, really. They're a force that could well surprise a few people this weekend, Sude. Spain, though, hot favourites for this one.
Hot favourites. They're such an experienced team. Barbara Plath coming back for them is huge. She's missed most of the World Series. She's become such an important playmaker for them. Used to one of the players finishing around the outside, now one of the players in the middle making things tick, and one of those players who almost always makes the right decisions.
There we go, the Spanish setting themselves up for this. Amy Perrett's going to be the lady on the whistle. No more experienced female referee in World Rugby, I suspect.
I'm sure that's right. 2014-15's World Cup final referee. She knows how to referee the big occasions, and this is a big occasion. The opportunity for these teams to qualify for the Olympics. Spain have been pushing for this moment for years and years and years. No exaggeration. One of the first teams to pull together a sevens programme. They are absolutely desperate for this.
And on the back, of course, of the men's repechage last weekend in Monaco, follow that. What an act to follow there.
What an inspiration. What an inspiration for this Spanish team. The men's team saying we may not be the biggest, but we played with the biggest heart. That you could say exactly the same of the Spanish women's team. Certainly not the biggest, but they play with a huge amount of heart and they play with a huge amount of experience. And often that's what you need on these big occasions when the nerves are jangling.
So, both teams set to rock and roll into this weekend's tournament, the Global Repechage Dublin Sevens welcomes Tunisia and Spain. That's not going to go the requisite distance, so immediately Spain with a chance to fire up their attack.
Talking about influential players like Barbara Plough, this one here, Patricia Garcia, such a critical player for Spain, a playmaker, great kicker. Here she goes.
Marina Bravo slicing her way through. Got support, but she doesn't need it. First try on the board for Spain. And we're inside the first minute.
Real injection of pace from Marina Bravo. Former captain of the squad, current captain of the team on the pitch. A little stutter, step off the left foot. Pace over the line, exactly the way that Spain wanted to start this tournament. Your captain shows you the way to go. Points on the board. That is how to calm the nerves.
That just shows what Spain are about. They've had some good form of recent in the Sevens series in the last two tournaments in Langford and indeed in Clermont. Had a strong finish there, cup quarterfinals in both of those. So they'll be feeling good about themselves. And that confidence already showing itself on their first real attack. So, a restart, as is the want in sevens, of course. Possession being so important, giving the team that's just conceded the chance to take hold of the ball. Garcia. Not going to help her team out there. So, a chance for Tunisia to get themselves underway in Essusi. Hard workers, this Tunisian side. They're really going to make sure that they try and stretch the Spanish lineup. But they won't do it like that. They've got to keep their noses clean in terms of that breakdown. Spain with good width on their passing. Immediately opening up the door for Berta Garcia. See, it doesn't matter whether it's right hand or left hand passing. There is distance and there is accuracy. The offload from Barbara Plough. And in goes Patricia Garcia. Try number two's on board.
That was a pretty classy sevens try from Spain. They moved the ball wide, they moved it at pace, they really stretched the defence. Then they moved it back, and the combination of Barbara Plough and Patricia Garcia know each other so well, those players. Made it look really simple. They've really picked the pace of this tournament up, Spain, haven't they? There she goes, Barbara Plough through the gap, a little stutter, gets scragged, and the offload to Garcia on her shoulder. He wasn't going to make a mistake from there. They really have picked the pace up, Spain.
And it's the awareness, isn't it, Sue, of just what's on and making sure that support runner is in place for the next offload. And that's beautifully worked there from Spain. It really has been a very impressive opening gambit from one of the tournament favourites. Still 3 minutes to go in this first half. And a couple of tries to the good. That's a better restart.
Travel 10.
And it works for Spain. And again, the opportunity to take hold of the restart is so important.
Yeah, Angela Duppan did not do Patricia Garcia any favours there with that pass. Thanks very much, says I just put the perfect kick in, and what do? Give me a hospital pass, but the ball's to Spain now.
Tough cookie, she won't mind. Marina Bravo staying strong in the tackle. Hits the deck, and Berta Garcia it is. Out to her namesake, no relation, but playing in the same team with the same style and pizzazz, the way that Spain have opened up.
Advantage.
You can see the confidence that they've got right now.
Advantage over.
Little rainbow passing to try and release Marina Bravo down this left flank. Not there! Oh, interception almost for Mehmet Ziri. Oh, she was thinking try time there. Eyes lit up with the thought of a 65-metre trot.
A little bit on the risky side, that pass out the back. It's Marina Bravo, first of all, who takes the ball in.
Oh, she was gone. She was under the posts.
So close, really, really risky moves. Marina Bravo breathing a huge sigh of relief that didn't fall right into Tunisian hands, as it is Spain get another attacking opportunity.
Bind. Set.
Put in for the Spanish. Good support in the stands, lots of red and yellow flags over on the far side of the pitch.
Over.
The breaks there again, and again it's Patricia Garcia. Second try for Spain's number 4.
Spain making it look pretty simple at the moment. I've criticised them through the World Series for the inaccuracy of their play sometimes. Today we're seeing none of that. Today we're seeing simple, accurate sevens done well, moving the ball into spaces, creating gaps, and when the gaps are there, people like Patricia Garcia running straight through them and showing off her pace and vision.
Extra's not taken on this occasion, but it won't matter. There she turns on the gas burners and she's out of sight. And there is a very obvious class difference between these two teams inside this first half, as that scoreline represents. Well, Tunisia haven't been in the opposition 22, rarely been in the opposition half, and we've had 7 minutes of play.
Spain simply aren't making mistakes to hand possession back, are they? And Patricia Garcia's kickoffs have been good enough to stop Tunisia getting good possession.
And that is a great kickoff, and here is a chance for Spain to finish off on another high. Berta Garcia not expecting that. Half-time whistle goes. Tunisia, well, they'll just be looking to regroup, I think, and work out what they can do to get themselves into this game. But Spain, with that huge advantage and a very classy first 7 minutes from Jose Antonio Badio's team.
Vous avez averti, hein. À ce jeu, si on ne plaque pas, on prend des essais. D'accord? Et si vous êtes à carré sur le champ, vous allez en prendre 3 ou 4 de plus à deuxième mi-temps. Si vous ne voulez pas les agresser, y aller avec l'épaule et les faire tomber, vous allez, même si vous ne pas sur contact, vous allez les choper. Là, vous ne faites rien du tout. D'accord? Alors on va se reconcentrer sur des choses basiques. On a 3 ballons dans la partie. Le premier ballon au bout de 2 passes, on fait une faute dans un ruck. Deuxième ballon, on le fait tomber, etc. On a eu 3 ballons. Alors reconcentrons-nous là-dessus, les filles. Sur le coup d'envoi, il y en a une qui traverse et une qui est dans l'axe. On a réussi à voler des ballons, mais on n'a personne pour les ramasser. C'est les Espagnols qui y sont. Il faut qu'on y soit nous aussi, c'est chez nous là. D'accord? On s'oublie là. Ok? Après, on prend le temps, on travaille, on prend le temps, on garde le ballon. Sur nos ballons, il faut absolument qu'on les garde. En défense, vous avez vu, ils ne vont pas finalement aussi large que ça. Ils nous auront pris, on s'adapte. Ils auront pris 3 fois intérieur. 2 fois intérieur sur un retour intérieur, 1 fois sur une mêlée. D'accord? Et la mêlée, fais attention, si tu vois que tu peux pas la défendre.
So Didier Soulier, the Tunisian coach, just trying to calm his team now in this storm of Spanish cries that they've had to put up with in the first half. Target set for the second half, no doubt. But they are going to need to get their hands on the ball and get a bit of possession to get their game going.
Yeah, really tough one for the coach at half-time. What do you say to players who simply haven't been able to get their hands on the ball? They haven't done much wrong, they simply haven't been able to play at all. It'd be critical here to try and get hold of the kick-off. And with Patricia Garcia off, by the looks of things, they may think they're in with a chance.
Inevitably, squad rotation is going to be utilised, particularly on day one of this tournament. Keep giving everybody game time and giving plenty of rest to players as well. Knockout rugby, of course, tomorrow has a slightly different dynamic to it. And with that golden ticket at the end of play, there is but one target this weekend. Now, Tunisia making the break with Amira Latif. Good break, looking for the support. They couldn't get there quickly enough. Possession is ceded to Spain. But for the first time, Tunisia get themselves going forward. Dare I say it, they've only just got over halfway though.
It's a really good break. Maria Casado watches, picks her moment and then smash. What a hit. It creates the knock-on from Latif.
Back on.
As you say, Tunisia are only just getting over the halfway, but at least it's a bit of possession. At least they've proved to themselves that if they go for it, if they pin their ears back and believe in themselves, they can challenge the Spanish defence.
Set. They're all...
Competition at the scrum, but that backline just not concentrating for Tunisia. Stepping up too quickly.
Back.
Amy Perrott making sure they're in position before she allows play to continue. Barbara Platt just pulling Tunisian defenders out of the line, teasing them, getting through the tackle as well. Thinking about going for glory. Well, she deserves it, and she's got the try. And Barbara Platt, a real quality act for Spain.
Yeah, they've missed her, Barbara Platt. She makes things happen. Arguably, she might have made the pass there. Players around her, but she didn't need them in the end. The footwork gets going. Shrugs off 1 tackle, shrugs off 2 tackles. Then uses her footwork to miss the 3rd tackle. She's got players all around her, but the ball tucked under one arm. There's no way she was going to pass it. Straight under the posts. Welcome back, Barbara Platt.
32 years of age, with plenty of sevens experience, and that instinct, that initiative to know exactly what to do at the right time.
So much sevens experience and so much sevens instinct, that's right. And then making the right decision at the right time, so critical in sevens when one mistake can hand the match to the opposition. Really important player for Spain.
Decision-making and skills exposed at every opportunity in this shortened form of the game, of course. And when you have a quality operator like Barbara Platt, it's invaluable to a team knowing that they're going to be moving in the right direction. Now, Tunisia trying to just get a bit of cohesion, get a bit of possession.
Stay up next time.
Under pressure, of course, from that Spanish defence. Amini Garbi using her strength to try and muscle the ball back, but they're still in the shade of their own posts. Big hits coming in from Spanish defenders, not allowing them out, lassoing them into that 22. Fadwa Naji sets it back once again. This is where composure is so key, especially for these smaller teams that haven't had the experience unforced errors not helping their cause.
No, and the teams with less experience won't be used to playing against defences that are up in their faces and as well organised as defences like Spain. Spain just not letting Tunisia play at all here.
Max here. Max here.
Bench is being maximised.
Time back
Rawi
on.
Othmani, the Tunisian captain, coming into the fray wearing 9.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Back in defensive mode though right now
Stay. Stay.
as Spain come once again. Pla throws it wide. Martinez, listed as captain of the squad, wasn't in the starting 7 for this one. The burst from Paula Medine, and with the power and pace to drive away over, and yet again Spain on the board.
Yeah, there's Paula Medine, very happy with that finish. Barbara Plough playing the half back. Out to Medine, who finishes off. They're making it look simple, Spain, at the moment, aren't they?
Well, sevens in its purest form is a simple game. It's just when you put the pressure on, when you put the stress in, that decision-making, the skills are really put to the test.
Exactly right, and the teams that can make the right decisions and keep their skills high under pressure are the ones who succeed, and that's what Spain have done in this game at least.
Yes, a one-sided contest as might have been expected in this particular matchup. But Spain on their first outing, showing what they're about, coming out of the blocks quickly and being able to execute opportunities pretty much throughout this game so far. 31-0. Sure, the neutrals in the crowd, of which there may be a fair few, just hoping that Tunisia could get something on the board so that they don't get bageled in their first outing.
Offside. Okay.
One of the
Off the
Tunisians
foot, but you're
seems
in
to
front, so it's a penalty.
taken a fairly heavy knock there. It's going to be a penalty to her side when they restart, but due care and attention first and foremost.
Yeah, she hasn't really moved since she went down. So Amy Perrott, the referee, absolutely right to blow the whistle, hold things up. It's just hit her head on the floor as she landed.
She's going to be subbed.
Really important with anything remotely looks like a bang to the head. Important that that gets assessed straight away.
I'm not sure.
Yes, all due protocols being adhered to. Of course, World Rugby very aware of the health and safety of the players. That's the target, that bottom line that says Dublin Sevens winner, to join all those 11 teams above them in what is obviously going to be a huge, huge occasion in Brazil. I think it's Amal Dodori just being helped from the pitch. Good to see her on her feet, but bit of a whiplash there as she hit the deck.
Yeah, there'll be a head injury assessment when she goes off, that's for sure, to see whether it's okay for her to play in the later matches or not.
Just we'll wait till she's...
So Tunisia back to 7.
Time on.
80 seconds left. Can the Tunisians find the way to break open this suffocating Spanish defence? Coughing up the ball there.
2 knock-ons, first by White, scrum blue.
Yeah, that time it was a combination of the inaccurate passing from Tunisia. Lataif just throwing the ball slightly wildly, and the combination of that and the Spanish defence getting up so quickly.
Bind.
I tell you what, having seen Mexico and Venezuela in the match before, I'm really looking forward to when they play the Spanish, because there were some big hits,
really
particularly coming in from the Venezuelans. That is going to be a Latin American matchup of some proportions later on today. Whisk it out. Platt feeding outside to Amaya Urbina, and fairly simple finish for Spain's number 8.
Yeah, great for Spain to see Urbina on the pitch and finishing off. It's a pretty experienced Spanish team, an average age of nearly 29, sorry. So really important for them that the youth is coming through, and Urbina represents that youth, 19 years of age, steps in off the left and over the line. She is the future of Spanish rugby.
Well, the future looks rosy. The present isn't too bad either, as Spain get their campaign underway in great style. Really have executed pretty much every opportunity and finish it off in style as well with that conversion. And no doubt Jose Antonio Barrio will be delighted with the way that his team have stepped out, and a fairly emphatic result to get them going in Pool B.
Up next, we have Samoa versus Zimbabwe.
So our first game in Pool A sees Samoa take on Zimbabwe. Obviously, Spain expected to top the standings at the end of day one, but if there is to be a turn-up for the books, you wouldn't bet against Samoa, providing just that. They've had a busy campaign preparing for this tournament, Samoa. Practice matches against the Cook Islands, a couple against New Zealand selections, and a Fiji side as well. Even travelled to Leeds earlier this week to play a couple of local sides there, so no shortage of preparation for Team Samoa. And they face Zimbabwe, hoping to get their campaign in Pool A off to a winning start.
Coming up in Pool A, we've got Samoa and Zimbabwe, and that'll be followed by Russia and Madagascar.
Well, you just hope that no players get injured on these steps coming down, because I can tell you the boots on, if it's anyway slippy down there, can make it tricky, but that's why they're all taking their time. And Samoa come out in blue against Zimbabwe in white, and we have an interesting matchup on our hands. A couple of familiar faces, Carl Tanana in the Samoan team, Brenda Collins and Helen Collins, of course, brother of the late Jerry Collins, and they'll be enthusiastic as ever on this pitch today.
Oh, most definitely, Hugh. They'll want to put their stamp on this game and lead from the front, as Jerry did, I'm sure. And this Manusina team, well, as you said, had a great build-up into this one, coached by Ramsey Tomokino, who used to coach the Cook Island men's team. Is very astute and been around the Rugby Sevens game for a very, very long time, as Gabriel Lee is in charge of this one.
Referee from Hong Kong. Rain is held off. I think it's a world record in Ireland at this stage that we've gone 8 hours without having a drop of rain.
Don't you dare jinx it.
It's the apocalypse, I can tell you. So Zimbabwe will get us underway, playing from left to right in the UCD Bowl. And Samoa, you can expect them to be physical, hard, defensive tacklers, but physical fitness, well, as I mentioned, the preparation, the training camps that they've had coming into this tournament. Let's see if it's paid off as Zimbabwe get us underway. And the first touch for Helen Collins. Her sister Brenda is captain of the side for Samoa, and immediately the gaps open up as Zimbabwe struggle to get across. First touch for Sieni Mose. Tackled well though and watched well by Rimvubu Musere. Peters skips one along. Afui. And out they go to Brenda Collins, the captain. One of two sisters of Jerry, as I mentioned, on the pitch today. Both of them forwards, both of them not giving an inch. So much experience in that camp. And they go left again. It's tiring stuff for Zimbabwe without the ball at the moment. Mose trying to go through. Mose, she's got one to beat, steps inside again. Beautiful run. Samoa will get the first try of the game, and it is the number 12, Sieni Mose.
Well, great ball keep there from the Manusina team. 3 phases, they went side to side to side. On the third phase, you watch this girl go to work. Receives the ball, heals nothing. Look at the way she just straightens the play, goes right through a pretty average tackle, but it's the second step, no touch. Oh, beautiful to watch. Sieni Mose, brilliant.
There you have it. Conversion to come Flag goes up, 7 points to Samoa. And Zimbabwe, it was all defence, wasn't it?
Look at the straightening, great angle on the shot there, but boom! Oh, I love it when a sweeper gets done like that. Look at it, heads in the ground.
Like
Woo!
you did on many occasions, my friend.
Well, I had to pay the bill at dinner.
Samoa, perfect start. And Bela Milo is going to get us back underway. Zimbabwe, well, they haven't touched the ball yet, bar the kickoff at the very start of the game. They'll get an opportunity here, but they've knocked it on. Their first touch has been to spill the ball, and maybe just the nerves getting the better of them at the moment.
Well, it just had no possession whatsoever, and see there just having a look at the oncoming defenders. It was a nice kick. She had a bit of time though, just tries to cradle in. Unfortunately bounces off the chest, and well, Zimbabwe, they can ill afford this.
Crouch.
Yeah, it's an unforced error from Caroline Melenga.
No, left side.
Zimbabwe
left side.
number 4
Head on
and
the left.
first scrum of the game.
Crouch. Bind. Change the pine piece. You're under.
This referee not happy with the bind there. You see Brenda Collins on this near side.
Bind. Thank you. Set.
Both sisters play for Wellington in New Zealand, but firmly ensconced in the Samoa camp here as they get a chance to switch in the middle here. Samoa, no tackles going in, falling off left, right and centre. Could be another try here. Purilane just short. Quick ball needed, and quick ball they get. Helen Collins ships it on. It must be in the corner. Mosse has one already. She has 2 now. And this is all too easy for Samoa.
Well, they're just operating at a different speed at the moment. This Monusina team was a 1-2 cut initially in the midfield. There it is there. Pody Lane doing outstanding work. Keeps the leg driving. Doesn't look to pass whatsoever because she knows she's going forward well over the advantage line. Good bridge, good halfback clear, and they're always scrambling. You can see Zimbabwe in the background defence. Didn't even get a hand on her.
Second try in as many minutes for the Samoa number 12, Sieni Mosse, and the conversion attempt, not an easy one. Lovely strike though, very relaxed kicking style. It's just gone to the left and wide. So Monusina, 12 points to the good. Zimbabwe at 6s and 7s at the moment.
Well, it all came from that mistake from the kickoff, so Zimbabwe just need a reset here. Keep their composure, just take the ball and try and get some work done on attack.
Restart again, gives the chasers every chance, and that's a better take. Much better take from Mukokuti for Zimbabwe. And a chance for them to set themselves here and just hang on to possession. It's tiring work when you don't have the ball the whole time. Maguaro with the pass. Any room on this left-hand side. Drift defence coming across. Mostly to try and make that tackle. Little offload was from Museri. And again, they just pick up the reset, and it's Siena Mosse is away. He's trying on a hat-trick already. Surely not. Mosse for Samoa has a hat-trick, and we've played less than 4.5 minutes.
Well, she's putting a warning signal out already. Siena Mosse showing that she has a weapon on the outside for Samoa, but it came down from the hit from Pody Lane. Watch this inside pass, boom, the centre. Just comes in, takes ball and all tackle, it pops up, and the reaction, look at that footwork and the dummy, look at that, the step, then they go in the strength and speed to finish by Mosse. Impressive.
Well, Zimbabwe finished second runners-up in the African qualifiers. South Africa winning the tournament, and Kenya finished second as the conversion goes over from the corner. What about that for a kick? 19 points to 0. It's a comfortable lead, you feel, and you know, Ramsey Tomakina might think of emptying the bench already, saving the legs for the latter stage of this tournament.
What this does also, it just gets the confidence flowing throughout your team. This Monusina side at the moment, wow, having to do much defending but doing a lot of attacking.
Zimbabwe need us to settle into this game. Big tackle and a hit goes in from Helen Collins, like her brother did so many times for the All Blacks. It's a family trait, you feel, and they waste no time getting on with it. Taken up by Puri Lane. Long pass on the outside. Now this is just greedy if Mosse goes in again. She has 3 already. She's trying to get 4. This time the pass goes. She does know how to pass, and Milo takes it off her. Options on the blind side. Puri Lane keeping the ball alive. Afui switches one to the right. This is Brenda Collins, the captain. Her sister takes the dummy, and Brenda Collins ghosts around the outside. The captain is going to touch down. Well, she could have gone underneath the post, but obviously she wants to give the place kicker some practice in difficult positions, KT.
Oh, her sister won't be happy. She would have caught her on the inside. I'll give you the ball. Here it is here, but nice structure by this one who's seen the team. They keep the ball side to side, and then they decide to attack on the third phase. Coming now, dummy, your sis. I'll go myself.
Go up, ladies.
Textbook stuff, and
Go up.
it's another one. Zimbabwe at the moment look shell-shocked out there. There you see, ghosting around the outside. 24 points to 0. Conversion to come. Well, you wouldn't bet against Bella Milo knocking this one over. Last one from a similar position, no problem. Beautiful, relaxed style of kicking, but this time it just goes to the right and wide. We have time for a restart.
No kick off.
Look at that, 24 points to 0 says it all. You can see there the communication's up. The confidence is flowing there into this one. The Madagascar putting a statement for sure in this first game.
2.
Pick off the ground from Mosse. Again, ball on the outside. Milo opts to switch tack again. And Sione Mosse keeps that ball alive. Peters with the pass to Collins and her sister as well. Helen gets in on the action. Ball still being recycled. Peters once more. Mosse. Room on this left-hand side if this pass goes wide, but it was an awkward one. And Bella Milo could only pick it off the ground. Zimbabwe are offside. Quick tap and go. Milo, pass on the outside. Surely it must be Puri Lane. It's got a touchdown all the way underneath the post, and Zimbabwe have given up. They've turned their backs and allowed her to run all the way underneath the post. That is not how you play sevens rugby.
Well, unfortunately for Zimbabwe, they're over chasing at the moment. And when Samoa hold the ball for 3 phases, they're just getting smoked on the outside. 1, 2, 3, 4 Zimbabwe players in and amongst there. The penalty comes. Well, just a concession right there. They will never back anyway. A lot of space on the outside, but a dominant half. 5 tries to Samoa.
Dominant is the word. There's only been one team in this for 7 minutes, and Zimbabwe, I don't want to be in that camp when the coach gets his hand on that team, because they just look out of sorts at the moment. It's been Samoa. Here was the conversion underneath the post because she was allowed to go all the way in unopposed. That means the half-time score in this Pool A match is Samoa 31, Zimbabwe 0.
Half-time score 31, Zimbabwe 0.
Any one? Okay. Any for hook? Okay, so girls, just see, simple, with tries open up. Hey, well done. Good retention of position. Okay, so just put on the straight and just keep it on. Okay, good options. Okay, we're doing the right things. We're sending the ball. The catch and pass has been good. Okay, so we just go another level and really put these guys away and send a statement right in our first game. Okay, and then we look to the second one. Okay, so a couple of minutes. We're going to roll the changes. So, but if anyone's not feeling it, you just come. Okay, because it's a long weekend. Okay, then it's well done. Do your job. So well done. Good retention. Good talking. Well done, Sione. Okay, just keep it up. Okay. Well
Girls,
done.
work hard, talk on
Yeah,
deep. We still got quiet. Just keep the chatter up. We're us now.
As soon as they turn over, let's get it straight back.
Team on 3. 1, 2, 3. Team!
Yeah, impact, eh?
So interesting to see if there's been any substitutions made. A couple on the Samoan side. You can see number 10, Anna Helen Rasmussen, has come in. And as you were for Zimbabwe, well, I suppose the players out there at the moment just need to put in a shift, really, because this could be a rout, could be a cricket score by the time we finish up. 7 minutes left to play. A bit of pride in the jersey now for Zimbabwe. That's what we want to see.
Oh, most definitely here, and well, comes down to getting possession and doing something with it. Just a bit confused at the moment, and again another mistake from kickoff.
Knock on, knock on.
It's another knock on, and it's just the handling errors when they do have the ball. They haven't seen too much of it, Zimbabwe, but when they do, this is what's tended to happen.
It's a very tough game when you're having to defend the whole time, and unfortunately that 7.5 would have taken a lot out of the Zimbabwean team. They probably haven't faced a side as determined as this is a very long time, and I think you can see the build-up between both camps, which one's paying dividends right now.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to the clash of Samoa and Russia already in this tournament, but we've got another half to get through here, and perhaps another try as off they go. Sieni Musse, who's got 3 already. There's the fend, and she goes around the outside. Not going to catch her for there. It's another try. It's a 4th for Musse, and it's all too easy at the moment. Non-existent defending, you have to say.
Oh, just let it play by herself. Sieni Musse, watch you here. There's a 1 round 2. They go on the outside, but look at the Zimbabwe defender sort of concede here. She puts her hands away instead of completing the tackle. That gives Musse just the little opportunity she needed to get her 4th.
Well, Abigail Goveri, the Zimbabwean coach, can't be happy by the performance of his team so far. A long way to go. Here's the conversion attempt. It's gone to the left and wide, which means we stay at 36 points, and this game is done and dusted. It's just a question of how much now.
Time off.
Well, it's very tough to pull back a game like this when Zimbabwe have just had no opportunities whatsoever, and, well, Samoa just operating at full noise at the moment.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm looking forward to seeing Gertrude Masora come on for Zimbabwe, because, KT, she has a hairdo that you could actually do with. And I'll explain why when we see her. Restart from Bella Milo for Samoa. This time Zimbabwe gather, and they try and launch an attack from inside their own half. You want to see Zimbabwe get on the score sheet here. We know they can attack when they know they do have pace when they get that ball and they get running. Beautiful break up the outside. Maseri for Zimbabwe. They have their first try, and that's what they can do when they have possession. Welcome to the game.
Oh yeah, just showing a bit of fight back, as you said, Hugh. That's what you want to see. She's a tall lady who's steady on the outside, but she's strong as well. So here on comes to her one-on-one. Look at that, just a little jump step, the right-hand fin, and she just gets those long loping strides going. Good balance right there to keep in field, but nice speed as well.
So, conversion attempt.
Let's go.
From Marangi, one of the stars of this team. Well, that one is going to go to the right and wide. But good news for UKT. Gertrude Masora has come on with her hairdo. And I tell you, I have a few highlight markers that I'm going to get. And I'm going to do this to you because you got the dreads there. All you need is the bit of colour. And there she is in the middle. Gertrude Masora, what a do. KT, you would look great in that.
Oh, that is brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. No way I could take that off though, Hugh. I'll give that to her.
Well, we're not going to miss her. And let's see if she can add a bit of an injection into the Zimbabwe team. But they're going to have to defend first of all. Bella Milo with a pass. Better tackling from Zimbabwe. Oh, it was a flat pass. Was it forward? Referee says no, play on. Now, a little step on the inside, and guess who? Guess who? It's Musse again! This time she will be caught. Supported her inside from Collins, but she just couldn't see. And it's ripped clear this time from Molia Fraser. Zimbabwe still have it. And a pass from the scrum half in Gwende. Gwende switches tack. They're going to work this near side. Musse makes the hit.
Tackle, rock.
There she is, Masora. Well, the hairdo was better than the handling on that occasion.
Well, great scrambling defense from Caroline Malenga from Zimbabwe. Samoa go quickly.
Milo trying to go through the middle. Nice little switch. Again, Collins takes it up. The big physical imposing presence of Helen Collins, and she bashes her way through the cover and scores to the right of the post. Helen Collins. Well, it was all about the power and the strength of Samoa's number 5.
Heads up play too, taking the line out quickly, catching Zimbabwe on the back foot, and just see the late cut. She missed a try in the first half with her sister being the decoy in the late cut. On this occasion, they give it to him. Well, she shows you what she can do when she gets the ball in hand.
33 years of age, Helen Collins. Her sister Brenda's 34, so no spring chickens, but I tell you what, they are full of energy, and physical fitness not a problem for this Samoan team. 43 points now to 5.
Well, I think the thing is for Ramsey Tomakino and his coaching group and team is to keep their structure, not allow them to take off the pedal whatsoever. There is Ramsey Tomakino. He's a character, as Ramsey told me to talk him up Don't think I will.
Lady, please.
I tell you, he's a big boy, though. If he gets his hands on you, buddy. Zimbabwe trying to get their second try here with time running out, just over 90 seconds left to play. This one, no doubt about the winners here, but bigger things you feel for Samoa to come.
I think the beauty of the sevens format is, Hugh, even though Zimbabwe have been given a lick in this one, they're still in this tournament. They're still not out of it whatsoever. So they'll go away and I'm sure reassess. But what I've liked to see, what I've liked in the second half, they're showing a bit of fight back.
Well, it was almost apathetic in the first 7 minutes, but they've definitely turned the screw a bit in the second half. But look, the passing doesn't go to hand, and Samoa trying to pounce on it. Where's it gonna go? Well, Mosse waiting for this on the outside, but taken up the middle by the substitute, Cristiano Anesi, and she brings play to the 22. Mosse to act as scrum half. This is Molia Fraser with the pass, and then again Collins looking for a second. No room there though. Surely she's not going to go through 3 cover tackles, and gets the pass away, and Samoa in again. Rasmussen in the black scrum cap is going to touch down underneath the post, and it's a nightmare for Zimbabwe.
Well, the 8th try for Samoa in this game.
We were kicked off.
Ian Helen Rasmussen.
We were kicked off.
Zimbabwe actually had ball in hand, but just look at the pressure applied at halfback from Bella Milo. She's the one that flicks the ball back on her side, and from here they're always in scramble mode, but Collins doing some extremely good work, pulls out, that's a good option, and then just gives the last offload, a little left foot step as well by Rasmussen. What a polished performance here from the Manusina.
Well, this is laying down a marker, isn't it? It says you better take note, teams in this pool, because we are here to win this thing, and Rasmussen's try brings them to 50 points. Half a ton for Samoa. That is a statement of intent. Last play of this game, and Zimbabwe trying to finish with a try. The tackle was high, and they get a penalty. Quick tap and go. Masora calling for this ball, but she's a decoy runner, and the pass to absolutely nobody. So trying to make the hit, she does so. And Zimbabwe's number 8, Munareniu. Quick rip of the ball, nice strength there from Molia Fraser, just to get possession back, and here's the try scorer, Rasmussen. Back to Molia Fraser. Look at that, he uses almost the elbow to try and fend off there. Must say, top try scorer in the tournament, with 4 to her credit in 1 game. Rasmussen ships it on. Room on the outside, Collins calling for this one. Little dummy switch on the outside is Noah Felialo. Milo, little dummy, and the handoff. Samoa in again. Well, not content with 50 points, they want 57, and touchdown underneath the post. This has just been such a dominant display.
Well, great reward for Bella Milo. She's been the distributor. She's applied a lot of pressure at halfback, been the distributor in midfield. You can see her again. She's the one that connects everything together from the left and right. On this occasion, she's waiting for her play to stand the outside, a couple of decoys, and, well, as you'd expect, a pretty tired tackle in the end.
So that's the last act of the game. The conversion goes straight between the posts. Samoa winning this one very comfortably by 57 points to 5. We're all off to dye KT's hair.
Here we go, Russia against Madagascar coming up next as we complete our first little outing into Pool A here. And the big news from Russia, one of the favourites here, as Sude joins me here, they are missing their regular captain and playmaker, Kudanova, for this one, and that is significant.
It's huge. She has been the outstanding player for them, probably this season and last. She is always in the middle of everything that they do, the playmaker, the heart of the team, the organiser in the middle. They're an experienced team, so they'll know how to get by without her, but you can't argue with the fact that it's a big loss.
Jess Beard there from New Zealand, who will be coming out to take control of this one, as it looks like Madagascar will be kicking this one off. And you have to say, this will be a challenge for the African side. They've never actually played a tournament outside of Africa, and they're up against the tournament favourites. Let's see what they've got here. They're known as the Lemurs. And they're going to be kicking this one off. So off and underway then in this last match of Pool A for the first outing for these sides as Russia have it deep and already nice clean passing. Nice little loop round there from Russia. They've already got an opportunity on this near side. Flying away down this near side wing, Ekaterina Kazakova. She's managed to take the side step and she is going to take first blood in this Pool A clash. She calmly lands it down over the line and Kazakova that gets the first 5-pointer on the board.
Yeah, we've talked about the absence of Kudinova, but they do have Kazakova. The long, wide pass out to her here. She does this so often for Russia. She is so strong. Hands off and then in, right round under the post pretty much. She is a crucial player for them today, the Russian number 10.
No conversion there, but you do feel that Russia already stamping their authority on this match. And Madagascar may just have to be a little bit more physical to make their presence known on this field.
It's going to be a tough day for Madagascar, as you say. The first tournament outside of Africa, and their first game is against the tournament favourites, who are a physical side, as you say. But that's going to help.
Well, a little mistake there from the restart there. So Madagascar will get their free kick, and if they can just hold on to a bit of possession, let's see what they can do. This will be their first real attack of the match, and they're off and they're underway. So the ball gets popped off. Taken forward, then another little pop-off. It's Razafia Asoa who's taken it on now. And they're just stringing it together, but straight away, a penalty. And Russia, well, they're already off. They're flying. 10 metres already made. Just seconds with them getting their hands on the ball. They want this badly. They're rampant already, Russia. They want to go to Rio, and they're falling themselves over the line. Have they dotted it down? Referee Jess Beard says yes. And that one's gone to Lilia Gutseva.
Yeah, the second time of asking Gutseva touched that one down. It's her break. She's the one who goes through. She's the one who shrugs off the tackle. She gets caught, but bounces up. Finally makes it over the line. Really good finish from her, but as you say, they're desperate to go to Rio. This is such a big day for Russia. They have had some standout tournaments in the World Series.
Sue Day here with us, former England Sevens captain, and you know what it would be like, just that want to get to a tournament like that, just this golden ticket these teams are playing for this weekend.
They've been training for so long for this. There is so much pressure on a team like Russia, who knows that they're good enough to be at the Olympics.
Cute little kick through there from the Madagascan 7, Rasso Amira Alala, but Russia take the ball. They'll say, if you give it to us, I'll tell you what, we'll run with it. And it's all backwards, though, from Russia. Oh, route one coming in there by Peretz Stiak. She's still got it, but eventually she's tracked down, but there's still numbers for Russia. Now they go out to the far side. They're going to rush this one. It's Kazakova again. Can she go in for the brace in the corner? Kazakova down, and already Russia have racked up 3.
Excellent continuity for Russia, and textbook sevens. Kazakova with a second try. But if in doubt, in sevens, take it forward. That's what Perestiak did. Then manages to offload to Petrova, today's captain, who gets the ball into the open space. Out to Kazakova, who does what she does so well.
You mentioned the captain there for Russia, Petrova. I mean, she's got big shoes to fill.
Yeah, Petrova and Lyshina today, big shoes to fill. Petrova in the leadership role, Lyshina in that playmaking and sweeper role that Kudinova does so well. You know, in some ways, it's a great opportunity for those players. You have to have good players waiting in the wings behind the greats, and Lyshina and Petrova, now's the chance to show what they can do.
Well, there's the bench. They're desperate to get on. And no doubt that Russia will use the whole bench at some point as they try and preserve their players throughout this tournament. And Madagascar, that's not a restart that they really want. They've really got themselves in a tricky spot here, all the way back, deep inside of the danger zone, playing inside at the moment of their own try area. They've had to kick it away, but Lyshina is there. And she says, OK, let's have a go at this. And there's huge numbers on this near side. Somehow the Madagascar line gets there, but Russia go over for the try number 4. Calm, cool, collective. And Bobkova goes over to score it.
You can see why Madagascar chose to kick, but it went straight into the hands of Lucina. Here they just get this pressure, 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 so they kick the ball away, but it goes straight to Lucina, who shows really good vision here, comes back blind, realises how much space there is, and this little bit of skill from Petrova, pulling the defence in and then switching out into the hands of Hamidova, who is such a lethal finisher.
Well, it was Kamidova who went over and scored it. She's a real towering presence out there. You can really spot that. Bounce of the ball then. So already 20 points racked up for Russia. And early stages still in this match. Madagascar take it and straight away try scorer there. Straight after one set of work, she goes straight in for more. Kamikova, and she's making her presence known once again. Jess Beard unhappy there. Ball has just gone forward. We'll have a scrum. We haven't had too many so far in this match.
We haven't, simply because Russia have had all of the ball and haven't made errors. You called it early on, the difference in the physical presence of these two sides. So physical, Russia and Madagascar at the moment simply can't match it.
Well, Madagascar, they are actually missing 4 of their best players coming out here. 2 of them have picked up ankle injuries as they're picked up round the back, still going off and away. Russia, can this be number 5 before the half is out? Yes, it is. Landed calmly by Lushnina. She's been involved in almost every move so far. Now she's got to try of her own.
Yeah, a little bit of inexperience from Madagascar. No cover whatsoever on the blind side of this scrum. Lushina sees the huge gap, says, thanks very much, I'll take that. Filling those shoes at the moment that Kudanova has left behind.
There have been some tricky conversions here for Russia, but I don't think they're too worried at the moment in this fixture in particular about how clean their conversions have been. That one just falling to the right-hand side of the uprights as Lushnina just resets herself and makes her way back. Just trying to suck in as much air as they can. There goes the heater, but plenty of time for the restart. Can Russia make it 6 in the first 7 minutes? Good restart. Straight down the throat of the Madagascar team, who try and kick it on. And Madagascar have kicked a lot of ball away, and every time Russia have collected it and said, OK, let's have this. Nice couple of handoffs going there by Kamikova, taken on once again, this time Gutseva. She tries to get a nice little offload away. It was loose, but picked up by Lushnina. And the Russians trying to find the space here. It's on the ground, it could be anyone's ball. Hacked on though by Russia. Referee says no. And that's half-time. What do you say to Madagascar, Sue, at half-time here?
So difficult for Madagascar and for the coach. They're being completely outclassed here, but by a team that is one of the best teams in the World Series, so it's no surprise. You've simply got to say, do the simple things well, don't give possession away. They've been kicking the ball away, and that's just making it harder and harder for them, meaning they've just got to defend all the time.
Let's listen to Pavel Boronovsky, the coach for Russia.
Лучше отдай с места прямо в глубину. Лучше он перейдет его в край. Если бы Юля не обрезала, ну играйте в край. Ну что вы боитесь краями-то играть? Край 1 в 1 вы можете с любой обыграть. А вы начинаете идти в них вдвоих все время. И у вас получается, что вам в контакт попадаете. Ты здесь 2 раза пошла, хотя должна была натянуть и отдать. Не бойтесь в края играть. Вам же ни разу не дали в центр поля перейти. Зачем вам лишние контакты, гематомы? Не дай бог, сейчас кто-то ударится. Зачем вам нужно? Натянула, отдала. А при последней начинаете давить. Все, замена переделать. Россия! Петрова Бузя уходит и Середина.
Схватка, они не входят, поэтому...
Well, Madagascar there just getting their last orders in from coach Eric Sefo, who makes his way back off. And you have to say the Madagascans there looked incredibly calm, Sue.
They looked incredibly calm, and what's more, Pavel Baranovsky, the Russian coach, looked incredibly calm. I don't think I've ever seen him quite so chilled in a half-time team talk. This is possibly the biggest tournament of his life, but he's exuding calm and he's exuding confidence at the moment.
Right, restart for Russia then. They're 25 points up. How big a dent can they make in the scoreboard? Can they actually make? We've already seen Samoa put 57 on Zimbabwe. It's not a race to rack up the scoreboard. It'll be a nice little prize at the end of the day. So, Madagascar. A nice chance to see them with the ball in hand. They've had a habit of hacking it away when they have had it as it comes out to this near side. This is the best run we've seen from Madagascar, and that's good offloading from them. The ball taken down to ground there by Rasoana Drasana. Taken on now. Still going forward there by Rasoamia Alala. She takes it down. This is good from the Madagascans. Just as I say that, Russia take on the ball, and they've got numbers on this near side if they can get off and running. There was almost a little hint of crossing there, but there was no one else there, and Russia still have it. Referee is happy. Taken down to ground by Russia, but they are just sniffing out that try line once again. Lushnina on her own. Fancy she can do it. She's still there. She's over. Lushnina then, she's got to brace herself. And all that effort from Madagascar, the best passage of play we've seen. Russia have the ball within seconds, they're over.
Yeah, a little bit heartbreaking for Madagascar, but they did show that they can challenge the Russian defence if they keep the ball in hands. In the end, there was a mistake which coughed the ball up for Russia, and then Russia just flood the opportunities. They get players there, they're supporting quickly, which makes it so hard to defend against. Lushnina in the end is the one who benefited, but it was hard work from the whole team that made it.
Still no conversions then from Russia, and as we go deeper into this tournament, do you think that will be concerning, Coach?
Yeah, the extra 2 points are so critical in tight games. You can be 3 tries up and have 15 points on the board, or 3 tries up and have 21. That's a big old difference. Got to get those extra 2 points. It just gives you that extra cushion.
Russia with 6 tries. Madagascar, they have held on to the ball a few times, and as much as they are quite cute at putting it through the hands, they haven't quite strung together a strong attack that's given them ground and territory yet. Russia, for the first time, really having to be forced to play inside of their own half. Lushnina manages to get the ball away out to the far side. Oh, a beautiful Maisie run, and she's still going at the moment, Bobkova. It's still Bobkova with the ball. She has run an absolute maze around the Madagascans to try and run this one down. She'll be exhausted after that dancing effort, but she's going to dot it down just directly between the posts. And they order it up to 35.
Daria Bobkova, I'm not sure she knew where she was going, but the Madagascan defence certainly didn't. Comes one way, shrugs off 1 tackle, 2 tackles, 3 tackles, 4 tackles, making her way towards the try line, and then having used all that fancy footwork, it's all about the gas. There is no way that Lala Harrison is catching up with her lovely finish from Bobkova. That is one to put in the scrapbook.
So they have dotted it down, and this was the conversion, and it was good. And that's significant as we actually see the changes that come on now for Russia. They are going to try and save the legs. This is a long tournament, 2 days, and we've now got Oksana Korobchuk who has come on, and she makes way for Baizat Hamidova, who makes her way off. So restart from Lushnina, and the Madagascans try and find their way then back down into the Russian half, but already scragged by the Russians. Not a clean ruck means it's a loose ball again. It's going to come back and away. Oh, a little mistake there from the Russians. We're not used to seeing that, but the first knock-on actually came on from the Madagascans, and it's every chance they get. Russia are just lethal.
Yeah, they're a strong, powerful team. They're renowned for the power and the pace. They really can finish tries off well, and they're pretty direct. Turn a bit of ball over and they take it forward. Pavel Baranovsky, there he is. I've never seen him so calm. Baranovsky's drilled this team very well.
Say hi.
Out to the far side. Is it going to be the gas on the outside for Russia? Yes, it is, and they're still going. They want it under the post. They want these extras, and they've got them as well. Elena Throdkova goes over, and there we go. Try number 8.
Yeah, good finishing from Throdkova. It's a good scrum. Get the ball out wide. This is just one simple pass, and then she turns on the gas. Holds up the defender there, Raza Fimahefa, the captain of Madagascar, just gets her hips caught square, which gives Throdkova the chance to take her on the outside.
That's good. Another conversion. Well into the 40s now 44 racked up on the board then for Russia. And most importantly now, it's about the focus in the last few minutes, Sue, isn't it? It's about making sure they don't have a lapse and maybe let Madagascar go off on a bit of a run.
Yeah, and it's an easier game when you've got the ball than when you're defending. So you want to keep attacking, you want to keep going as opposed to taking your foot off the pedal, because actually it's the easiest way to rest in sevens. Defending, having to put tackles in, having to organise your defence, that is much, much harder. Keep possession.
A few changes for Madagascar as they'll look to just refocus themselves for these last couple of minutes, just see if they can prove themselves here and just slow down this Russian onslaught that they're dealing with at the moment. We can't state enough, the Russians, they're the top seeds here, and they are one of the favourites to win that ticket to Rio. And here we go, we're flying already, and it's straight away. It's a very familiar story from 30 seconds ago, but she's given it to her buddy. Oh, Annie Minislamova goes over. The gift given to her by Elena Throdkova. Everyone wants to be on the score sheet.
Thank you very much, Minislamova says to her teammate. Throdkova, she's the one who powered through. She's got such a lovely, long, rangy running style, but she's looking up, sees Minislamova coming, the little pop pass. Thank you very much. A wave to the crowd, a touch of the badge. Brilliant finishing.
And that's the half-ton that's been racked up there by Russia. Still time on the clock, though, so the record score we've had so far was from Samoa earlier. They got 57 on the board, so 51 now for Russia. Have they got enough time to overtake? Big kick comes in there by Daria Lashnina. And they're going quite deep with their restarts now, Russia. They fancy themselves with the pressure they can put on this Madagascan team to force the mistakes from Madagascar and just win that ball back quickly. But again, Madagascar going for the tactic of kicking it through. You do worry, though, they're just giving these gifts wrapped up with a bow to Russia each time. The dancing feet out on the far side once again coming into play. It's Daria Bobkova. This time eventually she is brought down to the turf, but they've got to be careful. She has lightning quick feet, happy to use them, run round anyone. And it's Peristiak now, who's flying away down the far side. Support comes in from Lashnina. Very slow. And there goes the hooter. What have Russia got then in these closing moments here of this match? What have Madagascar got to stop them? No big tackles coming in, still flying away. It's Korobchuk, she's got it. She's going to go over, she dots it down, and Russia do finish on a flourish. And they'll be pleased with this performance.
Yeah, Oksana Korobchuk, one of the least experienced players on this team. A lot of sideways running, but she sees the gap, powers through it. So many players on her shoulder, and that's what makes it hard for the defence. You don't know if the player's going to pass, you don't know if they're going to run. In the end, she runs, finishes really well, and finishes really well for Russia this game.
Well, Lashnina, who's taking the kicks today, she's one of the youngest in this squad. She's only 19 years old. And she's just got that one stuck inside of the left hand upright, and it's a strong start for Russia. It was expected, but they've done it in style. 58-0, that's the strongest scoreline we've seen of the day so far here at the global repechage. Dublin Sevens, the place at the Olympic Games up for grabs. The very last one. Everyone wants it, and there are 16 teams here, so that means ultimately 15 teams are going to go home disappointed. Beautiful day in and around Dublin today, looking absolutely gorgeous. And as we said, we've managed to avoid the rain so far today. I think it's because I'm here, Sue. It's me, isn't it?
You've certainly brought the sunshine. A little bit of cloud coming over now, but certainly no rain. And this is, it's fair to say, a well-watered pitch from the weather in the last few days.
So we've seen 2 half-centuries already as we move to match number 7. And it's the Chinese up against the Portuguese. China, of course, now tutored by Ben Gollings. I know, having sat down for a coffee with him yesterday, he's quite positive about this particular tournament. Brought the team over to Europe in May to tune up, really, for this weekend. Finished second in the Howard Hinton Sevens and third in Amsterdam. Very much targeting these first two games. Once he's won these first two, then it's pretty much assured that there'll be a quarter-final tomorrow for China. For Portugal, well, a possible surprise package. Beat the Dutch on their way here. Had pretty poor Euros though in Kazan, only winning one game. Not quite the build-up that they were hoping for.
No, they only won one game in that tournament, but they lost only narrowly to Ireland and lost only narrowly to Spain, so they've taken more heart from that tournament than you might otherwise expect. They feel like they're on the up, Portugal, towards this qualification tournament.
I'm just waiting for the teams to enter the arena. Crowd building up here at University College Dublin. Interested pockets of team support as well as some neutrals as the teams step out now, ready for their first game, of course, in this World Rugby Global Repechage. Some big players in this Chinese team. Chen Kuai, the captain, wearing 6 there, you can see talking to her team. Really strong centre, just 20 years of age, but already a very important pivot for the way that China can play.
Certainly in a huge tournament for them. Disappointed to not be in the World Series, but this is a stage, this is a place to show what they can do.
Referee Joy Neville, former Ireland number 8, gone to the dark side, but
poacher turned gamekeeper, you might say.
Should know what it's about then. I look forward to the refereeing of the breakdowns on this. Offside lines will be very interesting. Here we go. Portugal set things underway. The take from Ling Chen. An immediate use of the width by China. All these girls, professional athletes back home, playing for their provinces. You can see the confidence that they've got in their ball-playing ability from inside their own 22. Portugal's defensive links already being tested. Yu Shou Qian, and suddenly the break is there. Shen Lele strides away for the first try, the 25-year-old with an easy jog in under the posts.
Yeah, it was a really good break from Shen Lele, that's for sure, but it was the passing of the entire team that made this try. They moved the Portuguese team from one side of the pitch all the way back over to this side, just a metre or two from the touchline. What that does is really stretch the defence out. And Shen Lele looks up, realises that in front of her there is that stretch defence and says, thanks very much, I'll take the gap. But really good play from China, stretching the Portuguese defenders back and forth across the pitch to make the space in the first place.
Chen Curie adding the extras. Portugal just have to hold their resolve and keep calm, but giving away that penalty. And you can just see the way that China already operating, so much width on their game, makes the elasticity in that Portuguese defence so difficult to maintain.
Exactly. The other thing it does, though, if you're playing with width, is it means sometimes players can get isolated if you don't get to them quickly enough. That's exactly what happened there. Portugal able to get in on the ball and compete.
So Portugal trying to play from inside their own half. Isabella Zordio, the captain, just keeping the ball moving to try and find that break. Catarina Ribeiro unable to get into a running gait, but still the possession there for Portugal. No thoughts of that big pass from Leonora Emerald.
Rock was formed.
But they're going to be able to make some headway up away from their own 22.
Yeah, Chinese defence was really interesting. They're absolutely blitzing up. You could see Portugal there thinking about spreading the ball wide, but they simply couldn't because Yang Min had sprinted up in the midfield to cut the pass off. They're really working hard, China, to stop Portugal moving the ball wide.
Yeah, you can see the work already of Ben Gollings, Sevens royalty, really. Holds so many of World Rugby 7 Series all-time records, most points. Incredible 220 tries inside 2,652 points. 2 Rugby World Cup Sevens tournaments, 3 Commonwealth Games. You name it, he's got a wardrobe full of T-shirts from every tournament there's ever been.
He's done a bit, hasn't he? He certainly knows how to win a Sevens tournament. I wonder how good his Chinese is.
It's getting better, and I can vouch for this, having seen them train yesterday. It's not the easiest of languages to learn, of course, but he's been with the team since July last year and really seems fairly conversant, or certainly been able to get over his ideas to the rest of the squad, working with Andrew Clark, the New Zealander, alongside him. There he is, there's Ben Gollings, going to wear the shades whether it's sunny or not. Pose up.
Too cool for school. No, they look, don't they, China, like a team that Ben Gollings has been involved in. The width they're playing on the game, the speed that defence is coming up at.
Yes, there isn't much about the Sevens game that Ben Gollings doesn't know about. Worked with Sri Lanka and the United States before coming into this Chinese setup. Chinkuri, known as Emily. If you hear the shout of Emily, that's who they're referring to. There's a few Western nicknames that the Chinese girls have adopted. There she is, Emily, show and go.
Roll 12.
Again, that big width, and you can see left and right hand passing, very strong. Gives so much flexibility in where they can attack. Ling Chen has to take the contact. Yu Xiaoqian. The passing just dipping there, and that's a good turnover from Portugal.
Knock on in the steel.
The knock on just stopping the opportunity, but good work from Maria Aitor.
Yeah, and it's a brilliant competition between defence and attack, this. China really kept their nerve against the Portuguese defence that was rushing up at them. You can hear the Chinese coaches shouting, it's still on down here, because Portugal are rushing up, trying to put them off their game, and China still trying to move that ball wide.
Ling Chen, a new halfback really in this China setup. They come round exposing that short side. Gu Yao. Well, that was fairly simple in the end. Once they'd identified the opportunity on the blind side, Gu Yao, a newcomer really in this China lineup, and showing great awareness and ultimately strength.
Yeah, Portugal just got sucked in at scrum time there, creating the space round the fringes of the scrum. In the end, a pretty easy finish from China after all that hard work to build up the opportunity.
The 20-year-old from Shanghai adding the extras to make it the perfect 14 so far for her team. Last play of this first half. Portugal unable to take cleanly. The ricochet works. Shenlele sets it back. Get the penalty, means the first half will continue, of course. Again, just waiting for that move from the defender before Liu Xiaoqian strides over for the perfect end to the first half for China.
Yeah, good finish from Liu Xiaoqian, but it was the decision prior to that worthy of Ben Gollings himself. The ball comes out there to Ling Chen, and she looks up, realises the Portuguese defence is rushing up, so checks the pass. Then the defence, having rushed up, makes the long miss pass out wide. Brilliant decision-making. Great try.
And a great first half for Ben Golling's team. It's a confident lead, it's a confident performance as that scoreboard reflects. Let's just have a listen to see how good Ben Golling's Chinese really is.
First of all, everybody okay 啦？首先大家都没有问题吧？对。OK 吗？OK。Closer, closer. 再近点，近点。Girls, first of all, 首先啊 very good half. 上半场打得非常好。Technical. We're just rushing the ruck on our ball. 我们球的时候 ruck 有点太慌了。We need to 说话。要说话。对。One over. 一个过去。Let the next person play. 下一个人来动球。At the moment, we're getting confused. 但现在有点那个。No need to panic. 不用慌啊。控制 ，control that ball. 把那个球控制好。Right, when we control the ball, 我们控制球控制好的时候，就非常好。Okay. Just keep going forward. 继续不停地向前。对。And 50-50. If it's not on, ruck play. 50-50球没有机会的就 ruck 在打。Other one, 防守。其他的防守。防守。防守的时候。Let's just keep tackle low. 不漏低一点。And keep watching offload. 防止他们抗传。对。Be patient. 耐心一点。All right, here now. Next job, next score. 再得一个。In 1 minute, 1分钟 we make changes. 然后我们换人。OK 了？好。Girls, 加油！加油！加油！
哦，太左边，那个好。
So João Mira, the Portuguese coach, and Tomás Moraes, well-known international 15s and 7s team manager as he was back in the World Cup in 2007, trying to implore their team to stick to what they know. Ben Golling's Chinese obviously not quite good enough yet for the half-time team talk.
He's clearly getting his point across though, wasn't he?
Certainly seems to have worked, doesn't it? Very organised, structures in place, whilst allowing the girls to really show flair and any opportunity, really. Portugal trying to work their way away from danger. Walk down Leonor Amaral, that gets the penalty. Trying to up the ante a bit, Isabel Osorio.
Back 10.
Catching China, not retreating quickly enough for referee Joy Neville. That's a good kick from the Portuguese captain.
Yeah, finally some territory for Portugal. China really dominated in the last 2/3 of that first half. Portugal desperate really to get some points on the board now, make the most of this territory that they've worked.
It is a real settler, isn't it, when you see a 0 on the scoreboard and know that, well, they haven't actually been anywhere near the Chinese try line, just to get the score to move them into this tournament and indeed, of course, move them into this game.
Yeah, exactly. Even if it's a long way to come back in this game, it's really only 3 scores, though, which doesn't take long in 7s.
Cristina Ramos muscling her way up. But look at that Chinese line speed. So quickly up into the Portuguese faces. They have had to retreat to go again. Ramos again gets the offload. Now, can they work position here? Antonech just short. Looking at that short side is Ramos, and they do get the try. Cristina Ramos, the 28-year-old, gets Portugal on the board. The bagel is broken.
Offside.
Just made it, Ramos, didn't she? Just crept over the line.
Hi, Sean.
Here she is, picks the ball up at the base. Really robust tackle comes in, but it's on the line, and on the line is good enough. That's a try. Portugal on the board.
Ramos qualifies for Portugal through her grandparents, actually. She's actually born in America, but obviously enjoying the opportunity to play her rugby in the green of Portugal.
This is the only one of the Portuguese players not Portugal born, but has that Portuguese heritage. So passionate, the coaches.
Well, it's been the start to the second half that the
Time off.
Portuguese coaching duo will have been hoping for, of course. Plenty of game time ahead of them this weekend, but they need to show that they've been able to get their game into operation. And in this last 4 minutes, whether they can match the Chinese in terms of the scoreboard, we shall wait and see. Well, unforced error on that occasion from Ling Chen.
No advantage.
Just one of those things as a player, you think you've caught your ball, you're thinking about the next thing to do. The next thing you know, you just cough the ball up forwards.
Yes, Ling Chen, the 20-year-old, learning about the basics of the game in terms of making sure they're all in good order on a consistent basis.
Crouch. Bind.
Scrum put in
Set.
for the Portuguese, looking to build on that try they've just scored. The burst down the blind side from Leonor Amaral.
Taka, release.
Experienced operator. Trying to work position, but there's a turnover there for China. Now this is where the Portuguese defence will try and suffocate the Chinese attack inside their own 22. Tracking her down, hunting, but letting her get up and go again. It's Emily, you heard the shout from Ben Gollings.
Wait. Release.
One of the star players in this Chinese setup takes her team away from danger, and China get themselves back on the front foot. Distribution. Beginning to feel the effects of this first 12 minutes of action.
Release. 3.
China started so quickly and so speedily. Now just having to reboot themselves to go again. Kick chase.
Back.
Won by Guerrero,
Floor.
but
Don't
the
touch her.
penalty is there
Don't touch.
for Ling Chen to get China going once again. Shen Lei has to go down and set the ball back. Huge spread of players over to the left. Yang Hong works it out. Again, the width there, the cutback is there, and it's Emily who does the job. Chen Curie, the captain, with the balance and the ability to spot opportunity against the weaker arms, and that is game, set and match China.
Yeah, they soaked up a lot of pressure, China, didn't they? And in the end, just managed to move the ball into the open spaces, and it's the captain, Chen Curie, who finishes it off. Heartbreak for Portugal through everything that they had at China. China soaked it all up, counter-attacked. No way back from here for Portugal.
No, certainly China have established their credentials in this tournament through this game. And their aspirations, of course, are for that golden ticket at the end of the weekend, and this a good positive start that Ben Gollings will look to build on, no doubt, before they step out again. Last 30 seconds. Gu Yaoyao, the 20-year-old from Shanghai, restarts for what will probably be the last play of this match. No way through from Ramos on that occasion. The presentation is not what it might be, so they are going to go in for a scrum. And a chance for China to finish on the front foot, maybe.
Ready to scrum?
Yeah, China just giving us one last glimpse of that pressing defence that they've used all game, putting the Portuguese skills under huge pressure, stopping Portugal from playing.
It's been suffocating, isn't it? And that's why Portugal have found it so difficult to be able to break out of that.
Yeah.
Good scrum from Portugal, but China happy to finish there on the 24-5 final scoreline. Ben Gollings congratulating his team. They got off to the winning start that he was after. Now they can focus on their next game up, which is against Trinidad and Tobago. Job done for Gollings, job done for China.
So the first outing for the tournament hosts, Ireland, get their campaign underway against Trinidad and Tobago in Pool C. And here's a look at the starting sevens. Ireland with Niamh Briggs is a star of the 15s game, but she wasn't a feature at all on the HSBC World 7 Series this season. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what she adds to the setup. And great, I have to say, to see number 11, Louise Galvin, back after fracturing her leg. She comes straight back into the starting 7 under Anthony Eddy. So, a mild afternoon in Dublin. Ireland fans ready for the first glimpse of the host nation. Well, Anthony Eddy's made no secret of his desire to take a place in Rio this summer. The men's team came up short last weekend in their qualifying tournament in Monaco, but it certainly won't be easy for the women, and Trinidad and Tobago have no intention of giving the hosts an easy ride. Carl Tanana is beside me, and I suppose this is what the home fans want to see, a winning start, but Trinidad and Tobago have some seriously tough players, and it won't be easy.
Oh, most definitely, Hugh, and that's the thing. They'll have to snuff out the fire, the home team of Trinidad and Tobago first and foremost. But I was pretty impressed with Ireland when I saw them in their last World Sevens series in Clermont-Ferrand. Some of their play, and I think leading to this one, for me, would be the difference between the two teams coming up in this one.
Well, of course, the Scarlets missed out on automatic qualification in the Rugby America's North qualifier in North Carolina last June. They lost out to the USA, but they did take some scalps on the way. They finished in 3rd place overall, beat the likes of Jamaica, Mexico along the way, so they know how to win on the big stage as Ireland get ready to play in the bowl. Both captains ready to lead their team out. Ayanna Skeet for Trinidad and Tobago isn't actually starting, so the team captain not in the starting 7, which is unusual. Lucy Mulhall, well, she's a regular in the Ireland Sevens, and the Ireland captain from County Wicklow. She was in with me last night with Anthony Eddy. We did an interview with them ahead of the tournament. They're quietly confident, but they know that big scalps have to be taken here, including the likes of Spain and Russia, who will wait for them down the road.
Oh, most definitely. And I think for me, like Lucy Mulhall, she encapsulates everything that you want in a captain, the way she approaches the game, and what a thrill it is for her to be able to lead out her team and her country on this pitch. Such a thrill.
So we're almost ready to go. Ireland in a team huddle. Briggs, Williams, Baxter, Cronin, Mulhall the captain, Galvin back in the team, and Alison Miller. It's a strong, quick side that Anthony Eddy has gone for in his first 7. Well, keep an eye out for Ornello George for Trinidad and Tobago. She's over 6 foot tall. Former basketball player, netball, track and hockey, so she is an athlete. And Sarah Cox from England is our referee. Bound to be a bit of nerves from the home team with the support, with the pressure that goes with that. And interesting to see how Ireland handle it as Lucy Mulhall gets ready to get us underway. Nice high hanging restart, really accurate with those, and Louise Galvin straight into the game. Well, obviously, if there were any doubts about her fitness, I can tell you from that opening run and the clash and the collision that she's 100% the Irish player from County Kerry, former footballer, of course. But it's Trinidad and Tobago. And George with her first touch. You can see the 6 foot tall number 10 for Trinidad making her presence felt, but they're all the way back in their own line now. And Niamh Briggs comes up to make the tackle and force them down. It was carried back over the line. It should be a 5-metre scrum.
Yeah, good take initially from the kickoff under amount of duress by Dahlia Jordan-Brown from Trinidad and Tobago. But look at this offensive defence here by Ireland. The line speed just squeezing out Trinidad and Tobago, not giving them a sniff. And again,
Yeah.
Was that lady on screen, Lucy Mulhall, doing everything.
Well, Niamh Briggs is a full-back by trade, and if you're a fan of the 15s game, you'll know that. But she's lying down in the scrum here now.
Right, let me deal with that.
Adds a lot of starch. That's what she does, Briggs, and every team needs that, especially up front here. I know as she pointed, she is in the backs and 15s, but look at her here.
But she's always been such a powerful player, even at full back. As first a real attacking chance now. Galvin, little step, she's got Miller outside her. Miller takes the pass and the handoff. The custom handwork from Alison Miller. Ireland have their first try in the UCD Bowl, and what a start for Ali Miller and the host nation.
Well, she just needed an inch, didn't she, Alison Miller? The pass was pretty average, to be fair, by Louise Galvin, who got on the outside of her player. She had to jump and catch that ball and secure it, but just pure out-and-out gas on the outside. Look at her here. The fender just goes to work, gets into second gear, never going to be stopped.
Well, Alison Miller, we know how dangerous she is. The conversion attempt from the corner from Mulhall has gone left and wide. So Ireland leading this one by 5 points to 0, and Trinidad and Tobago, bit of a slow start for them. They have lost a lot of experienced players over the last 18 months or so, Trinidad, and they are in the middle of a rebuilding process, but they only have 200 active players to choose from at home, so it's a small talent pool to pick from. Nevertheless, Ireland restart again. It's exactly what Auntie Eddie would have wanted inside the opening couple of minutes. It's another mistake from Trinidad, and Ireland looking to capitalise. 2 knock-ons. The first one goes to Ireland.
Well, that should be bread and butter for any team. Wasn't much pressure on her. Jordan Brown, she took a nice one to start the game. This one was probably a little bit easy. You can see there, she just got caught up in the flight of the ball. They're actually quite physically imposing, this Trinidad and Tobago team. They've got some size about them.
Absolutely, yeah. And as I mentioned already, Ornella George over 6 foot tall, but there are quite a few players almost as big. As Mulhall goes to the right-hand side, as Miller outside her again. She's going to fancy another go on the wing. There's the handoff. It's a shovel to the face this time, and Glasgow can do nothing about that. Ireland in again, and Alison Miller in again.
What I like about Alison Miller is a winger. She's not only fast, but she's big as well. She's always going to be a threat. Lucy Mulhall, I like what she does here. She eats up the space. She has the ball in 2 hands, so she has the option to go herself, decides to go to a winger and set her up. Just gave her a little inch again, and she takes it.
Ireland off to a flyer, and 2 tries for Alison Miller. Here's the conversion attempt. Lucy Mulhall, she missed her first one. It's an acute angle to say the least, so that looks really good from here. Flag goes up, and Ireland 12 points to the good. Trinidad yet to get out of their own half.
Ireland 12, Trinidad Tobago 0.
Well, from the good to the not so good, Lucy Mulhall, and this gives a chance for the Scarlets to settle themselves here, put the ball through the hands and just try and calm themselves into the game. Jordan Brown tries the pass, but again, they just seem at 6s and 7s at the moment.
We can see there the captain for Ireland, Mulhall, was half the size of this lady, Jordan Brown, and she just smokes her on the inside, which forces that inaccurate pass. But at the moment, I just think it's the basic skills of Ireland that are really setting the teams over and above. It's a real difference at the moment.
Are you in here?
Megan Williams looks like the main target for Ireland in the line out here. Well, Audrey O'Flynn is on the bench, of course. She would be involved in the set piece if she was on. Ashley Baxter into lift, so too Niamh Briggs. So let's see if Nicole Cronin can hit her targets. It's a little bit sloppy, but Williams did well. She was first to react and quickest to get her hands on that ball. Nice feeds. Cronin to Mulhall. Galvin has missed out altogether, and Miller, who's on a hat-trick already, crosses the halfway line, crosses the 10 and the 22. She's eating up the ground, and they won't stop her from there. Alison Miller, hat-trick inside 5 minutes.
Well, that's the basic skills I was talking about. The passing distribution from this Irish team along the back line is something to admire. Especially the last one. I think it was the captain, Lucy Mulhall, dummies to go on the inside and then throws that 15-metre pass on the money to a flying Alison Miller. Well, we had the Samoan player, Moise, who scored 4 in their first game. Well, this killed 3 within 5 minutes. Brilliant.
It's been very comfortable by Ireland so far. Conversion attempt is not good, but another look at this, just pure pace here. And, you know, Afia Glasgow tried to get to her, but Miller is just too strong when she's in full flight.
Well, there's a spot for the Olympics, and this girl just showing on that occasion she wouldn't look out of place in a 100-metre race. She was smoking down that far side of the field.
17 points to nil, Ireland lead, and Mulhall to get us underway again. No mistake this time, goes the 10 metres, and Trinidad and Tobago, well, it's their 6-foot Ornella George who takes the restart, gets the penalty as well, and a chance to tap and go here and keep possession more than anything else, because they've just been chasing shadows, and all of them in the form of the Irish number 12, Alison Miller.
No, leave him, Green.
Jordan Brown to act as scrum half. Looping pass there from Carlise, but again, it's just no real conviction in the pass, and Williams picks it up. Beautiful try for Ireland. Megan Williams touches down, but again, I mean, Trinidad and Tobago, Carlton Felix will not be happy with his team there.
Yeah, in-your-face defence by the Irish team. You see the long loopy passes. Didn't even look on the outside where the defence was on their last effort, and then in the end, just an easy pick-up by Ashley Baxter, who applied the pressure on defence and gives it to Megan Williams in their fourth.
So Megan Williams gets her first try of the afternoon. Mulhall to add the conversion. Flags go up, and Ireland in control, 24 points to nil, and it is one-sided at the moment. And Scarlett's not in this game at all. That one is going to hang right in the 10-metre line. Look at that, Galvin gives chase. Louise Galvin chopped down, showing no ill effects from that fractured leg. She picked up a chip and chase meant for Miller. Where's this one going to bounce? Alison Miller is after this one. It's an awkward one. Will she get there? She will, you know. Touches down. It's going to be a 4 try. It should be. We might go upstairs for this one.
That's no problem.
Well, I don't think there's a question here.
Yeah, no problem. You happy?
Alison Miller, no doubt.
No doubt at all.
Great option on that kick by Lucy Mulhall, just changing it up. The fence was up for Trinidad Tobago initially. Here's just the back end of it. No problems there. 20 points for Alison Miller in the first 7 minutes.
Well, to say that was one-sided is an understatement. Ireland completely dominant, and 4 tries from Alison Miller, 1 from Megan Williams means they lead this one by 29 points to nil.
Second half, let's play with every single possession we get, okay? Pride ourselves on it. So any dirty ball, we clean it up straight away, right? Force them into a mistake, we get a turnover like we did there. Max just delivers the ball to someone in a better position, we play away from that, okay? Let's try and avoid going to the set pieces now. Keep the tempo up on them. Talk, there's good girls, I can hear you in attack and defence. The only thing in defence, I want more talk coming from the inside. Let people know who, you know, tell people who to hit, all right? So if you're third defender or fourth defender,
Well, I'm sure Carlton Felix there, KT, just asking for his players to lift the intensity more than anything else, because they really haven't been in this one.
Yeah, and I think the thing for him is that he wants his team to fire a shot. They haven't done anything in their first 7 minutes really to threaten Ireland whatsoever, so you don't mind losing, but the way they're losing at the moment is probably the issue for Carlton Felix, because Trinidad and Tobago team are here for a reason. They've got the skills, they've got the ability, they've just got to have the self-belief.
Well, they have 7 minutes to try and rescue something, and that is an horrendous start. I mean, that's just an unforced error. At this level of the game, it's not acceptable, really.
Oh, most definitely. And against a rampant Irish team, you can ill afford to give them position like this.
Come on, we need to speed it up just a little bit, all right?
Mulhall fakes to the right, goes left. Cronin can't hold on to it.
Well, this is the challenge now, Hugh, for this Irish team. They want to keep their skills high. They won't be happy with this. They know they're better than that, and that's the secret when you're playing against a side such as Trinidad and Tobago, when you've been so dominant.
So Anthony Eddy decides to ring the substitutions. And Stacey Flood is in. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe and Aoife Doyle off the bench.
Bind, set.
Alison Miller's work is done. 4 tries, got to be happy with a lot there. And pressure again on Trinidad and Tobago. Kick through. Fiola Jack couldn't quite get her hands on this. Ireland looked like they've turned it over, but they do it illegally.
He just had a second nudge there. She had to get off the ball. She was still on the ground, so an opportunity here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Can they get something going here? Williams makes the tackle. Loose ball to Ornella George, former basketball player. You can see the long legs working to full effect here. Baxter goes to make the tackle, and she does so. She had to make it. Briggs pops up with it. Niamh Briggs over the halfway line. Briggs, the star of the 15th game, stretching the legs inside the 22, and they will not catch Niamh Briggs. Her first try, and the crowd on the far side appreciate that one.
Oh, would have looked a long way for her too when she first picked up the ball. But Briggs been doing all the hard graft up front for his team, and in particular Alison Miller to get a lot of tries. Well, this occasion, you can see she just comes in the back of picture right there. Good read of where that ball's going to pop up. She cut off the supporting angles, and in the end, she gets a meat pie for it.
So Niamh Briggs on the score sheet. It was only a matter of time, wasn't it? And she's going to try to convert her own try. That one goes left and wide. So we stay on 34 points, and she's got to be happy with that. And interesting the amount of training that she's been doing with the 7 squad over the last while, because it's very different going from 15s to 7s, but clearly Anthony Eddy and the coaching staff feel she's up to it.
Oh, most definitely. You see there just after 7 minutes how tough it is on the lungs. He showed a clean pair of heels and a lot of fitness.
Well, Ornella George takes the restart. She started that break from Trinidad down this right-hand side, but turnover ball. Audrey O'Flynn is also off the bench there. Good work for her to break down, and Briggs, well, she was impeded illegally. So quick tap and go with a chance to move this ball. Gonna go right here, Cronin. Nice hands from Ireland. Flood on the outside, Murphy-Crowe. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe. She is the quickest player in the squad, and she only needs a sniff of space to score.
Well, Murphy-Crowe is going to get the rewards, but all the hard work done by Briggs on this near side of the field. She got the turnover, got up, got herself back in position, cleared the ball, took the quick tap, and in the end, this is the end result. Space on the outside.
Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe scored a good few tries already in the World Series this season, but obviously it's important that Ireland have all their top players fit over the next 2 days. Conversion attempt doesn't look too bad from here. It just goes to the right and wide. So 39 points it stays at, and Ireland again in complete control. Trinidad and Tobago, well, they were talking a pretty good fight before they came into this tournament. They've yet to throw a punch on anger, really.
And that's been the disappointing thing in this game so far. Still a long time to go as well.
Restart is not going to go 10.
And these are the little things that Anthony Eddy will be picking on in such a dominant game like this. The kickoffs, a couple of drop passes.
Again, very static in the midfield. The tackle goes in on Fiola Jack, and she's just shoved back about 5 metres there. Into active scrum half was Panther. She's one of the more experienced players in the squad, 6th year playing for her country. Little step off the outside by Nicole Cronin. Still there though. Murphy-Crowe active scrum half. Here is Briggs to Audrey O'Flynn. Audrey O'Flynn trying to find a gap in the midfield, and the former hockey international is going to touch down underneath the post. Audrey O'Flynn, she's only on the pitch a couple of minutes, but she already has a try to her name.
Well, mentally, Trinidad and Tobago have just been snapped in half. There was no willingness in defence. There was a big hole on the inside. Here's the turnover. Great work over the ball. They come through. Just more want. Murphy-Crowe, the try scorer, the one getting the turnover thus. Distribution here from Briggs, but look on the inside. They don't even want to chase anymore.
All too easy for Audrey O'Flynn, and 46-0 is an annihilation. No other way to describe this one. And we still have time left to go. Well, Samoa got to 57 points, in fact. I wonder, can Ireland equal that? Here's Briggs. They're looking for yet another try here. Pops up nicely for Cronin. She tries to go on the outside. The pass to Murphy-Crowe, and she's just got to canter in from there. Much too quick for the Trinidad and Tobago defence. She gets her second, and Ireland get to 51. I tell you, that 57 is within their grasp now.
Oh, most definitely is going to be, but the wingers for Ireland getting 6 tries in this game. Fortunately for Trinidad and Tobago, couldn't take that kick. The captain, Skeet, missing it. Last pass, and that's what's been so impressive. They kept their structure in this game. Have Ireland, Hugh well. Still time for a kickoff.
Kim Flood with the conversion attempt. Flag stays down, just didn't catch that one. So Ireland stay on 51, but it's over the half-century mark, and Trinidad and Tobago yet to score a single point. It's a tough group, you know, with Portugal to come and China as well. For Trinidad and Tobago, it certainly won't get any easier. And Audrey O'Flynn, did that go forward off her hand? It did. It'll be a scrum to the Scarlets here with less than 20 seconds left to play.
Well, perfect start for the home team, you'd have to say, in this group. They'll get a lot of confidence out of this one. There's been some good kickoffs in the second half. Here's a little touch from Audrey O'Flynn, the try scorer. Just got a little bit forward, but I'm sure they'll apply a lot of pressure. Watch the power go on from the right-hand side.
That's exactly what they do, KT. Good shout. And Ireland with one more chance to score here. No, that'll be that. Happy to kick it over the sideline, Stacey Flood. So the final whistle goes, and it was a one-sided show here in Ireland's first outing. Trinidad and Tobago didn't manage a single point, but as far as markers go, you have to say that was a pretty impressive from Anthony Eddy's side. Bigger fish to fry, you feel, for this Irish team, but 51 points to 0 in their first outing. So happy faces there at the UCD Bowl, and Ireland, of course, their training camp really only down the road from here. Lansdowne Road, only 5 minutes away, so they'll all be familiar enough with the surroundings, and a couple of the players went and studied in UCD. So let's have a look at the pool tables as things stand. Russia and Samoa, well, they launched themselves ahead there, 57 and 58 points respectively. That is the standard that Zimbabwe and Madagascar had tried to match, but it's those two and only those two teams you feel going through on the basis of what we've seen on the opening round of matches. Pool B looks like this. Spain, as you would expect, out in front with a very comfortable victory against Tunisia, 38 points to 0. And Mexico and Venezuela sharing the spoils in their match. Tunisia yet to get off the mark in terms of a victory, but plenty of time for them. But that will be another hotly contested pool. Mexico and Spain should be a cracker. Pool C, well, as you've just seen, Ireland firing ahead with 51 points to 0. Their victory against Trinidad and Tobago. They are level on points with China, 3 points each for their victory. China getting the better of Portugal. It might have something to say when they take on Ireland, because they perhaps feel that they left that one behind them. But Ireland and China, as things stand, ahead in the group stage. And Pool D looks like this. Kazakhstan with their victory against Argentina. Some might have said that was a surprise, but they were utterly dominant, Kazakhstan, 36 points to 5 against Argentina. And Hong Kong and the Cook Islands had to share the points at 12 points apiece.
Oh, this kid is something special. What a touch that is. Look at that, that's perfect.
Oh, and a beautiful ball. Scintillating stuff.
You want talent? Well, there it is. He is an absolute beast. He is too quick. That is a huge play. What a wonderful tackle.
This woman is on fire.
He is setting this world alight.
Oh, isn't that magnificent? This is just unbelievable.
Welcome to Pitchside, where we're joined by former England Sevens captain Sue Day. You've been watching all the action here today. Who's impressed you so far?
Well, so clearly the obvious candidates like Spain and Russia, they've really shown their class and their ability to pick up the pace. Ireland as well in that last game. Amy Murphy-Crowe and Alison Miller, that really does bring some pace to his side.
And away those three favourites, anyone else stood out?
So China, for me, looked like a really, really well-drilled side. No surprise, of course, with Ben Gollings as their coach, but they were moving the ball from side to side really well, and also in defence, pressing up really hard. So they'll give, I think, the favourites a real run for their money.
Now, Sue, there is a golden ticket to the Rio Olympic Games up for grabs here. Just how much does it mean for women's sevens that they're going to be going to the Olympics?
It's an incredible thing for our sport. It's amazing. It really puts our sport right up there on a pedestal, you know, with all those other Olympic sports. It's something that the players have been aiming for now for 6 or 7 years. An amazing opportunity to play on the biggest stage.
Thank you for braving it with us here down on Pitchside, because it has just started raining. We were expecting that to happen in Dublin eventually. And when it comes to the Olympic Games as such, especially with the format we've seen in the 15s World Cup, where all the girls go into camp, very similar to what we've got here at this tournament, they'll be well adjusted to it by the time they arrive.
Yeah, after the World Series tournaments and tournaments like this, players know what it feels like to have to get yourself up for a game, then relax, then get yourself up for another game, and you've got to be at your absolute best at the right moment on the right day in the right tournament at the Olympics. It's such a challenge, but what an amazing one for the players.
And at the moment, who are your favourites at the moment for that gold medal at Rio? Because as much as everyone was talking about it for New Zealand for so long, Australia, they came back, they took the series title.
Yeah, look, Australia are series champions, and when Australia get it right, they're really hard to live with. The combination of Alicia Quirk, Charlotte Caslick and Emily Cherry, those playmakers in the middle, they know how each other ticks so well. They've played so much rugby together that when they get it right, Australia very, very hard to live with, because they get the ball into the right places. And then add to that the finishing ability of Emma Tonagato, Elia Green, that they're a great team.
Sue Day, thank you for braving the rain with us here Pitchside. Plenty more rugby to come. Well, here we go then. We're getting ready. We've had a little break. There's been a little bit of rain that's fallen here in Dublin. Alongside me, we're waiting for the appearance of Argentina and the Cook Islands in Pool D. Carlton Anna, how is the rain going to affect conditions and what we're going to see now over the next maybe hour or so?
Yeah, I think it just shorten the field, Sarah, if anything, and make the game a lot more physical. The passes won't be able to go those long ones that we're used to in dry weather, but you know, physicality is part of the game of sevens, and I think that's just going to amp up a little bit in this conditions.
Well, the crowd's still enjoying themselves out on the far side. I think they're just coming down a little bit after that incredible Ireland match that we saw. And they're all huddling at the moment. And look at that. As much as there are teams going to Rio, there are referees going to Rio as well. And it means just as much to the referees to get this selection. It's a real nod of the progress that they've made.
Yeah, most definitely. And these girls, the majority of them are here over this weekend, and it really has taken a long time for these women to be able to build up and get a rapport with the teams, get a feel of the game, and really has these people on screen. The referees really do add to the product of the game of sevens.
Well, our next referee for the next match, Gabriel Lee, she is one of the names you can see there selected from Hong Kong who'll be making her way out in August. The sevens will be at the Diodora zone.
Amongst the shops, and the people have been brilliant and loved every moment.
And you might have just seen a little tease there on your screen that, of course, next year it is the Women's World Cup right here in Dublin. It will be shared with Belfast as well. But, of course, a lot of people don't realise is that it's a 3-year cycle for the 15s. That's really tough for teams to turn around. A 4-year cycle, you have time to blood in new players. But with the Olympics as well, it's a whole new dynamic in women's 15s rugby.
I reckon it's brilliant, though. This is one of the arenas that they are going to use next year. And I think the more women's rugby we have here on TV, the better, I think.
So this is what's happened so far today, and there we go, Pool A. Perhaps not convinced there that Russia right at the top there. Any surprises there? Convincing performance from Samoa?
Oh, both of those two teams, they'll obviously contest the 1 and 2 spots looking going forward, but Russia and Samoa really did get their first games and into this tournament pretty early.
We'll move into Pool B there, which is quite tight after that draw between Mexico and Venezuela. And Spain, though, right at the top there. Again, the favourites, and they look very calm, Spain, in their performance earlier.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that really stood out for mine. They were very dominant, but they kept their structure, and as you said, very composed the way they went about their business. But the second spot is the one that's up for grabs in Pool B, and I can't wait to say who's going to take that, Mexico or Venezuela.
Pool C then, and it was a crowd favourite as Ireland put 51 points there on Trinidad and Tobago. But speaking to Sue Day earlier as well, watching China, she was incredibly impressed.
Yeah, this Chinese team under the guise of Ben Gollings, you know, I think the way they were dispatched Portugal, who are no easy beats by any stretch of the imagination. So a lot to come going forward for Ireland.
And we'll take a very close look at this. This is Pool D, and this is one of the matches we'll have coming up next. Kazakhstan at the top there, they've got 3 points, but another draw we had there between Hong Kong and the Cook Islands, and Argentina just with that 1 point after their loss to Kazakhstan. And this is the pool that nobody really knows what's going to happen in it.
Well, there's the beauty of it. Kazakhstan looked very good against Argentina. I didn't expect that whatsoever. Hong Kong will be disappointed. I think they've missed an opportunity, but to the Cook Islands' credit, they gave themselves an opportunity. They're the number 4 seed in this Pool D, and they've got an opportunity to put themselves in the Cup final tomorrow.
And it's interesting, we've got the Cook Islands coming up next. They seem to have a squad that is made up of a lot of New Zealand players who predominantly play club rugby at 15s. And it's a very hard transition, isn't it, Carl? Understanding that the differences between 7s and 15s, how you have to change your mindset and your focus.
Totally, you know, and I think the fitness is also an underrated factor. That's what I think I've seen the most hardest for people to come across from 15 to 7s.
Well, they're the teams who we're hoping will appear shortly. A couple of sisters there in the Cook Islands side. The Griegs, a very proud family, no doubt, watching on today. And one of them also the captain. Argentina, their captain, Noella Billebeck. As the teams we do see start to appear finally. They've all had a little break. Everyone's played one match now. Everyone is refreshed and ready to go. And Argentina this time coming out in their more traditional kit. We saw them playing the black and red earlier. This is definitely an Argentina team.
I most definitely see them here on the blue and white to the right-hand side of the screen. Cook Islands on the left. But I like this game, and what I like about it the most is desperation. The Cook Islands know they have to win to get through. Argentina will be desperately wanting to improve on their first start performance, and both of them need a win. They're going to have any chance to try and go to Rio tomorrow.
Look at those smiling faces. How long are they going to be smiling for Argentina? We shall see. I have to say, the Cook Islands looking a little bit more serious at the moment. There's a job to be done here, and Argentina, they want to get a W in the pool. They lost earlier to Kazakhstan. They did get a try on the board. It was scored by Myra Aguilar. As they just wait calmly for the signal to get things underway. So they do now drop down onto the pitch. Argentina, who are of course looking to join Brazil and Colombia as the South American representatives at the Rio Olympic Games. Very well presented here actually by the South Americans. And it'll be interesting if they can really contend with these European powerhouses that we have, who seem to be dominating this tournament so far this morning. Last little huddle. What do you used to say in your little huddles, Carl, just before you used to get underway?
Well, I think just here it's just reaffirming what you spoke about in the changing sheds, and sometimes when you come against a big game, you've got to have a bit of a laugh. So I'm not going to actually tell a joke to try and put the boys at ease, to be honest. But I'm sure none of these girls will be doing that now.
The voice of Carl Tanana, who's here with us throughout the day, throughout the weekend here. And what a weekend it is. This is the Global Repechage, Dublin Sevens. And we're ready to go again. Argentina against the Cook Islands, and it will be Argentina that gets us underway as our referee from Hong Kong, Gabriel Lee, just checks everyone is ready to go. Game on. And it's Gonzalez who starts for Argentina, straight out of the park on the far side, but she's made her 10.
One person.
It's actually a good kickoff. This one, you see here, she switches around, uses the left foot, just was a little bit high. You can see it catches the Cook Islands off guard, and Nati couldn't get that.
Dropped very nicely, just inches inside of the try line, as the lofty presence there of Tapuna is left hanging in the air as she eventually comes down for the Cook Islands. And a powerful run coming in here. They need players on this near side, slightly running sideways here. Picked up again. Nati, she manages to feed down the line. Tapuna just having to watch the ball float past her. A little bit of tidying up having to be done by the captain, Grieg, there. She had to watch the ball almost sail in front of her. She's done very well there, and she's still going. Here goes Grieg. Is it going to be a captain who can fly away, but well hunted down by Argentina? Marina Anderson on the ground, but penalty, and straight away penalty for Argentina. Referee very clear.
Yeah, unfortunate for the Cook Islands. Yeah, they had all momentum. They sealed off the ball, though. You can't do that. You have to keep on your feet and retain your own body weight. It's a good defence in the end by Argentina.
No one's really stamped any kind of authority yet on this match. A minute and a half in. Anyone's game still. Our first Argentinian attack.
Tackle release!
Lots of bodies in there. Eventually Argentina backtrack and go and try and make a little bit of space. Is there a space there in the defence from the Cook Islands? Okay. And that's clear tough. Release. And Cook Islands going to have to be careful there.
Yeah, no clear release from the Cook Islands, and Argentina look to go quickly.
Nice little switch back inside there by Argentina. Still going is Nichols.
Green release!
She's desperately trying to get her body down on the ground so she can place it backwards. And again, I think the Cook Islands are going to have to be careful in the tackle in the ruck area. The referee is watching very closely as it goes out to the far side. Now going through is Billebeck. She manages to feed away. And it is Argentina who go in and land the first score of the match. That will give them huge confidence as it's a captain's try for Billebeck. And that'll just calm the Argentinian nerves.
Yes, the start that they needed, to be fair, and they're gone back to their traditional type of game, and that's going up the middle of the park, being more physical, playing in the short corridors. You see there, she just kicks out of that last tackle. Good build up to that one, though, for Argentina.
How hard is it to practice that specific technique of just kicking on, Carl?
Yeah, I think it's just something that sort of comes natural to these types of plays. You know, when they half break and you look to power out, as she did on that occasion. Leah Billebeck.
Well, it's another restart here for Argentina. No conversion. And you have to say, the Argentinians look quite composed out there at the moment. And the Cook Islands just rearranging themselves. They're expecting a deep kick here. And they have had to go and marshal that sideline. It's another great restart, you have to say, from Argentina. And Cook Islands having to deal with this now deep inside of their own territory. But oh, are they dealing with it well? Pushed out to the far side. Still waiting for the ball to emerge. It's not clean, and advantage again to Argentina. It's not going to come out cleanly or quickly, and you have to say, we haven't really seen any flow yet from either side.
Yeah, no rhythm whatsoever on attack from the Cook Islands, which is disappointing because in their first game in the second half, they started to find it and they were very effective. And I think this is a good move. She didn't start the game wide Arco Greg, but she does all the hard yards. She plays it sweeper. She's pretty staunch on her tackles.
Come back on.
And I think this is a good move straight off because you see here the Cook Islands doing the late cut. They should have shifted the ball a little bit earlier. They had an opportunity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Argentinians have been drawn into that area. They've got to get it to space.
And an early change here also for the Cook Islands. They've actually taken off Wairaku Grieg and brought on Margaret Nina. Keep an eye on that one as the ball... Again, it's just a little bit scrappy from either side, but that's just how much these women want this. They don't let anything go.
Yeah, well, I think where Cook Islands are effective when they use space, they know Argentina are going to keep it short. They're going to try and use the contact so Cook Islands can't get drawn into that type of game.
Cook Islands on the attack once again, trying to work their way out of their own half, and it's another good tackle right on the fringes of the area by Argentina. And every time the Cook Islands, they're trying to skin them on the outside. It often ends up in the hands of Benamina Kayatu, and she just can't get around the outside. There's a Nati there.
But I think this is the way they've got to play. They've got to play more than one phase, though. You can see here they get it out to the wing. She needs to set it up, which she tries to do. You've got Stevens here in the boot, but just loses it forward when going into contact. She's had better control when she goes down. They had the bridger there, they had the halfback there, then they attack the second phase.
Well, it's Kayatu on that wing who keeps on trying to go around the outside. So far, all she's met is a wall of Argentinian defence as the ball is just punted through the scrum there, and a big tackle goes in there. That was good stuff from Nati. The Argentinians happy to go straight forward each time. Strong running lines. They're happy to just try and suck in the Cook Islands defence and see if they can find space. Argentina do have a player down at the moment, but they're playing on for now. And the ball's been lost on the ground. Referee happy it's all backwards for now. Turnover, Cook Islands. What can they do? At the moment, they are playing with an extra player because Argentina are still one woman down. But Cook Islands, they just can't get out of their own half. Is this it? Is this the moment for the Cook Islands? They're off, they're flying, they're away. Still going at the moment. It's a clean pair of heels shown by Larissa Marino-Anderson. She's jogging her way underneath the posts, and we're going to be all level now. 5 points apiece, and look at that face. She is not going to dot that ball down until she really has to. There it is. Make them run, make them run. 5 points apiece.
Oh, a bit of individual brilliance by Larissa Marino-Anderson. Look at her here, goes through one, goes through two, and then she smokes the third. Billerbeck, the captain, she just gives up. You can't do that. You've got to keep her wide, and what it does, it makes it easy for the conversion. But that's better play, better attack from the Cook Islands, going to space, giving it to players like Larissa Marino-Anderson who can use their individual brilliance.
Now, that's an important conversion as well. These extras can mean a real difference by end of a match when it is this close. So it is now the Cook Islands that lead 7 points to 5. As we just watch Larissa Marino-Anderson just suck in a bit of air. Get all the oxygen you can get. The hoot is gone, but we've still got to restart. Oh, it was almost 10. I think that was a tactic of just jumping over the line. I promise it was their ref, it really was.
Well, Vane Greg, even though she landed over the 10-metre line, the ball has to pass that line.
Well, it's given a free kick to Argentina on the halfway, and we are still waiting for half-time, but there's still time to play at the moment. And that looks like that's a maul. I thought that was a maul that the referee was going to say was held up. She said, no, you must release her, must play on. Big tackle there from the Cook Islands as the ball goes down, and it's a penalty. And the referee's very hot here on the holding.
Yeah, well, there's an extra roll to try and buy yourself time there. You're not allowed to do that. You have to release it as soon as you touch the deck and give the defender an opportunity to attack that ball. The Cook Islands looking to the sideline, or do they back themselves and go for the try? Put it in the air, have a go. There we go.
They're off and away. They're listening to Carl Tamana. They know that there's still time. Until the referee blows that whistle, anything can happen in sevens. Do not take your eyes off it. The referee just said high tackle there. So that's a penalty coming for the Cook Islands. Big handoff there. Oh, see you later, sister. As it flies through there by Waiaka Greek. Still Cook Islands, they've got numbers on the far side. Can they get the ball out? Not quick enough. It's out on the far side. Is the gas there? Oh, we're going on a jog now from Nati. She was waiting for the defenders to come towards her. Nati goes in for more punishment. She gets it. This is one of the longest passages of play we have seen. The hooter went minutes ago, and these women are still going. They want more. We thought it was going to be the Cook Islands. Is it going to be Argentina? Oh, I'm not buying that dummy. Oh no. Oh no. And the referee is saying play on.
Take over the screen.
It has gone down to the ground.
Repechage. Is the tap down?
Argentina go forward through Iramia.
Net roll, penalty Repechage.
We heard neck roll there from the referee.
Net roll, ladies.
And that's a penalty for Argentina.
Yeah, you can't go anywhere near the head, unfortunately.
Still Argentina going forward.
Penalty number 8.
And another penalty coming here for Argentina. Incredible scenes, and we still haven't had the halftime whistle here.
Go back.
The ball is on the floor, waiting for Argentina. They need space. They need it quickly. It's going to come out to this far side. Can they get the ball to Billebeck? Is it quick enough? Is it clean enough? She's dancing around. She's spinning. She's handing off. Is there anything she can't do? The captain, will she go over? Yes, she will. She dots it down. What a try. That was incredible, and possibly one of the most incredible passages of play we have seen all day.
Well, ill discipline from the Cook Islands in the end costs them. Well, look at the captain go to work. Billebeck spins out of one, busts through two. They come again and steps out again. Oh, yeah, brilliant stuff. 1, 2, gets rid of a third and goes over in the fourth. Well done.
So Argentina will have the lead then here as we go into half-time. And I don't know if anyone's been counting quite how long we've been playing extra in just this first half. But these women have earned their money as it goes left-hand side of the upright. So it is Argentina who are just a nose ahead here against Argentina. Argentina who are ahead against the Cook Islands, 10 points to 7. And there's going to be some battered and bruised bodies out there.
There's going to be some tired ones as well after a long half, but Argentina are ahead 10-7 at the half.
Let's go and see what's going on in that Argentinian huddle.
El 2 y la pelota con la posesión, vamos a estar bien. Pásense la pelota, llegue el 2 temprano. Ellas no están viendo la pelota. Mientras nosotros no arriesguemos la pelota, no la revolvemos al piso, no la van a recuperar. Entonces mantengamos eso, el 2 rápido y pelota segura, 2 rápido y pelota segura. Abrimos la cancha en donde se entra el hueco, donde se ve el hueco nos metemos. Perfecto Mayra, perfecto Sofi.
Circulen la pelota, no vayamos al contacto, no vayamos al contacto. Circulemos la pelota, que no se agarren con la pelota en la mano. Estamos perfectos así. Tengamos la pelota nosotros, estamos bien en defensa también. ¿Podemos mantener esto un tiempo más?
Vamos,
Dale, dejemos todo y después nos...
¿Está bien, Mayrita? Dale.
Muy bien, Mayrita, bien. Mayrita, el ciego,
Well, here we go. They're ready to go again. There's a lot of passion going around that Argentinian side at the moment. A few hugs and cuddles as they just made their way back out onto the left-hand side of the field. They've got the edge here, but this is tough. This is a close call. And this is Pool D, remember. This is the tightest pool. No one has any idea who can really prevail in this one and finish on top. It will be Nati who restarts this. She's had a strong game so far for the Cook Islands.
She's been very integral, the ball player for the Cook Island teams. I would like to see them go long and turn Argentina around and make them run out from deep.
That's a big, deep kick from Nati. Good take, though, in the air by Aguila. Out on the far side, 50 meters roughly from the far side touch. Nice little offload there. Argentina working through the phases. Good distribution as it goes down the line. Looks like Billebeck is there waiting. She's already got 2 tries, the captain. Does she fancy another? Cook Islands have it. Referee hasn't blown the whistle. Everyone seems to have stopped in their tracks. And I tell you what, Grieg says, okay, let's play rugby. Let's go. Let's go all the way to the try line. She's still going, oh, stop just 2 meters short. And she's still trying to go. She's appealing to the referee.
Holding.
Oh, look at that face. The pain, the upset, the drama.
Now she's got to turn around and D up. She's been good though since she's come onto the field. White Arco Grieg, no doubt about that. Changed the shape, especially on defense from the Cook Islands.
Right, Argentina have got a long way to go. Padadero.
Release blue.
Down on the ground. No one's holding her though.
It's a maul.
Botelli has it. That was a clear instruction from the referee that it was a maul. This is hard work for Argentina. They need to find that way through. Nice, putting it through the phases. Being tracked down though. Henghina has it. She's trying to look for the spot. Eventually it does right. Henghina needs to go with her. All on her own, it's still Argentina. They've made it, they're still going, Montero underneath the post. She's enjoying her try, so she should. And they went all the way from one end of the pitch to the other.
Oh, and there's a lot of hands on hips from players of both teams. The winger, Montero, is the one who gets the score. But this is the point in the game. Both teams are out on their feet. It becomes mental. Who wants it the most? Who wants an opportunity to go to the cup round and try and get a chance to go to Rio? Well, at the moment, for me, it's Argentina. They're a bit tougher upstairs.
And it would be nice to see more of Montero because she is the fastest player out there for the Argentinians on the pitch. That is good.
Are you number 1?
So up to 17 points then for Argentina. Every point counts.
Well, this is the point of the game when I played. I really did love the sets, the good ones and the great ones, the ones that needed that mental toughness. So Argentina really have an opportunity here to seal this game from this kickoff.
Well, it looks like Argentina just getting ready for a few changes. You just saw a shot there on the sideline of Alcaraz. She's 40 years old and still playing strong. Great restart there from Argentina. Great stuff. And they've got the ball and they're trying to weave their way in and out of this Argentinian defense. Encouragement for them to go out on the far side. Billebeck looks like she might be a bit injured actually. That looked like a tricky tackle as well. Appeals to the referee and the penalty's gone up, but it's holding and it's a chance for the Cook Islands. They haven't had much rub of the green with the ref recently.
Yeah, but great defence. Now they have an opportunity. Stevens is the one that put the hit on to cause that turnover.
Cook Islands running out of time if they're going to get themselves back into this. Remember, they got a draw with Hong Kong in their first match. They need a win here, but again, the ball's been lost. Argentina back on the front foot. That'll teach me to say that as they drop the ball backwards. We live and we learn. You have to say the patience shown from Argentina in these situations. They do take their time. They wait for the opportunity and then they'll go for it. But that time, lost forward.
Yeah, I'm glad they got their call because there was a knock on.
Number 4.
She said went backwards. You must have got a call from the assistant referee. And well, the Cook Islands, they definitely need some changes here because there are some girls out on their feet.
Well, do keep an eye there. Number 2, Leticia Alcaraz, 40 years old, still going strong.
That is amazing. That's brilliant work to be able to play at top level rugby sevens at that age. I can hardly get out of bed
Crouch.
without having an anti-inflam.
Sack.
I can't tell you how many people are giggling behind us in the commentary box as Carl says that. Ball comes away. Important times here. 2 minutes on the clock, and the Cook Islands, is this their opportunity? They're flying. Oh, she's off. She's away. She can actually get the ball back inside, but they're stuck out on their own at the moment. Irima is there. She had support in there by Nati, but couldn't quite get it back and away. And Argentina again come away with the ball. every time you think that the Cook Islands are nearly home and hosed, somehow an Argentina player just gets there and stops them dead in their tracks. It's a throw to nothing there for Argentina, but I tell you what, don't discount them. They might be able to turn this into something. Modelo there having to do all of the work. Big appeals there. In the end, it's a hack through. I'm not quite sure that was part of the game plan. It's almost as if no one wants the ball at the moment. So now it's back in Argentinian hands. It's like a hot potato at the moment. Catch it and you can have it. A little trip there by Heng Hina. She does get the ball back and away, and you do feel that both these sides are tiring at the moment as it goes to the far side. Here we go. Alcaraz on the far side, and she is what we call well wrapped up like a birthday present.
No advantage,
ball
high tackle.
It's going to go back into the hands of Argentina, but we do have an Argentina player down at the moment. So there are going to be a few changes here.
Yeah, well, she's been willing and physical. Look at her, she takes the ball up, and Vane Gregg, the captain for the Cook Islands, says kia ora. What's wrong with that? Nothing wrong with that.
When you're teaching young players about how to take the ball into contact, do you tell them their body position perhaps a bit lower?
My first sort of advice to say, don't run straight into the biggest person on the field. Use a bit of footwork. That'll
Strong
learn you.
advice.
If they don't take it, that's what happens. You get smashed.
Very strong. It's a great kick down the far side there by Alcaraz. Very nice. She's made good distance there.
I think the fitness levels from this Argentinian team are really starting to show out now, and the want as well. They really knew that they were desperate to get this win and getting them back in contention, and I think that's what set them over and above in this game of the Cook Islands.
It's no surprise that Alcaraz took that kick, actually. She'd played a bit of football in Argentina, and she's converted from a footballer or a soccer player to rugby union. So she's a handy little player.
It's great to see these athletes cross over to the game of rugby sevens from a lot of sports. You know, it's great to see.
Ball comes in. Argentina then, can they finish on a flourish? Ball comes out and away. The clock has gone. This will be Argentina's match. But have they got a little something left in the tank? Farsi has it. But now the Cook Islands have it. Can they close down the gap? Can they close the scoreline? Do something with it. Nichols gets it back and away. She's got support outside her, but throws a ball to no one. It just does stay in. And we're off. Right, the Cook Islands with an opportunity to close this down. Still going, still flying. It's Stevens who does touch it down. She gets her day. It's not going to be enough for them to bring them back into this. It's Vanya Gregg, one of the sisters, who actually touches it down.
Well, here's the defence from the Cook Islands, the tap down by Marino Anderson. They get it out to the captain. She had no right to score this. She had limited space. A couple of lazy tackles from Argentina. They'll have the final say in this game, but unfortunately for them, not enough.
Well, no conversion then, but there you go. All over then. So it was the Argentina who managed to prevail over the Cook Islands, and Argentina get their first win.
Final score, Argentina 17, Cook Islands 12.
So there's the next team up, and this is going to be very, very interesting clash, because Hong Kong, with that draw in the first game, know they have to get the win, and this probably is the strongest team in Pool D. It's Kazakhstan. So a big, big challenge for Anna Richards' side. We hope you're enjoying coverage here from UCD, University College Dublin. Join in the conversation, if you will. Hashtag Dublin Sevens or hashtag Rio 2016. Join in and have your say. Amy Perrott, the lady on the whistle for this one. at World Rugby Sevens, the handle for the Twitter sphere. Hong Kong will be a little frustrated, I suspect, Sue, from that first draw. All to do in this game.
I think that's absolutely right. They had their chances in that first game, didn't they, that they could have taken. It leaves them with it all to do now against Kazakhstan. Top seeds, or certainly favourites against Hong Kong, but both teams in with a chance here, that's for sure. And Hong Kong, strings being pulled by Anna Richards. There's nobody better than her to know how to win a rugby match in women's rugby.
Anna Yakovleva, the Kazakhstan captain, ready and waiting as Aggie Poon gets play underway. A big 14 minutes in Pool D ahead of us. Kazakhstan, who opened so well and so powerfully in that first game, 36-5, beating Argentina. And they're opening in similar vein now, as down the wing goes Terjayeva, and she's going to go in for the first try. They scored early against Argentina. They've scored early against Hong Kong. It is the perfect start from the Kazakhstanis.
Yeah, they certainly know how to start matches well, Kazakhstan, don't they? Terjayeva this time, it's just a little bit of inexperience from Amélie Sur on the wing for Hong Kong. She just pulls in off the tackle, leaves the player on the outside, leaves Terjayeva lurking out there, and Terjayeva does not need that much space. Brilliant finish from her.
Well, it was Hong Kong who finished above Kazakhstan in their Sevens event earlier on this year, finished fourth. Kazakhstan ended up sixth. Anna Richards will know that her team, though, really got to up the ante, both with the ball and without it.
That's right. There is a lot of power, size in this Kazakhstan team, so Hong Kong need to be moving the ball back and forth across the pitch, keeping Kazakhstan moving. They need to get the skill sets right and be really accurate.
Yeah, Kazakhstan renowned for their power. Hong Kong unable to work their way up that flank. The rain seems to have abated for a while, until Sue Day has her next interview, no doubt. Hong Kong.
Crouch. Bind. Sit.
So put in for Kazakhstan.
1 inch offside.
There's Yakovleva taking that outside arc. The feed back inside goes to Kushibayeva. Quick ball there. Well, yeah, just looked lateral at best, I thought.
That's kind. Lateral at best, yeah. Slightly forward pass from Yakovleva to Baktibayeva. It was a great line she ran, wasn't it? Popped the ball up, but just got ahead of the pass. Kazakhstan are really doing well, is taking the game to Hong Kong, getting over the gain line and making the offloads. Hong Kong at the moment soaking up loads of pressure, not being able to get on the front foot in defence and push Kazakhstan back.
Lindsay Varty with the put in. Problem there for Hong Kong, being forced to shuttle back to their own line, giving away the penalty. Kazakhstan will tap and go from here. And they're there. It was inevitable, wasn't it? When that opportunity was set up for Klishnikova, it was so easy for them to finish off. And Hong Kong shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah, it's clear there, isn't it? She's had to go back to clear the ball up because of the scrappy play from her teammates, but then Kazakhstan all over the ball. She's got to let go, doesn't let go. It's a penalty. Kazakhstan all over Hong Kong here, and Hong Kong need to get the skill set right, need to get the accuracy right to get back into this game.
You know Anna Richards very well. How is she going to react when she sees her charges failing to deliver what no doubt she's spent many an hour trying to set up?
She's pretty calm, but it's frustrating as a coach. You prepare your team, you help them to understand what needs to be done and where it needs to be done on the pitch, and you're so helpless on the sidelines. Can't do anything about it. Hong Kong just gave away that field position, gave away that opportunity to Kazakhstan, who made the most of it.
And when you've been as great a player as she has, it's always difficult when perhaps the players you're coaching don't have those same innate skills.
Yeah, I mean, it's asking a lot of any team to match Anna Richards. She is probably the best player that has graced a rugby pitch in women's rugby. What she won 4 World Cups at fly half, the skill set that she has, phenomenal player, so a lot for her team to live up to.
Oh, the knock forward from Natasha Olsen-Thorne. Difficult ball to take. She made good headway, the 23-year-old. Almost got there, but just, I think, the sight of the opposition coming straight into her as Numatova stepped up. Just distracting. So it is put in for Kazakhstan. Attacking opportunity. They're hanging deep to this right-hand side. Again, that lobbed pass to Stepanuga, hat-trick hero of that first game against Argentina. Good defence this time from Hong Kong. Akipoon takes things quickly. They move it out to Christy Cheng, the captain. Cutting back into the heavy traffic though, and wrapped up by Yakovleva. Turnover is there. Execution is there. One on and it's in. Oh, can't get the ball clear. Good work from Poon. She really struggled hard to make sure that ball wasn't going to come out cleanly and perhaps saved a try.
Yeah, it really was good work. Akipoon has put in a huge shift back there. Her team not making it easy for her, leaving overlaps, making the ball scrappy, but there she made the decision, came in off the wing, put the hit in, saved what was an almost certain try, and then puts a big boot to the ball to get the clearance in.
Yes, Akipoon developing into a very important character within this Hong Kong lineup. Hong Kong trying to move it into midfield, but again the passing not quite accurate, the alignment not quite what they needed, and the opportunity has gone.
Yeah, when you're pushing to get back into a game, it can be easy to just get a bit overexcited. Candy Cheng there just got in front of the play. She needed to hold her depth and roll into it. She got there too quickly, so it wasn't really the fault of the pass, more of the fact that the player taking the pass got ahead of herself.
Into the final minute of this first half, and Kazakhstan, those 2 tries to the good. Maintaining this 100% record so far on day 1 of the World Rugby Global Repechage in the Dublin Sevens. Almost one against the head there. They get the penalty anyway, Hong Kong. And they tap and go. Lindsay Varty sparking the attack. Akipoon gets the ball outside to Orson Thorne, try scorer in that first game against the Cook Islands. Working their way up into the Kazakhstan half for the best, well, probably for the first time, I think, in the match. I can't remember an attack that they've had. Opportunity out wide for Candy Cheng. Cuts back in, gets the support from Nam Kaman, and she goes outside her defender, and Hong Kong are on the board before the break.
The perfect time to score for Hong Kong. I thought they'd messed it up with that loose pass. There goes Akipoon. It's a loose pass, but good enough to get to Candy Cheng, who then cuts in, holds the defence up, gets the ball out to Nam. Perfect time, the perfect time to strike for Hong Kong.
Well, it was the release of the ball that allowed the move to maintain, much as it wasn't the momentum they were looking for. It kept the opportunity alive. No, Akipoon can't find the target there, so they get themselves on the board, Hong Kong. It is Kazakhstan in the lead. Be interesting to hear what Anna Richards and John Phelan are going to say to their charges now. There's Anna Richards with her back to us and the visor on.
at us. Remember, put a stand up in the counter point. Okay, you've pegged one back. They're on the back foot now. They've given all they can give. Now it's your turn.
Yeah.
All right? Start stepping up. Yeah. Start being counted. Get out there. Get some depth. Run onto it. When we've got depth, we look good. We need our sealer there sooner. Okay? Don't stand there and watch the person go into contact. Get there. Okay? You've got to work hard. We've got 7 minutes to come back. We have to win this game.
Yes.
Ladies, that breakdown, the first 3 minutes, they're going to throw everything they've got at us, okay? It's going to be a shit fight.
Okay.
We've got to make sure we look after that ball now, contain it, then we can play. Okay, look after that ball first, and then we can play.
Girls, don't stand off them when they run. Get in their faces. You must make your tackles. Know who you've got. Nominate, get in their faces. Let's go.
The tired girls, come on. Run around them.
You're stuck now. It's our turn. Come on.
So as you can hear, Anna Richards demanding that a team go full frontal with Kazakhstan in this second half, really get some aggression into their game.
Yeah, we watched in the first half, Kazakhstan always being the team to get over the gain line, the ones who are taking the ball at pace, knocking the Hong Kong defence backwards. Anna Richards is saying, no way, that's not good enough. We've got to get up in their faces and knock them backwards.
It's going to be Kunduzai Bakchibayeva for the restart. No rush from the Kazakhstan camp. Ball sets off the kneecaps of Christy Cheng then, but a hand intervening too to force the knock on.
And there have just been a few too many little errors from Hong Kong that have put them under pressure. That was borderline, wasn't it? You need to stop those with your feet, then pick them up.
Plenty of girls with plenty of footballing skills. Not utilised on that occasion, so Kazakhstan mount yet another attack as Yakovleva comes round on the loop but can't pick up the layoff, and it's going to give possession back to Hong Kong. Christy Cheng staying strong in the tackle. Poon looks at that short side again. There's the Namkaman. Kazakhstan squeezing their opposition back into their own 22. Now have they found the release valve? It's Natasha Olsen-Thorne. Up to the 10-metre line she goes. Just weighing up the options. Lindsay Varty not throwing the ball away. Well, holding on for too long. And here come the power players from Kazakhstan. Alessia Teryeva gets the ball back inside, and Nurmatova is going to trot her way over for a very important score in the momentum of this game early in the second half.
That's a really, really good point. Momentum-wise, Hong Kong had a little bit of possession, putting a little bit of pressure on, but Kazakhstan turn it over, and they're the ones who get the points on the board. Hong Kong team will be looking at that scoreboard and thinking, oh, it's one more score we've got to get. Kazakhstan just pulling away.
Yes, still just under 5 minutes left of this game, and plenty of time for Hong Kong to work their way back in, but they cannot allow those almost unforced errors for Kazakhstan to work their way back in, because they will make the most of those opportunities. We've seen it already in the game and a half that they've played.
And Kazakhstan are really good at turning turnover ball into points. They don't overcomplicate it. As soon as the ball's turned over, they take it forward, get their really fast, powerful runners going. They're really, really good at that, reacting to the moment and turning defence into attack.
Well, certainly it's been the perfect start from John Phelan's side. Their Irish coach wanted them to switch on from the word go. He's pretty much found that, certainly in the first game against Argentina, and in the majority of this game. Hong Kong trying to work their way out of their 22. support players come round, but Lindsay Varty is wrapped up. Stephanie Cavalier comes to the rescue, and the release is there from Candy Chang. Now she puts her foot to the floor. She's going to be lassoed by Stepanuga. Ball still there for Hong Kong. Can they make something of this? Olsen Thorne. Outside one. Oh, Yakovleva coming back for a second bite. Taking her down. Ball there for Hong Kong, though. They've got to try and stretch this white line now. Candy Cheng goes and finds the gap and finds the try line, and that is a very important score for Hong Kong.
Really important score for Hong Kong. Candy Cheng, brilliantly worked by Hong Kong. There was some awesome cover defence from Kazakhstan, first of all, to chase her down the first time. She's away, but the cover tackle comes in, boom, from behind. But they keep it going. Finally scored the try, but importantly, Kazakhstan have got all of their conversions. They've got the extra points every time. Hong Kong didn't from their first try, so Hong Kong, even with this, are still a couple of scores behind.
But good composure from Hong Kong on that occasion. She just bided her time, kept the move going, waited for the gaps to appear, and when they did, she went through them and got that 5-pointer or a 7-pointer now, which means it is that 9-point differential. Not long to go, though. This restart could be very, very important. Cindy Yuan with the chip that is taken by the Kazakhstani forwards. 90 seconds to go. Hong Kong needing 2 scores. Again, the ball whisked out, but there's the turnover that Hong Kong were after.
That's a big one, isn't it? That's a big error. Kazakhstan just needed to keep possession, really, to close this game out. As it is, a simple knock-on hands the ball back to Hong Kong.
Well, Stepanuga couldn't drop anything in that first game. That's why she ended up with a hat-trick. But just her handling skills letting her down on that occasion. 75 seconds left, but of course that will feel like a lifetime in the game of sevens if they can score from this opportunity. Chonkayan challenging down the right flank, but the penalty is given away, and I think the game goes with it now.
Yeah, she never released the ball in that situation. You have to release the ball on the floor. She kept hold of it the whole time. And Kazakhstan are competing for it, so that just hands the ball back. There she is, the most experienced player on the team, Yakovleva. She has played a huge part in this performance for Kazakhstan.
Bektabayeva ready for what they will be hoping is the last play of this match. She takes it. Didn't look particularly straight from the line. There's a Hong Kong player down right now, Nam Kaman, stricken out in front of us, but Kazakhstan are going to play and play on. Klishnikova waits for the support, goes in for the clear out, and then retakes possession. Oh, Nurmatova ran into a brick wall there and had to ship possession. There's a choke tackle from Yakovleva. I think the knock-on, though, is going to be the last play, and Kazakhstan have held on to that unbeaten record. 100% it is. 36-5 in the first game, 21-12 in the second. They dominate Pool D.
Well, the second outing for Mexico and Tunisia. Both teams still searching for their first win today. Mexico, of course, drew 5-5 against Venezuela in their first game, while Tunisia were well beaten by the pool favourite Spain. So a quick look at the starting teams, and you might notice even that Tunisia lost Mariam Mekni during that first game. She is unable to continue, had to come off with a knock to the head, so only 4 subs on the bench for Tunisia. Will that have an effect? Well, we'll wait and see. Referee for this one, Jessica Baird from New Zealand. Plenty of experience on the World Series this year, so both teams in safe hands. Well, Mexico won't want to be reminded of the World Series qualifier here in Dublin last year. They failed to score a single point all weekend and conceded over 200. So they've already bettered that performance with the draw and a try in their first game. Can they kick on and grab a victory against Tunisia? Time will tell. Carlton Anna is beside me, and you know, Tunisia, they'll have aspirations of qualifying for the knockout phases tomorrow, but they certainly want to pick their pieces up after what was a disappointing loss to Spain in the opening game.
Yeah, well, they didn't really fire a shot. That's the thing for them. And that effort against Spain, Tunisia, they do have a couple of players who are pretty handy, but this Mexican team, I was very impressed with their physicality against Venezuela, and I think that's the thing that's going to really be a real feature in this game for mine. I think their physical makeup is probably a little bit bigger than the Tunisians, so I'm sure that will be in their minds and part of their game plan in this one.
Well, Tunisia dominated North Africa for many years in the Sevens game, but perhaps they're not the force they once were. They have had a few training camps in the run-up to this tournament in Spain to prepare, so they'll be hopeful of finishing at least behind Spain in second place in the pool. But in order to do that, they have to hit their straps in this game, and they will be expecting to beat Mexico.
I think an important facet for Tunisia is that they need a good start, a positive start, and hopefully the first points in this game, and that'll get some self-belief. I think that's what was lacking in that first game against a pretty rampant Spanish team. They got caught on the back foot, and it was just too hard to pull back.
Well, they got some strong runners, the likes of Othmani, the captain, Garbi as well, wearing number 1, Suisi. The Mexicans, though, as you said, they are big units, and they like the physical stuff. It's an area that they've worked on as well. Let's hope it's not to the detriment of the speed, but this is what you have to look forward to over the afternoon. Spain against Venezuela next up. Spain firm favourites to continue their winning streak. Samoa, how good were they? 57 points in their opening game. They take on Madagascar. The Russians, favourites to win this tournament outright, take on a Zimbabwe team that were destroyed by Ireland. And then China, well, they look to continue that winning run against Trinidad and Tobago, who didn't score a single try against the Irish. One thing for the Sevens, I suppose you'd hope to see, KT, over the next year or two is just that the gap bridges between the strong teams and the sides that are still developing, if you like.
Well, that's the aim, I think, and the more of these teams such as Tunisia play games, get a type of competition under their belts. I know I've seen it on the men's circuit where it really has become such an even playing field for all these sides, and realistically, when you go to a tournament, 8 teams or 9 teams can really threaten and win titles.
Well, as you know, I mean, there's no substitute for competition and practice matches against opposition. You can train all you like, but if you don't get out there and do it, it's no good.
Yeah, that's the thing. You like to be good at sevens, you have to be playing sevens and playing it consistently at a high level, and I think that's as you said, the goal of these teams that are on show now. And you can see it, I've seen it over the past 12 to 18 months in the women's game. The level that it has gone to from where it first started is mountains above.
So a round of applause for the injured player leaving the field, and hopefully it's not too serious as we prepare to get game 11 in the World Rugby Global Repechage here in UCD in Dublin underway. Pool P match, Mexico and Tunisia looking to get their campaigns back on track with victory. And it'll be Mexico to start us off, Claudia Rendon. And that's gone straight out on the full. I suppose hanging around doesn't help matters, but that wasn't a good kick.
Well, this is the start that Tunisia needed, though, for me, Hugh. They're very deep from this tap kick where Suisi will take it.
Suisi options both sides now. All the strong runners lining up to her left, and Oprah surprised that she goes there. I mean, a danger of crossing there, but Fadwa Najee just couldn't hold on to it. And Jess Baird blows the whistle, and a scrum to Mexico. It's a disjointed start. I think the delay in getting things underway, you've got the tension, you've got the nerves, it hasn't helped either team.
Yeah, that's just a mental part of it. You know, the teams now have had a little bit of a break. They have to reset and get into this game. Unfortunately for Tunisia, it was the right play. They had it all set up with a physical mismatch with Najed on the edge. Unfortunately, couldn't take that pass.
Suisi trying to put pressure on her opposite number there, and Rosales just gets that ball away. Look at the tackle being lined up by Ziri, but she can't quite get her target. And ball still there for Mexico and Rosales to get it back underway. This is Arcadia. Little slip from the Mexican number 5, Renden. Look at the blitz defence up so quickly. The Tunisians in on top of that. Ziri doing good work at the breakdown, but referee Jess Beard says it was illegal. And a chance for the Mexicans to get on with this one. A quick tap and go from Rosales over that 10-metre line. Brought to ground and all lining up on the left-hand side. But look at the counter ruck from Tunisia. Have they managed to steal that ball? They've got the penalty.
Oh, great work at the breakdown. It was Armeni Garbi, the big number 1 for Tunisia, and they go quick.
Suisi to the biggest player on the pitch for Tunisia. McKenny. Garbi can't hold it first time, and it's a shoulder-to-shoulder meeting of the two big number 1s on either team.
Oh, amazing hairstyle too. That's what I'm liking here, you. There's a few of them on show today.
I tell you what, you were getting some serious ideas for that coif, buddy.
I'm getting pushed further and further down the list, to be fair.
I want to see a different style from you tomorrow, or I'll be disappointed.
I can't afford that.
Scrum just inside the halfway line and in control. Well, from Rosales, couldn't quite get her hand on it, but she was under pressure, and illegal pressure, because she didn't have the ball. And Jess Baird says the Tunisians were guilty of infringing there. Taken up the middle by Rivera, the captain, scored the try against Venezuela, the only try that Mexico managed in that 5-all draw. Another penalty, tackler not releasing. Again, the handling has just been poor from both teams so far. That was a textbook tackle on Arcadia. And the ball at the back there. Tunisia break down that blind side. Chance to pop back inside. Lovely hands, Dardouri. Dardouri trying to shrug off the tackle of Rosales. And it's going to be a try. Well, Tunisia first to settle into this game. And Suisi, you can see he takes the pass on the inside.
Yeah, nice support play, but all the hard work was done at the breakdown. They sent 4 players in to Tunisia. What a start for the woman in white. Look at here, the nice handoff, the quick speed and the put down. Suisi. How good.
Conversion attempt is well short of the target from Jiri, so it's Tunisia who strike first in what has been a scrappy game so far. Mistakes from both teams, but they've got plenty of time left on the clock.
Well, I think the Tunisians won't mind this type of game. They want to keep it close. They want to fight for everything. They want Mexico to use their one-up runners and have opportunities for turnovers at the breakdown.
Mexico now over the 10-metre line, trying to break the tackle. Oh, just couldn't hang on to it. It's gone forward. And again, it's another handling mistake. And this time Tunisia will get the scrum just over that halfway line.
Tunisia 5, Mexico 0.
Play continues. Little dummy switch from Latif from Tunisia. It's gone forward. Played advantage. And hands from Dardouri on that right-hand side, pumping the legs. Mexican defense so far holds firm. Have they managed to steal possession? Get the penalty. Less than 2 minutes to go. Hands, illegal hands, is Jess Baird, so chance now for Mexico to attack.
Yeah, Michelle Farrell, the one for Mexico getting that turnover, went straight in, realised the rules and got that turnover.
A little switch on the outside. Tunisia having to defend. Hands back in from Landeros. It's gone forward. And again, I mean, look, we can't big this up into anything that it's not. It's been a poor standard of sevens rugby.
Well, I just think Mexico are using these one-out runners, and it's suiting the Tunisian defence at the moment. They fake to go on the outside, pretty non-committal. And then here, they should have given it out. They had a chance to release to the space, but she was just monstered by Fadwa Najet for Tunisia. Got the turnover. I like what I'm seeing from Tunisia, though. I think this is the game that they want. They're keeping it close, and if they can score now, well, I think they'll be tough to pull back.
So we see the try scorer to feed. Again, pressure from Tunisia in the scrum. Out as far as Latiev. And this is Ziri. Well, the ball goes over the head of Najet, and it's an awkward one for her to deal with. It's another handling error.
Yeah, Ziri there, who left to right, probably not as good, so the winger has to come in closer. Najet, see there, just releases it a little bit late, and that's the reason why it goes behind. That's the second time that Fadwa Najet has had opportunity and space on the outside. She's quite big as well, the winger for Tunisia. She just needs to get a little bit closer to this lady here to give herself an opportunity.
Approaching the end of the first half, just a one try to show for the effort, and Tunisia who lead. Again, Mexico come through. Where does that ball go forward? No, play on, says Jess Baird, and a chance to go wide here. Ziri, top pass to Najet, looking to keep that ball alive. Back to Ziri, and advantage being played to Tunisia. They get a penalty. Offside against the Mexicans. Quick tap and go from Suisi. Suisi to Latiev. Oh, lovely break and a run. Tackle comes in from behind from Arcadia. But Tunisia break, and they're going to score their second. Well, finished off in style by Doduri. And she had the pace to get her first try of the weekend. And it's 10 points to nil, Tunisia lead.
Look at this good work from the number 3. Maria Mekni, sorry, from Tunisia. A lot of skill involved in that one. She used the dummy to go through the hole. The offload as well to a flying Amal Doduri. And the second try for Tunisia.
Conversion goes straight between the posts, so 5 points becomes 12, and Tunisia had the better of what was a very average first half of sevens rugby, but they won't care. They are on the lead by 12 points to nil.
Vamos a tenerles por afuera, pero tenemos que moverles 2 veces, ¿okay? Para allá y de regreso, tenemos que decir. Entonces tenemos que estar más profundos porque están subiendo rápido, ¿okay? Si están subiendo rápido, no buscamos el paz tan abierto, buscamos cortar hacia adentro, ¿okay? O regresamos al lado desde donde vino el balón, ¿okay? Entonces ellos que están a este lado tienen que regresar rápido, ¿okay? Entonces podemos hacer una cruz en media cancha y regresamos el balón desde donde vino. Pero tenemos que estar más agresivos. Tenemos que ponerles en el piso. Quitamos ahí este error. El árbitro no está viendo nada. ¿Okay? Entonces, vamos otra vez. Vamos con nuestro juego, con control. ¿Okay? El mismo equipo va a empezar.
¡Venga, chicos! ¡Venga!
No es nada, niñas. No es nada. Vamos por su
¡Dale! ¡México! ¡Vamos, dale!
Well, Mexico have got a distinct style of play, and it's based around one-up runners. But at the moment, their support players just a step too slow, and Tunisia are affecting a couple of nice turnovers at the breakdown, as we see another good hairdo. I'm pretty impressed with these hairdos, though.
I'll tell you what, maybe the rugby could match the hairdos. We'd all be laughing.
I reckon our colleague Sue Day could whip out one of those for day 2.
I would like to see that. I would pay good money to see Sue Day with one of those. Tunisia restart. Again, we're not going to make 10 metres, so it's another unforced error. Advantage being played to Mexico. And struggling to get that ball on the ground and get it to the deck. It's been ripped clear. We'll go back for the scrum. Knock on, says Jess Baird, so Mexico get the put in.
Here's the kick-off here from Tunisia. Here's the knock on, so advantage to Mexico. They try to play rugby, but You see the hard work again from Mekni, stopping that ball coming out.
Messy scrum, will reset again. Tough one for Daniela Rosales to deal with. Rosales, Tunisia, look at that, the power in the front row there to win that one against the head. Latiev tries to release runners on the outside. Ziri, any room to go there? None, and the Mexican defence gets up well, considering they weren't expecting to have to defend, but then they concede a penalty. Suisi, first try score for Tunisia, gets things back underway. To the second, Dardouri. Any room there for Mekni, the big number 3. Plenty of power, and they've options really all on the left-hand side. Suisi once more. Tried a little switch there, but Ziri still going, running across the pitch though. She has to be stopped. Ziri trying to get little show and go. Still on her feet. Mexican defence just falling off tackles. And a chance to break up the middle. Garby. Back to Suisi. Trying to go through. Tackle from Farah. And a whistle goes. Tunisia wastes no time. Mekni now trying to use the power to get through. They won't stop her. She's just too strong. And the Tunisian number 3 touches down for their 3rd try.
Well, she's been the best player in this game for Tunisia. Maria Mekni. She has just been bossing the Mexicans, especially up front. Watch her here. I like her direct play, which just goes north to south, straight down the middle of the park. The Mexicans, well, they want nothing to do with it.
Conversion off the upright, so no joy with the extra 2. 17 points to 0. And off she comes, Mekni. Islam Abdallah comes in her place, and Tunisia comfortable enough at the moment. Mexico still to score. Mexico gather the restart. Good hands and well watched by Perla Leiva there from Mexico. Can they get something to make a game of this? Because at the moment they're running out of time and they're 3 tries behind. Penalty Mexico, not rolling away. Nice hands again from Rendon. Better from Mexico this time. But Rivera, the captain, nice, keeps it alive. Chance here for the corner. Fernandez into touch. Good cover tackle.
Great sweeping tackle there. Last defence of Meda. Letaif is the one.
Tunisia trying to counter from well inside their own 22. Little switch, nice play from their number 1, Ameni Garbi. And look at that, stretches the legs. Over the halfway line she goes. They're not going to catch her. Garbi's going to score. And from Mexican attack to Tunisian try with 3 minutes left, that should be the game winner.
Did she hold this up though? This might be a great chase from Mexico. Yes, she has. Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Well, she was smiling as she was running down the field, Garbi, and she's just blown it. I don't know if they'll have enough time, Mexico, to win this one. She looks like a broken woman.
Well, there you go. There's a lesson in this one. Never give up. Look at the cover tackle that came in from Sandoval. Got to get the ball down. She got in underneath. There you see it. Couldn't get the ball grounded. And the scrum, 5 meters short.
Well, finally, Tunisia were able to give Ameni Garbi, that girl, some space, and she showed a clean pair of heels. Very quick for a big lady, but geez, just the end, probably not so flash.
Pressure on again. Picked up the back from Ziri. Pass wasn't great to Najee, but she did make the most of it. Najee to keep that ball alive, back inside. Latiev for the line, she's going to score. Well, that was no doubt about it. Try for Tunisia. And Latiev, with just over 90 seconds to go, make sure of the win.
Oh, what a nice pass, though, from Najia. You watch. Latayev was the one who went back and got that ball, but the number 12, Jaws in defence, a little netball pass across. And Amir Latayev got off the ground, got in support, and got the rewards. This is a good win for Tunisia.
Well, they needed it, didn't they, after the opening defeat to Spain, and it was a messy first half. Mexico doing their best to disrupt as often as possible. Conversion nowhere near the target, so 22 points to nil. The result now not in doubt. It's too far for Mexico to come back with the time they have left, but this is exactly what Tunisia would have wanted.
You've got to admire the fight back, as you said, after being dusted up by Spain in that first game, to be able to come out, score 22 points and keep Mexico to nil, I think it's quite impressive.
Mexico have made a substitute, so Martha Santiago has come in, number 8. Might as well bring the fresh legs on and see if they can make a difference, even with under a minute left to go. She's a big unit, I can tell you, Santiago. This is Michelle Farah, takes the restart, struggling to get to ground though. She's been held up, and held up well by Tunisia. Well, you can see Garby in there in the thick of things, trying to just make sure that she cannot get to ground. Now the ball eventually does, but where is it? Has it come back on the Mexican side? Pick and go through the middle. Farah again gets the offload away. Fernandez in support, and they keep that ball alive. Penalty. Deliberate knockdown from one of the Tunisian players. Didn't quite see who it was, but Mexico get the penalty, and Fernandez looking to use this one. Right they go. Rosales to the substitute Santiago. She gets it on. Rendon keeps it alive, and then Tunisia into steal. Jiri again, who's been everywhere. One of the few players for Tunisia to really put in a shift now in the second half. Queuing up on the outside. Here is Garby. Well, she feels like she was cheated out of that last try. Is she going to get one this time? Garby trying to go. Still on her feet. Foot into touch though. Flag has gone up on this near side. Well, there is the final whistle. It's not going to go down in the all-time classics list, but Tunisia have done enough. They've beaten Mexico by 22 points to nil.
So we're going to stay with Pool B then, as we wait for the arrival of Spain and Venezuela. Out on the far side, Venezuela, they're just going and teasing the crowd a little bit there and winding them up a bit. You can see there's going to be a lot of Spanish fans out there. Right there, working through that Spanish team. Alongside me is Sue Day. And the captain here today, Spain, Marina Bravo. She scored a try in the earlier match, but perhaps slightly outclassed by Patricia Garcia, who managed to touch down a couple of times.
Yeah, Patricia Garcia, such a quality player for Spain, a playmaker right at the heart of everything. Will be important for them as ever.
Venezuela in their huddle there. They won't be the favourites for this as Rose Lebrecht gets ready. And Venezuela drew with Mexico in their first outing, 5-all today. So they've only got a draw to their name, and they're going to have their work cut out against the Spaniards. And you have to say, you look at that Spanish team, you can tell they're out there on the World Series.
Yeah, you can imagine the Spanish team's going to want to keep the ball out of contact, keep it moving. Venezuela, the one thing they did do in that match against Mexico was put some big old hits in.
Well, slight mistake, a fluff of the lines there from Venezuela from the kickoff. So Spain get the ball straight back for their free kick on the halfway, and they're off and flying straight away. Garcia has it. She manages to get the ball away, taken on now by Echevarria.
No, play, tackle her.
Referee encouraging play, and we're playing advantage now as a result.
Side.
They're still keeping it nice and tight at the moment, Spain. Are they going to finally fling it out? A little switch coming in here. Nice work there as Abina now takes it on. It takes a while for support to arrive there, and there's a couple of Venezuela players there. It's too slow a ball, but we are playing advantage, and Spain will hold on to this. Garcia again. She's got support outside her. Casado, can she work her way around? Still support on the outside, and Real is there. She manages to keep her control. She puts it down, and Spain on the score sheet just over a minute.
There's a little bit of class from Patricia Garcia, just a little injection of pace which holds the defence up to give the ball out to Casado. And I think it's Echevarria on the outside who scores the try eventually. The little pocket rocket on the wing, but Patricia Garcia, real class there, holding up the defence.
Difficult one to try and turn in here. We've been talking earlier when we were watching Russia about how important it will be to get those conversions when you can. She's made a decent fist of that one, but not quite got the connection.
The pace that this Spanish team are putting on the ball is what Venezuela will find very hard to live with. We've seen some teams playing quite laterally, drifting from side to side. Spain really put the pace on it, took the ball forward. That's what challenges the defence and makes it hard for the individual tacklers.
It's Echevarria who actually touched down that try. As we watch the calm and collected Garcia, who's never in a rush to take any of these kicks, gets this back underway. And she has made a 10. And it's a chance for Venezuela to play with the ball in hand. And this is a break here, a good break. It's strong. And oh, what a great getaway as well. Still going forward now. Lanzarote has it down on the ground. That was good interchange there by the Venezuelans as they're trying to swing it out. Can they get it out quickly, though? As Diaz now takes it on. She's got support outside her from Romero. Romero hasn't quite got the gas, though, to get round the Spaniards and ends up in touch.
Yeah, well watched in defence from Spain because Venezuela pulled them one way across the pitch, then back the other, but Spain watched them well. Some lovely offloadings from the Venezuelan team, wasn't there? First bit of possession, really, they've had.
Yeah, impressive hands here by Venezuela. Good to see them having a real go here. And the Spaniards have got a long way still to go in this match. They're easily the favourites in this group as the highest seeds. Del Pan manages to get the ball away. Oh, the great position here by Spain. This is absolute textbook sevens rugby. She slightly ran inside there, Real. She closed down the space for Echevarria, who just couldn't get away with it. Again, Echevarria unable to get away, and it's a free kick. Spain off and away already. Garcia looking for her third try here in Dublin. And she's off again. Tell you what, if you're not going to hold me, I'll keep going. She's got up again. Oh, she's gone again. Patricia Garcia. She ended up on the floor there twice and kept going, and that's her third try of the tournament.
Yeah, if you're tackled, as long as you let go, even if you are held. That first time she wasn't held at all. The second time she is held, but she lets go of the ball, you'll see on the floor there. Picks it back up again. The defence just isn't alert. The Venezuelans don't realise what she's doing. That one is all down to Patricia Garcia.
And just to add a little bit extra there, she's converted as well. And that's a strong lead for Spain here. 12 points to nil, early days still in this first half. But Patricia Garcia, she's not blowing as such. She's just taking her time. She's conserving her energy to get back here.
It's always a tough one when you're the kicker. There she goes, scoring the try. It's a tough one when you're the kicker. You score the try, then you've got to stay for the conversion. All your mates are back over the other half, in the other half having a drink.
Yeah, saying, come on, mate, get on with it. Let's go again. I don't blame her for taking her time at all. Anyone who's played sevens, it is absolutely exhausting.
Off the foot play.
A little bit of a mistake there by Spain. It looked like Real would have taken that cleanly, but it's Venezuela who come away with it. Ferreira manages to feed out on the far side. Romero again with another chance to run down that far seam, but what a tackle. What a tackle coming in there from Spain. Great hit, and they've got the ball as well. A double hit in the space of about 5 seconds, and not only have they got the ball, they're running with it. They're running away down this near side. And can they go around the outside? Spain looking for another try. This time Del Pan, she fancies a taste of the action. Arguably, perhaps she could have got a touch closer to the post, but she'll take it.
Patricia Garcia is a good kicker. She should be all right. Angela Del Pan, a really good finish, but it all came from the hit from Echevarria on the far side. Angela Del Pan really does really well to finish it off, but it was the accuracy of the passing of the Spain team across the pitch, and prior to that, the big hit, a huge hit from Echevarria, who made the tackle, got up, cleared out, turned the ball over so that Angela Del Pan could score on the other side of the pitch.
Great conversion, but let's just remind ourselves what happened here, because it was Romero who was off flying, and whoa, hello, welcome to Spain, said Echevarria.
Really good technique, wasn't it, that? Made the tackle straight back on her feet to clear out.
She did really well because she pushed all the momentum back in the other direction. It's not easy to do. A lot of time you see people do the speed bump tackle when people are going that fast, where they end up going with the momentum, but she absolutely switched it there. That takes a lot of power and strength. Yeah, that one's not quite gone 10 there by Spain, and I think we can forgive Garcia. She's had a busy game out there as the hooter goes.
You can see she's trying really hard to drop those exactly on the 10, using this as an opportunity to really push that line.
This time going for is Griffin. Can Venezuela make a mark on the scoreboard? It's looking unlikely because look who's got it. Is there only one player for Spain at times? Oh, okay. There we go, our first yellow here in Dublin. Venezuela, 2 minutes in the bin then for Daniela Diaz. And Spain now, they've got an extra woman on the pitch. Venezuela have got to play out the next couple of minutes with 6 players. Oh, what a great switch. That is just a beauty. You could put that one in a painting as Real goes over.
Lovely bit of skill from Angela Del Pan, I think it was. So the finisher last time. This time, she first of all, she clears up the loose ball. Then what she does so well is just cut in, which holds the defence up. Cuts in at the same time as passing the ball out to Vanessa Real. Defence is held up, creates all the space for Real. And here it is. Oh, that was a late hit. That's what earned the yellow card for Diaz.
Well, Spain then, just waiting for Garcia, will go in feeling very confident into half-time. Garcia's got good distance on it. She's got good direction as well. And it's actually blowing quite a wind out there, down at that far end especially. For some reason, there seems to be far more wind off to the left-hand side of the pitch than there is on the right, which is a bit more shaded. There's a big bank on the right-hand side as well. So Garcia's doing well to get those over. So Spain with the lead here. As we can just see a shot there. That's Marcel Mendez, the Venezuelan coach. Just handing out a bit of advice and calm to her side.
El juego estuvo bueno. Sí, el juego estuvo bueno. Ahora tenemos que recibir menos tries, tenemos que recibir menos, tenemos que manejar más la pelota, ¿sí? Y tenemos que anotar. Ahorita sí tenemos que anotar. Esto es importante para pasar a segunda ronda. Tenemos que anotar. Vamos a ponerlo. Vamos a hacerlo. Dale, Venezuela. Dale.
As Venezuela just get ready to go in. You see the gentleman there with the backpack on, just on the edge of your shot, who's edged out there. That's actually Erickson Bermudez. He's the president of the Venezuelan Rugby Union, who's actually come out to work as their team manager for the weekend. Not bad.
Brilliant, great to see the great and the good pitching in when it's needed to help, and great to see Maricel Mendez, a female coach at the highest level, putting her team through their paces at half-time.
She's a former player. She only finished playing back in 2012. She's racked up a huge number of caps for both in 7s and 15s. But it's going to take a little bit of magic from her to try and inspire her team back into this one. So, second half underway. Spain against Venezuela in Pool B. Venezuela still looking for their first win here in Dublin. Spain, well, they're looking to capitalise, leading 26-0 here.
No, hands in, record formed.
So, Venezuela off again. Pass to no one, not quite a name on it, and Spain straight away, they're there, they're just honing in on that ball. They've got a radar just to suck it up and get it in their hands straight away. As Izaza is going, she's got support in there by De Freitas. It's De Freitas who's going to go over, and there is just something about that ball that ends up in Spanish hands.
Yeah, unfortunately for Venezuela, they've got 6 players on the pitch rather than 7, so the last thing they wanted to do was play a loose pass there that just gets mopped up by Spain. And it only takes 1 pass out to Eli Martinez, a huge gap in front of her, about 20 metres wide, because there's only 6 defenders on the pitch, and it's turnover ball. Exactly the start Venezuela didn't want.
There's a captain's try for Martinez. Spain look in complete cruise control, and they've got huge support here in the crowd as well. Of course, it was the Spanish men who qualified for the Olympic Sevens in the men's repechage last weekend, and the women will no doubt be looking to emulate that. This is better from Venezuela. Ball gets popped back, and you have to say the positioning from Spain when they get that ball is fantastic. And here we go, Garcia again. Eventually she waits for the support. They can't quite get the connection there, but you do have to say, when you look up at Spain and they get the ball clear from the ruck, they are in great positions every time.
Yeah, they're working hard off the ball. That's the critical thing in sevens. If you work hard off the ball, it means that when the ball comes out, you're in the right position to run onto it. You see the less experienced teams who'll do that hard work once the ball's come out. The sooner you do it, the harder you work when you don't have the ball in your hands, the easier it is when it does come to you.
Crouch, bind, set.
Big hit as those 2 front rows collide, and a bit of a spin of the scrum. But it's been kicked away by Izaza. But it's gone straight out of play, and the referee was unhappy anyway. She's going to come back for a Venezuelan penalty. I think some of the players don't realise, and they're begging for the ball as quickly as possible, because the longer it takes for that ball to arrive, already the Spanish defence is in a beautiful line just waiting. So, of course, Venezuela, they are now back to a full complement of players. They did have a woman in the sim bench at the end of the first half, but that 2 minutes is up, so there's all 7 back on. Picked up round the ankles there of Contreras. Taken on now by Griffin, and Griffin is going. It's going to take a few to bring her down. She made a good 10 metres there. Hack on there. Another chance for Venezuela.
Yeah, Patricia Garcia definitely came around in offside position there for Ingrid Griffin. What a ball carrier she is if they can get the ball into her hands a bit more, Venezuela.
Ingrid Griffin is actually an architect back in Venezuela when she's not having rugby players hanging off her. Alvarado now.
No, leave it, Blue! Leave it!
The Spanish player has just released that. Looked like she was slightly on her knees rather than on her feet in that ruck position. And here we go. Griffin again, known to her teammates as Gigi, and she's won a penalty as well.
Yeah, Patricia Garcia working really hard in the breakdown to turn it over, but you have to release the tackle player first, which she didn't do there. She was straight on the ball, didn't give the player, Ingrid Griffin, a chance to play the ball.
De Freitas and Ejigo are now both on for Venezuela. Ejigo is the only Venezuelan player to have scored a try so far here in Dublin for Venezuela. Can she inspire the team on? And that's not found touch. It's found the try area, and Spain are just going to touch that one down. There it comes. Right. Spain haven't really had much of the ball really in this second half anyway, in the same way they did in the first.
No, and they're really not playing with any kind of hurry now. They know they've got this match won. They could have taken that much more quickly, could have run back to the 22, but Patricia Garcia slowed it down.
Out to the far side. Do they fancy something here? There's a knock on there by Spain. It's just nowhere near as smooth. It's a bit like exactly what Sude has just said. They've slightly taken their foot off the gas a bit. They know that this win is in the bag.
Yeah, it's what we were talking about earlier. Take your foot off the pedal, but then you end up making mistakes. And actually, it becomes more tiring because you create knock-ons like just happened there, and that means you've then got to turn around and defend. It's easier just to keep your foot on the pedal and keep playing attacking rugby.
Some serious smiles out in their crowd for Spain today. I think they are winning the flag off in the crowd as well. I think the Irish might have something to say about that when they play their matches. So just over a minute and a half to play here in this clash. Venezuela yet to get on the board and yet to really cling on to that ball and string something together. And it goes. It's that woman once again, Griffin, who had it. Arguably, she could have held on to that.
Error string from Venezuela, isn't it? They're really not stringing enough passes together to threaten Spain, putting themselves under way too much pressure, throwing the ball aground, allowing Spain, the Spanish defence, to get right up in their faces.
Be interesting if we could find out what would be going through the mind at the moment of Jose Antonio Barrero, the Spanish coach, about this second half performance as his team takes it on once again. Eche Barrera, she has it, manages to switch back the direction. Garcia again, she looks up. Menden is there as well. She almost rolls her way along the far side of the field. Good pass from Garcia. It's nicely run onto by Eche Barrera. And she's off again. She's managed to wrong foot the Venezuelan defence. That's classy, it's simple, it's effective, it's a try.
Yeah, she's had a good game, Echeverria, hasn't she? Normally hanging out on the wing, but there in the middle of the pitch, using her footwork to really good effect. There it is. Stutters on the inside because the defender, Claudio Contreras, has gone slightly too wide. Echeverria sees that, cuts back inside. Great score.
It's made to look so simple. It's that easy. Believe me, it is not. Up to 40 then for Spain. Still time on the clock to play.
Yeah, it's a pretty comprehensive performance, isn't it? Given we said they'd taken their foot off the pedal a little bit a few minutes ago. Echeverria, one ball in one hand. The coach never likes to see that.
And you have to say, if Spain can just hold their focus now for these next few seconds, they will be the only team so far in this tournament, other than Ireland, who haven't had a point scored against them. It's not just about going forwards, it's also about defence as well, holding that mentality. Last roll of the dice then for Venezuela. And Griffin is rolling away in the sunshine. She makes good yards every time. They might not be quick yards, but they're definitely in the right direction.
Tackle only.
Definitely sucks in a few defenders.
Back once again is the captain, Contreras. Garcia is just all over that ball every time. She's like a little terrier. She's not going to be stopped. She's off, she's away. She wants more. She doesn't care that the hooter went. Garcia wants another try. She's been stopped. She's waiting for the support. It's been sucked up in the end, popped off, out on the far side. Spain do get a final flourish. Wonderful stuff there. It's Maria Ribera. Good team effort.
Yeah, the T sign from Maria Ribera. Patricia Garcia, you think she's in. Make a little bit of heavy weather of it, Spain in the end. A couple of passes needed, but great to see Maria Ribera scoring. She has been out for a long, long time with injury, one of Spain's most experienced players, back just in time to have a crack at an Olympic spot.
This lady has seriously impressed so far today. And she's not going to get the final kick of the day, but there we go. It's still Spain who will be on top in Pool B. They've just beaten Venezuela 45 points to 0, and still no one has scored a point against them.
Venezuela, 45 now. Next on in Pool A.
So, fun in the sun here at the UCD Bowl, wherever you're joining us from in the world. Very good afternoon to you from Ireland. As you can see, the sun has accepted the vote of the locals here and is going to stay out. And hopefully it will stay out for the remaining games as Samoa enter the fray once again. Had a very, very impressive outing to get things started with that 57-5 win over Zimbabwe. And potentially, Carltonana, one of the teams that could cause an upset here this weekend.
Yeah, Samoa, I've had an extended build-up into this tournament. Speaking to Coach Ramsey Tomakino after their first win, he was pretty happy with how they went, but he said it's only a start, so we're looking forward to the second game and seeing how they progress.
Local interest in the referee, Joy Neville, the former Ireland number 8, on the whistle. Madagascar, well, yet to get a point in this competition. Should wait and see how the Lemurs work out. Lumaki, first tournament outside of Africa for these girls. So a big opportunity. Almost had a shock win over Tunisia in the Africa Cup last year and ended up winning the plate, ended up 5th. Now they've got to just find some confidence in the way they want to play. Right now though, they're in defence as Samoa ramp it up through Vanessa Mulia-Fraser. Look at the power of the number 1.
Stay.
Dragging the tacklers with a quick presentation. Cristiano Anesi. Difficult ball for Brenda Collins to pick up. It's rescued by Rasmussen. Good hit coming in from the Madagascar defenders. Still it goes in. The little chip and collect from Anesi.
Back 10, please.
Well, this is the thing for me, Simon, with Samoa. They don't get too individualistic against Madagascar. They know they've got the physical mismatch. Where they were so impressive in game 1 is they kept to the team structures. So far, I think they've gone away from that. Couple of loose passes early.
Anna Rafui gets things working again. Brenda Collins gets the call from Anesi. The big number 3 on the charge, so difficult to put down. It's whipped out, and this should be a trot over for Mulia-Fraser. And Samoa on the board early doors in this second contest.
Yeah, a lot better, a lot more direct. Paula Kirisano, Inesi was the one that took the ball way over the advantage line, and they had a quick bridger, cleared the ball easy to Mulia-Fraser with one of the easiest finishes you'll see. There's the big number 3 setting up. Good clean out from Pody Lane. The distribution is good. Look at all the Madagascar defence honeypotting around that ruck area, always space on the outside.
Samoa, who prepared with games against the Cook Islands, couple of New Zealand selection teams as well, travelled to Fiji and actually spent some time up in Leeds in Yorkshire. Have you been to Yorkshire?
No, I haven't.
Well, you've got to go up to Yorkshire and taste the tea, as they say. Yorkshire tea, renowned as is the Yorkshire bitter. I'm sure the girls didn't enjoy that alcohol. It was all very much business for them, but they really have had good preparation that Ramsey Tomakina, their coach, has set up for them. And they come here in good stead, in good fettle.
Knock on.
Yeah, and he said that was an important part of it, coming up to England early, trying to get over the jet lag. He had a high expectation of him coming to this one. And I think it really has paid off. I haven't seen him this determined and this fit for a very long time, this Manusina team.
Certainly come out of the blocks very quickly. One of the 3 teams that have racked up half centuries already in this competition. Putting Collins looking for the breakthrough from Mulia-Fraser. Afui has to recover that ball. That's good tackle from Rezifiariosoa, and Samoa going to keep it coming. Mulia-Fraser tries score, straightens things up. Bellamilo. And, whoa, just running out of space in the corner. Looked like it was going to be a trot over. Madagascar working hard in defence.
Yeah, Pody Lane, the one in jersey number 7 for Manusina, just getting pushed over the sideline. But this Madagascar defence is scrambling well. They're making a lot of tackles, but only just. Samoa trying to go down the middle of the park. If they get it to the sides of the field, I think they'll find more joy.
The put in from Rezifiariosoa. Put the ball back in Samoan clutches. Working back is Bellamilo. And they find their way down that right flank in the end. And it's the skipper, Brenda Collins, who gets the second try. Well worked from Samoa. Patience and execution being shown.
Yeah, this is a good old fish, we used to call it, where you go to the midfield and bounce back the blind. You can see the defence over chasing there. They had the numbers, the skip pass, and this is what I'm talking about. On the edges, this is where Samoa will find the holes.
Yeah, the inexperience of that Madagascar defence there, working the drift towards the right, and as soon as they peeled back, big spaces out on the left flank that Brenda Collins was able to capitalise on. The conversion from Bellamilo. Actually knows the whole Hong Kong squad, I discovered earlier, because she's their strength and conditioning coach for every single one of them. So, yeah, familiarity will not be a problem for Bellamilo if and as and when they play Hong Kong.
She was the one that came back to blind, wasn't she, Bellamilo? Good recognition there by the number 9.
There's Collins. There's the take from Madagascar now. What can they work now? Just need to get their hands on the ball and not make handling errors like that. We know from previous form, Madagascar like to move it.
Oh, they like to move it all right. Here it is here. Rasori Malala, unfortunately, has a little look up. She could have moved it.
Move it!
Crouch.
Let's hope they live up to the chant that will come from the stands, no doubt. If they can get their hands on the ball in opposition territory, they're going to concede there again in the breakdown. Milo,
Advantage.
touch and go. Round on the angle comes Anesi.
Back.
Offload is there, and Samoa keen to keep it moving. And you mentioned their fitness earlier, Carl. They really are happy to go through the phases.
Off the foot.
And very quickly as well, catching defences out.
2, side.
Rasa Anandrasana is called out the scrum off.
Time off. Time off.
John
2.
Neville just going to have a chat. I think there's going to be a yellow card as well. Laurence, the number 2, is going to sit out the next couple of minutes. Well, if things weren't hard enough for Madagascar, they just got a bit harder.
Well, they've got to defend here. Well, they've been pretty good in the middle of the park, to be fair, but now set piece play.
Yeah, they work to Monia Fraser, out to Puri Lane. Tries to keep that ball alive, getting the ball through the tackle. She gets it back, and it's Bellamilo who strolls over again on this right flank. They're really getting some joy down this right-hand side.
Yeah, just the offloads from Samoa. They're using them to great effect. Pody Lane's the one that stretches the field. Little right foot step. No, she's got the numerical advantage and support players there. And then another one in contact given to Bellamilo. But this is what made it so tough. The yellow card, not back the 10, I think it was. Did she get the right player there? Yeah, number 2 was the one that actually made the indiscretion.
Well, it's the Madagascar number 2 who's sitting out and watching this. Bellamilo, formerly of Wasps, used to be a teammate of our very own Sue Day back in the day. Doesn't look that old, does she?
Which one, Sue?
Please wait, please wait.
Oh, she's not here. I can't insult her when she's not here.
Now let's do it.
Have to do it to her face.
Yep.
Allow her the retort. It's Madagascar looking for some sort of retort. That's bundles straight out in half-time, and Samoa making the positive start that they were after. Madagascar yet to really get in the opposition half, let alone make any impact on the scoreboard. 15-0, Samoa in the lead. Let's take a listen to the coaches. Eric Randriana-Risun is going to have work to do with the Madagascar side, but Ramsey Tomakino will want more from his charges, that's for sure.
Or we just set it up and we just go again wide. But we're just going and we're trying to offload too quickly. Let's just fight, go down, reload, reset the ball. Okay, but we're looking for contact too much. So, again, Bella's my message she's great. If Bella's running, we've got to get her. She shouldn't be trying to find the runners should be trying to find her. Okay, understand it? So when she's running across field, we can't be standing there waiting. We've got to find her. We've got to run off our line and take that ball. Okay, so we 15-0 down, 15-0 up. Okay, so we've got to be first to score and really put these guys away, okay, in the second half, okay? How are we feeling? We're all right? Okay, so go hard for 2 minutes and I'll start to roll the changes. Okay, so everyone, we've got to really work our lates in the middle and work our lates out wide and our lates and drags. Okay, otherwise if we're just going straight, these guys are making their tackles, okay? They're not mugs, they're tackling. Okay, so let's go. Just going to be a little bit more.
Coach Tomakino urging his players to make the most of this opportunity, but realising that Madagascar are no pushover in terms of breaching their defensive line.
Yeah, that's what he spoke about. They're making their tackles and they're no mugs. He said they can D up in the middle. And I I think also we highlighted with the setup, take it to ground, get the bridge there, make them come in and then clear the ball quickly. At the moment, they're using these offloads and it's stifling their attack, not able to keep the ball clean.
Yeah, much as the first two Samoan games have been against lesser teams, they've got to realise next up is Russia, and that is huge in terms of this weekend, and of course this Pool A as well. Here they come, Samoa, working their way down the left flank. Putty Lane finds no way through, so winds it back, and Afui finding no way through either. Out to the right it goes once again. Madagascar stepping up offside. Now the ball released to Brenda Collins. Can she keep it in? Just evades her and beats her out to that far touchline.
Okay.
Collins of the famous Collins family, of course. Every time you mention Brenda Collins, you think of her brother, Jerry.
White, here.
Yeah, all four of them, all of them
Blue,
from
perfect. Thank you.
the only city in New Zealand, Wellington.
The Windy City.
It's never windy
Blue,
anyway when
take a
you
step.
turn up, son.
Blue.
You turn it on.
It's never recovered since.
Back 10.
What
Back
a
10.
great place it is. Certainly in the Rugby World Cup 2011, it was fantastic and is a fantastic and easy chance for Apollo Keresiano and Isi. That was Christmas early, really was for the Samoan number 3.
Well, they're in their position after a great run by Brenda Collins. You can see the throw-in has been so difficult for this Madagascan team. It's underarm, so it's very tough to hit your marker when Samoa throwing that jumper in front of theirs. It goes right over the back, and well, Inesi, she's such a hard worker, get some reward.
Much as this is Madagascar's first footing into Europe, you cannot underestimate how big a game rugby is in that country. It is the official national sport, and indeed in the Rugby World Cup qualifiers for 2015, they had over 40,000 people watching against Namibia. And it really is hugely passionate following. They will be wanting their girls to really show their country well. And as yet, they've not really been able to get that continuity into their game. Or maybe there's a chance here. Rasso and Andrasana tries to move it, but doesn't get up far over halfway.
No.
Oh, Bellamilo thought she could sidle in there. Little chip and chase. How's the bounce going to work? It's going to work for Madagascar. Up towards the line goes Sophie Razafiari. And there is their first point of the tournament. They've had to wait a game and a half to get it on the board, but they do so. Sophie, take a bow. Big moment for Madagascar.
Oh, most definitely. Here comes the intercept. Initially from Rasrana Drasana. It goes their way. The little chip and chase, the perfect bounce from this lady. Sophie Raza Fiari Soa. What a moment, as you said, for Madagascar. Well done.
Well, whatever else happens this weekend, she is going to savour and enjoy that moment, as are her teammates. Make the most of every opportunity. That's what this game's about. And I'm sure the Madagascan following that are watching this stream back home will be celebrating right now. Actually missing 4 of their best players, this Madagascar side. 2 injured, 2 are pregnant. They qualified for this repechage by finishing 5th, as I mentioned, in that African Cup. Now they've got to show what they're about. Every opportunity. Samoa, though, coming back strongly with Mulia Fraser. Gets the offload to Bellamilo.
Stone. Release,
That's good contesting at the breakdown by Madagascar. And now we're starting to see a bit of confidence coming through. Claudia up quickly onto Sue Peters' back and getting the call.
Release.
Well, is this Samoa taking the foot off the pedal, or is this Madagascar really finding themselves in this tournament?
Well, I think a bit of both, but possession is key as Madagascar go forward. Any team is vulnerable without the ball.
Oh, Oh, just
Knock
a
on.
little knock on there, but you just saw a bit of confidence coming through. The handling suddenly picked up. The ball was sticking in the most part. And the Lemurs really starting to make strides into that Samoan defence.
There was a nice pick-up initially from
Thank you.
the number 2 there.
Time on.
That's all Drana.
Here we go, ladies.
Sana.
Here's your mark.
Unfortunately, just a little flick out
Thank
the
you.
back door. But what a fight back. This is no means
Crouch.
hiding. 22 points to 5. They can be very proud of that
Bind.
because Zimbabwe got absolutely smashed first up. But I like their sliding defence, Madagascar, in general play. It's been solid.
Samoa testing them out, but Sieni Mose, the girl who scored 4 tries in that first game, taking her eye off the ball. It goes loose, but first to react is Bellamilo. 90 seconds left on the clock, and Samoa are blowing right now. Madagascar have found some wind in their sails.
And white 4.
Not referring to Wellington, of course.
White 4 and blue 9.
Well, here it is here. Just the drop by
22.
Mose. Nice chase, and I think this is force by Bellamilo, so this should be a
Substitution complete.
feed. Oh no, must have touched
Blue
the
9.
Madagascar player there after
Blue 9.
Mose. Put it back.
Coach Tomakino
on.
making
Drop that 22,
changes
please.
for the Samoans,
Behind the kicker.
realising they've just dropped their
Behind.
energy levels
Behind.
over the last 3 or
Behind.
4 minutes.
Behind.
And of course, that big match against Russia still to come today. The block almost works for Madagascar. As Samoa release themselves from their 22. Up towards halfway goes Rasmussen. Penalty Madagascar.
Here's your mark.
Yeah, just sealing off the ball there was Samoa. I think it was the replacement, Lua Falealo.
Time off. White 1.
See the body language going on, KT. It is a real change, isn't it, that we've seen the last 4 or 5 minutes.
Here's the drop out taken. Those definitely, Simon. This team is starting to find that self-belief.
The offload is there. The pass is beginning to stick. Again, it's Lawrence leading the way. Finds the support inside from Patricia. Keeping the ball going. Now they've got huge opportunities out to the left. They don't try and take it. It's Dina Ravello Arinoro. There's the second try. It may not change the outcome of this match, but it certainly changed the mindset of the Madagascan team. What a score.
Oh, this is a great sevens try, regardless of who it come from. Look at there, the offloads, the ball into space. Look at that last distribution. A bit of footwork here to turn Peters inside and out. The number 6 for Madagascar, Rava Lori Noro. What a try.
Well, it is changing direction. It won't have enough time to change the course of this game in terms of the scoreline, but really, really well-worked score from Madagascar. The sun's on their backs. They're enjoying this trip to Europe, and they're enjoying the World Rugby Repechage event here at UCD in Dublin. The ball booted out. And I think that is it. Yes, well, Samoa stay unbeaten, but Madagascar have shown what they're about in this tournament. They've got 2 tries on the board, the first points of the weekend. But it's Samoa now that have to rest and recuperate and get themselves set for the make or break game in this Pool A. That's against Russia later on. We'll see how Russia go now against Zimbabwe.
So Russia looking to build on their 58-point annihilation of Madagascar in the opening round. And given how Zimbabwe were ruthlessly disposed of by Samoa in the last game, you'd have to fear for the Africans in this one. It's a pretty consistent, strong Russian team. Hamidova, Petrova, Seredina, Lushina, Gutseva, Kazakova and Perestiak. Familiar faces on the 7 series. But for Zimbabwe, well, the likes of Mukukuti, Marange and Malenga, they need to step up and perform from anything we have seen in the opening game, Sude. Otherwise, this could be a similar story in terms of the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's a huge, huge ask for a team like Zimbabwe. So little experience at the highest level. playing a team like Russia, who have all that experience, years and years on the World Series. They know how to play game after game after game and keep their feet on the pedal.
Rumours that Pavel Baranovsky had taken 2 Xanax before the last match have been not proven so far. He was the calmest I think we've ever seen him in about 3 years, but plenty of room for the old Pavel to come back.
Maybe he's saving it for tomorrow.
Maybe. Referee Sarah Cox from England. Zimbabwe in the grey and white. Russia in the blue with navy shorts and red socks, and we're all set to go. They are the favourites to win this tournament outright, despite the fact it's on Irish soil. Just their performances over the last couple of years stand them apart, even from Spain, who've never been afraid to tear into them. But Zimbabwe, unless they get an early strike here and just put some doubt into the Russian minds, you'd fear for them on the scoreboard. Hamidova just let that one go and bounced just before the touchline, but you can see the Russian number 5, Hamidova, happy to take the line out. Daria Lushina standing at first receiver here. Hamidova will be the target. She is the tallest player on the Russian team. And the number 5 gets up. Lushina, well, she won't thank her scrum half for that kind of a pass, but 2 players outside him. And one of them is the speedster Kazakova, trying to go around the outside. Held in the tackle, and a decent tackle it was too by Musetti. Oh, Lushina spots a gap and sprints over the 22. And the playmaker for Russia takes a try. And it's taken all Suday of 60 seconds to score.
Yeah, Lushina, how many times have we seen Kudinova, normally a captain, normally in that playmaker role, do that? She just looked up at the base of the breakdown, saw no one was home on the blind side, and powered on home. Her 3rd try already. But it's Kazakova, all that power and pace that sets it up, and then there's no one at home on the blind side.
I'll tell you what I can't understand is Zimbabwe, they just give up the chase here and allow their opponents to go underneath the post. They turn their backs on them. So, you know, whatever about conceding the try, it's the extra 2 points that make it even more difficult.
Yeah, real inexperience. You've got to keep the chase going. Cut that player off as soon as they get over the try line and stop the 2 extra points. That said, they're probably going to want to conserve energy, Zimbabwe.
Well, maybe it is that. It's a case of bigger fish to fry and stopping the tries as opposed to the conversion. But nonetheless, Russia 7 points to the good. Lushina, the try scorer, restarts. Perfectly executed kick. Hamidova is after it. She didn't touch it, so no knock on. And a scrap for the ball at the breakdown. Good work by Zimbabwe and by their number 12, Shigumbu, who sets it up but then concedes the penalty for not releasing on the ground.
And
quick tap and go.
Again.
Yeah, Lushina, little dummy switch. And a chance now for Kazakova again to try and go around the outside. That time Zimbabwe equal to it, and surely no room for a similar try this time around. Nice hands to keep that ball. And the Russians to Seredina. Hamidova trying to go on the outside, slips one. That was a high challenge, an advantage being played to Russia. Hamidova 5 metres short. Quick ball at the base. And a chance to move this one again. This is Gutseva. Nice hands, surely it will be a try. Kazakova and Lushina on the outside. It is Russian dominance again.
Yeah, very simple 7s from Russia, just moving it back and forth across the pitch. Probably made that harder than they needed to. Russia have a tendency to get too flat. So here we go. It goes all the way over the other side of the pitch. And the last pass, Kazakova to Lushina. Loads of space there, but they could have probably scored on the other side had Hamidova got deeper. As it was, she was so flat, wasn't able to put any pace onto the ball whatsoever.
Lushina to try and attempt to convert her own try. This one gone underneath the post, so we stay at 12 points and Russia in control. Here we see it again, Sue.
Yeah, it's just good hands, isn't it, from Russia. The last pass from Kazakova out to Lushina. It's interesting, Pavel Baranovsky seems to be playing Kazakova out on the wing. She's been centre most of the series when she's been fit, but in the absence of Bogacheva and a few other players, she has the power and the pace to play out there.
And Fedorkova as well is on the bench to number 9 for Russia. We know how much pace that she has. So too does Hamidova, despite the fact that she's a forward in the 7th game. Seredina with the pass, not held by Gutseva, but it didn't go forward, so play on. Chance now for Kazakova. Again, she's well marshalled. It's like Zimbabwe have figured that she's the dangerous strike runner, but maybe ignoring some of the other Russian players as a result. Hamidova takes it. She's got numbers outside if she wants to get the pass away. Nice wraparound loop there from Seredina, and the pass goes to Petrova, the captain. In again for Russia. Well, the result you feel already a foregone conclusion. It's not if they win, it's by how much.
Yeah, and it's a dominant performance from a Russian team who are actually missing quite a lot of players. The handling here really good. Hamidova takes the ball into contact, but they manage to recycle and get it out. Eventually Petrova, but there's no Kudanova here, there's no Kabayeva, there's no Muhariamova, there's no Bogacheva. It's all sorts of players missing, and yet still Russia putting in this kind of dominant performance.
Conversion attempt is going to go over, so another 7 points to tack on. Kudanova is an interesting one because she was in Langford and Atlanta, but she picked up an injury there and we haven't seen her since then, and it has to be a worry.
It certainly does. If this Russian team gets through to the Olympics, they're going to want to have their talismanic captain playing for them. We just don't know how serious that injury is. It must be an injury for her not to be here. She is such an important player for them.
Knock on there by Margaret Maguaro. Just took her eye off that ball. And the crowd on the far side pretty silent because there's nothing worse than just knowing that this is going to be a steam train performance from Russia. They've still got 90 seconds to go and they're looking for their 4th try of the first half. They might get one here. Gutseva, little cross the pitch run and outside, and that's the conditioning that Russia have and the advantage that they have over teams like Zimbabwe. And you see it there, Gutseva, all too easy for her to go around the outside and beat 2 Zimbabwean defenders.
Yeah, Kazakhstan ran the cut line inside, ran a switch which held the defender up, and then Gutseva has the pace to go around the outside. You see she drifts. Kazakhstan cuts inside, that's what holds the defence up. Leaves a space for Gutseva on the outside.
Lushina from underneath the post is going to attempt to convert this one. And you'd back her to get it every single time. Right-footed strike, flags go up. It's 26 points to 0. Russia in control. Zimbabwe, well, they look like they don't even want to be out there at the moment, and I don't blame them because this is one-way traffic.
It's so tough. It's so tough in a game of sevens when you can't get your hands on the ball. Sevens is tiring enough as it is, but to defend the whole time, it's exhausting. And when they put kickoffs in like that, it's so hard to get your hands on the ball.
Hamidova shakes her head. She thought that went backwards, and you get a chance to look at it here, Sue. 50-50 call maybe, but the referee thought it was a knock-on.
Bind. Set.
Chance for Zimbabwe here. Again, the passing is just not good enough, and Russia will pounce on that mistake. Any kind of loose ball at all, and you're just asking for trouble here. Look at that counter ruck. And here's the possession on the outside. Kazakhstan, no room for her there. Tries the handoff. Still going, Kazakhstan. There's the pass. Lushina ships it on. Hamidova, 2 players outside. Lovely little basketball-style pass. And in again is the captain, Marina Petrova. It will be her 2nd try. And all too easy for Russia. All the way under the post. Look, Zimbabwe don't even bother to make life difficult for her.
It's imperious from Russia, isn't it? The pace and the accuracy in comparison to their opposition. Kazakhstan took it wide, realised she had no support, so brought it back again. And then the accuracy of the passing, Kazakhstan, the little over the top, one-handed basketball pass, and then lastly, zipped out from Seredina Petrova. And as you say, in under the post, nobody cutting that off. Zimbabwe will learn, I'm sure, the importance of cutting off those extra 2.
And there it is. Lushina with the easiest of conversions. Russia learning absolutely nothing from this. They lead by 33 points to 0. But Zimbabwe, serious questions must be asked as to how much they're up for this. We've got another half of sevens rugby still to come.
В своей поддержке поперек убегаешь вдоль поля. Явно, что ты не убежишь, но ты еще и от того игрока убегаешь. А тебе нужно тогда остановить, пойти в центр, а забегающему отдай. Вы должны сейчас понять, что если вы не убегаете, то представляешь, если она делает захват, а кто отрабатывать будет? А если хороший захват ноги? Сразу игра лежа. Вы должны поэтому далеко не убегать. Смотрите, сейчас от вас требуется. Выиграли мяч, отдайте его в глубину. У вас же там люди такие же все хорошие бегают, смотрите, и как и проваливают. Дальше попробуйте в середине, если вы не даванули рядом со схваткой, то в середине даваните обязательно. Потому что так и так вы в край сыграете. А просто вы сейчас место кидаете, я понимаю, вы ложите попытки, но вы-то играете, готовитесь к другой игре. Поэтому начните давить еще в центре. Сейчас ты 9-й.
Давайте, девочки, 3-4. Россия! Чё?
Couple of things to point out here, Sue Day. One, the pressure that is on Pavel Barnovsky and this Russian team. There are rumours of threats, possible threats to funding if they fail to qualify for the Olympics, and future participation in the World Series might be in doubt then.
Yeah, it's so much, isn't it, on one tournament? So much that it's all about who can win this tournament, get to the Olympics. And as you say, it's not just about the Olympics, it's about future funding. Huge pressure, and under that pressure you just try and have to put that out of your back of mind and take each game, to coin a cliche, each game at a time.
Restart finds touch on that far side, and it will be Zimbabwe to throw in. But for Russia, they got to use this, I suppose, nearly as a training match. Simple run through your different plays, vary it up, and find out what works and what doesn't, because they will have stiffer tests. You can bet on that with Spain, with Ireland, with Samoa as well, obviously still to come. And that one went straight back into touch, and Russia will get the throw in.
Yeah, you have to challenge yourselves as players when you're playing a team that you know isn't as experienced and simply isn't as good. Challenge yourself to be as good as you can possibly be as accurate as you can possibly be. Get those passes exactly right, get the calls exactly right.
Well, that didn't look straight at all from here, and Maguire went up for it. But another unforced error from Zimbabwe, and Russia have the option. Caroline Malenga comes in to the front row, substitution, and it'll be Russia to feed. Little dummy switch with the centre in the middle now. Kazakova yet to score for Russia. She's had a couple of chances on the outside. She's still going here, keeps that ball alive. Nice footwork to create some space for herself. She's still going, and they're queuing up outside. Sure, was that crossing? No, says the referee. Hamidova in the corner. It is another Russian try, and Hamidova gets her name on the score sheet.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication between the Russians. Had the Zimbabwean defence been closer, it probably would have been crossing. As it was, Kazakova realises there's defence all over the place, takes the ball the other way. And then it's that carry across the pitch. Seredina and Minislamova not quite communicating, but because there's no defender to get in the way of, it's not crossing. The ball goes out to Hamidova, who does what she does best.
Yeah, a real weapon for Russia over the last couple of years, Hamidova. Maybe lacked a bit of confidence this season. She was dropped for a few big games where she had to start on the bench too, and I just wonder, did that take a bit out of her?
Yeah, hard to say, isn't it? She seems to have picked it back up again. When she's on form, she is a phenomenal finisher, brilliantly physical.
Well, chance here perhaps for the substitute to get a try on the board. Malenga over the 10-metre line. First touch of the ball for her. Ball's come back, and a little hoof over the top. Where's this one going to bounce? Kazakova
Put it down.
in the thick of things too. Needs a bit of help. Good save it in to try and wrestle that ball to the ground, and so too is Fedrakova's just off the bench. So Russia still with possession here. Taken up this time by Shamshuk. Floats one on the outside. Again, it's going to be a foot race here, and Petrova, the captain, sprints clear. There's the Minislamova. No mistake. Inside 4 minutes to go, and Russia have another try. It's all too easy at the moment, and Zimbabwe just give up the ghost.
Yeah, they're keeping the ball alive really well, Russia, just moving it from side to side, probing, working out where the spaces are. Petrova that time gets the gas out, just powers around the outside, but so hard for Zimbabwe because Russia just moving the ball from side to side, looking to see where the gaps are, and then when they see the gap, when they see half a chance, power through it.
Conversion, no problem with that. And the captain rounds off another Russian try. 58 points in their first match. Looks like they might even better that with 45 already and none conceded. And I'm sure Baranovsky won't want to concede, especially when Zimbabwe have barely fired a shot at all. Only real break coming from Malenga, the substitute off the bench again. They can't hang on to that ball. Taken by Bobkova. Bobkova here for Russia. Nice run from her. She might fancy going all the way on her own on the outside here. That's the confidence at the moment. Just about tackled. And ball back there from Inisamova. Keep the ball alive for Russia. Seredina. Ball on the outside. It's all too easy. Fedorkova is going to score for Russia. It is another one to bring the tally to 50 and 52 with the conversion with 2 minutes 20 seconds left to play. This does nothing for the game. It does nothing for women's sevens, but it's just so one-sided you can't say anything else.
Really one-sided. The Zimbabwean defence at the moment just doesn't know what to do to keep up with Russia. They're getting tired because they're doing so much defending and making mistakes. Russia, they need to challenge themselves to be the best they can be. That time, great finish in the end from Zdrokova, but Bobkova on the other side of the pitch needed to let the ball do the work, and to coin another cliche, she ran sideways a lot, pulling the defence with her. Had she just simply passed the ball into space, passed the ball down the line, they'd have been in the far corner far sooner.
52 points on the board. Another converted try would take them past their first round tally, as in comes Chabakeva for Zimbabwe. A restart from Russia, from Seredina. That's perfectly judged, and they get possession straight back after scoring a try. Heartbreaking if you're in Zimbabwe, but just as I say that, Russia have spilled the ball, and advantage being played to the Africans. Taken in by Malenga when we go back for the scrum.
The Zimbabweans will be thinking, thank goodness for that. Finally, they give us one back. Finally, Russia make a mistake and cough one up for us to get a scrum. They really haven't managed to get their hands on the ball at all, have they?
No, and even from the Russian mistakes as well, it's fairly quick before it does come back. Russian errors have been few and far between. There's the feed from the substitute, Chapveka. And chance for Zimbabwe to try and get inside attacking territory. Nice run though from Maseri. Watched all the way though. Good tackle from Seredina. And Maseri bundled into touch. Russian lineout.
Yeah, very well watched from Seredina. The touchline was her friend here. Watches carefully, drags her into touch. First chance really for Maseri to get her legs going and have a run.
Russian line out, ball off the top from Minislamova to use. Back to her scrum half, Seredina. And they're going to go wide with this one. Zimbabwe in defence just trying to shift across, but have they got the pace to catch Zdrokova? No, they don't. Around the outside, a Russian number 9 is going to score again. And it's going to be underneath the post. They will pass their first round tally of 58. All too easy. And the silence in the stadium tells you everything you need to know about where this game has gone.
Yeah, the result hasn't been in the balance for some time, has it? The ball goes out to Zdrokova, and the result, again, not in the balance. Everyone knows she's going to go around the outside. She has the pace, she has the finishing ability, runs the ball in under the post. A very one-sided, very comprehensive, very impressive performance from Russia.
It's been another hammering for Zimbabwe as the conversion goes over. Russia have scored 107 points in just 2 matches. This is a marker, and they are setting the standard here in UCD at the Belfield Bowl.
So, Pool C, China and Trinidad and Tobago are waiting in the wings at the moment. As we just wait for Russia and Zimbabwe to make their way off the field of play. Karl Tinana's back here. And China have impressed so far in Pool C. And they took on Portugal, they beat them 24-5. And Ben Gollings, who's the coach, seems to have turned them into quite a side.
Yeah, he's had them for a little while now, so obviously starting to find out what he's expecting of them. That's what I was so impressed with, the way they were able to defend. I think teams really mirror what their coach's ethos is, and that's all that Ben Golly was. A lot of hard work up on defence, and I think you'll be looking for them to step up in the second game, no doubt about that. The first game's always a bit tough, Sarah, to get into. You're still finding your combinations your way into the tournament, and the second one is where you really start getting those combinations together.
Did you have a few good ding-dongs with Ben Gollings?
Oh, over the years, yeah. You know, we lost a few, I must admit, in Hong Kong to Ben Gollings, him and Simon Amor. I still have nightmares sometimes about the little man. Look at him up there.
He heard you. He heard you. He thought, I'll go away again. I'll come back later. We'll see how this goes. Well, we are just waiting for the teams to emerge. It's really been a bit of a treat of a day here in Dublin. It's been a little bit overcast and we've had the odd shower, but we've also seen some sparkling sunshine flood out onto the pitch here at the University College Dublin, as we just see the clouds tumbling over the Irish hills there. And of course, this is what is coming next year, because this is where the Women's Rugby World Cup will be hosted. So the Irish Rugby Union, they are looking to see how this tournament goes, to see what they can improve on, see what they can work on. All the women staying in the residences here, getting to know each other. I think they're trying to look up when Ireland are next playing on their phones. They want to know. They're not too far away is the answer. Yeah, if you do want to get in touch, hashtag Dublin Sevens. You could ask Carl a question. You can answer any questions, can't you, Carl?
I'll try as much as I can. I love Twitter.
Ideally on rugby, that would help.
Ideally on rugby, that's right. That's right.
Nuclear physics, not quite so hot, but hey, he'll give it a go.
I actually took that in varsity.
Did you?
No, I didn't. Anthropology.
Right then, Trinidad and Tobago there. Straight faces, not giving anything away there. A few stretches going on at the back. I think a couple of them look a little bit cold, actually. I think they'd like to go and get running around. We are waiting for the Hong Kong team to emerge from the dressing room at the moment. They're taking their time. How frustrating is it as a team when you're made to wait, Carl?
Oh, no, I think at this stage now that it really is just about the game. That's where your focus should be, regardless of really getting held up or what. You're just worrying about your first job, your first thing you're supposed to do on the field. If you're receiving, you're thinking about your kickoff if you're supposed to receive, and what your first move is going to be.
Well, Skeet there on the right in the red, leading out Trinidad and Tobago. They didn't have a good first outing against Ireland. They were thumped 51-0. So they'll be looking to pull their socks up, put in a real performance here against against China, who had a real performance as they beat Portugal 24 points to 5. So a last little team huddle for both sides as they make their way in. Our referee for this one is the Italian Benvenuti. And she's just letting both sides just prepare themselves. It looks like Trinidad and Tobago are going to be receiving. Nice big smile there from the referee. She's enjoying her time here today. Let's get China against Trinidad and Tobago off and underway.
Good.
There we go then, the second round of matches in Pool C. It's a high floating ball. Eventually it does come down and bounces over the 10-metre line and play on as Skeet, the captain, manages to get the ball down the far side. Loose on the ground though. China can't get to it. And so an early scrum here for China to try and use that space around the park.
Yeah, very tough on Trinidad and Tobago. They're shifting the ball wide and unfortunately couldn't take the handle, so went forward, and the Chinese defence, well, right up in their faces, and what a great attacking opportunity, only 10 metres out from the 22.
Stay back.
And China have decided to switch the direction here. They've gone off in the other way. Taken on now by Kuri. She's gonna still flying away down that far side at the moment. Ball gets placed back. China, can they take first blood? Can they do it quickly and early? Zhao Rong has it. She's got support outside her, doesn't need it. Zhao Rong touches down, first try here. She scooped around the corner, through the dummy, and Trinidad and Tobago fell for it.
Yeah, nice initial run by Yao Yao to set the play out. Look at that long place, the bridges there, they clear it quickly. Good clean ball, and the defence actually turns its back right there on Zhao Rong. Well, you just can't do that with a player with speed like that.
Right then, China are off the mark convincingly here, 7-0, and Trinidad and Tobago, they will be beginning to think that they need to prove something here in Dublin. No points on the board for them yet, as that one goes straight out.
It was a nice high restart. Unfortunately, just drifted out.
She's got a lovely high kick, hasn't she? She's done that twice now.
Yeah, it just gives you runners an opportunity, doesn't it, to try and get under the ball. Just a couple of metres too high, too fast, sorry. You can see China just trying to play their up-tempo game. I'm sure they'll back their fitness against Trinidad and Tobago.
Anya Skeet then gets Trinidad and Tobago back off and up and running as George then takes it down to the Dublin turf. More players arrive, and it's big distribution here. You can see how strong these players are, but you can also tell how quick China are. They're all professionals, and you can tell that was great work there by Guan Xixi, as she's really almost independently turned that ball round. And look, we're off up and again. It's the same woman. It's Zhao Rong all over again. And she's gone down in the corner. And you have to say much of that credit, though, has to go to her teammate who made all of that back at the other end of the park. But it's wrong on the team sheet again.
Yeah, you can see there was the one-on-one tackle, the clean out, and good counter ruck. And the number 4 again just has the ball in 2 hands. Then shows her the cross, and then, well, Zhao can do nothing wrong.
No conversion, so it remains 12-0 to China. And then we're going to see another lofty high kick here from Gu Yao Yao. Look at the height on that again. Can she control this one? Oh, and it's gone out again. If she could control that kickoff, it would make a huge difference.
There is a little bit of breeze here, and I can tell you, this has been Gollings all over. It's exactly the same way he used to kick and used to get this air as well. They actually should have caught that with 2 hands. There was nothing wrong with that kick. That was on the money.
The Chinese team are channeling their inner Bengolings as Trinidad and Tobago, they had that ball. It was a good line out, but they just knocked it on at the back.
It was a nice jump and nice lift. Good catch as well. Just when they brought it down, just a little bit rushed.
She wasn't expecting it, was she? Just came a little bit rushed and early for Bruce. Look how deep the Chinese have set themselves off the back of this scrum. Great positioning.
Advantage.
Ball comes away now. China pop back inside. Nice little bit of a switch there. And what is great to see, that was Kuri, the captain there. She refused to be tackled. She was making every single centimetre she could as it comes out now to this near side. And determined not to be tackled there. Xiao Ji Chan. Bounce ball backwards, and it's been lost forward by China. And this is a chance here for Trinidad and Tobago because they haven't had a lot of go-forward ball, and this is a real platform for them to get a bit of space.
What I like about this Trinidad and Tobago defence is not getting intimidated. The first game they were caught on their heels a little bit, probably not used to the level that's played. This game looked a little bit more comfortable. Their connection's good in the midfield and creating those good turnovers like that one.
Oh, and they've lost the ball. It was kicked straight out in the wrong direction, and China have it out on the far side. It's Liao Xiaoqian out on the far side. She's still going. She's got gas. She is gliding down for try number 3.
Well, easy as you please for China there, just getting it through the hands. Liu Zhijiang gets the try. Comes from a tight head from the scrum. They're actually pretty flat. The ball's in behind, but she's got a lot of speed. What I like about it, she backs herself as soon as she gets the ball. And that was the secret. Just ghosts around. Trinidad Tobago defender Lauman on the outside.
Xiao Qian, who scored that, is actually known to the rest of her teammates as the baby panda. I'm not sure if there's a direct reason for that. I don't think she looks like a baby panda. I think that's just something that's gone with her. She's only 20 years old, one of the younger ones in the side, but this whole Chinese side is young. The average age is just 22. It's incredible. Well, Trinidad do manage to gather that ball from the restart. It's one of the first restarts we've seen that's actually stayed in the field of play. But Trinidad and Tobago now stuck inside of their own half, but they're plunging their way out of it.
Go back.
And it's taken really quickly here. She's off, she's running, it's Pantor, she's looking for support. It's a bit of a loopy pass. It's going to be sucked up off the ground. Nice little step there, almost a great offload. I don't think it was quite expected there by Lohman. She does get it back and away though, and they just need the platform here. Slow play here by Pantor, who's just looking up, trying to decide what's best. And oh, they are so vicious at the ruck, China. They just want that ball. They refuse, and they've got numbers on the far side. Oh, that was cheeky. We like that. Yang Mei Ling, what a dummy. Just got to touch it down. Yang Mei Ling, very nice.
Well, as you said, though, Sarah, all the hard work done at the counter ruck from China, sending a lot of numbers 3, in fact, so they had to win it. They clear the ball. The defence probably taking the easy option, diving over instead of spreading out. She had 2 women on the outside. She didn't need them with that, and staying dummy, as you said, but Mei Ling getting the 4th try for China.
All right, then, here's the conversion. And it's good. And China looking really strong, you have to say. They are a nice little unit. They're working together. We don't mean it with any disrespect. There's no superstar here. Everyone for China is working together and working well.
Yeah, I'm sure their coach, Ben Collins, will be pretty happy. Let's go in the huddle to see what he has to say to his team at halftime.
We're ahead in terms of tries. Good. Girls, we're going too easy. We've got to raise the pace of the game. And we've got to raise the intensity. Right? They've got too much time on the ball. For sure. Yeah. Fight pass. Right? Boy. And Qinggong. Get more depth. And run. Boy. Okay? Girls, next half. Don't let them have the pace. Everything. Hey, Fiona, up here, good kick off. May react. We must react. Quite fast. Boy. Okay. Changes. Liu Yan, 7. Xiaopeng, you go 4 for a little bit. Ziding, you go on for Emily at 6. You 3. 1 more minute and then change.
Well, Ben Collins there, the coach for China, to the right-hand side, asked his team to lift the tempo, speed up the game at the moment, sort of playing down the level, and also wants them to pick up the intensity. We saw that last breakdown where they got their last try before the half there, Sarah. He wants a lot more of that, be a bit more brutal.
And China have actually made a few changes. The try scorer, Mei Ling, is now off, and they've brought on some fresh legs. And it will be Trinidad and Tobago, though, that restarts this. And you've got to feel for Trinidad and Tobago at the moment. It's not nice to be nilled. And they've got some great, strong runners. They're a really physical side. But this Chinese side are just quite slick at the moment. Great counter-attack there by Trinidad and Tobago as Pantor goes forward. She's got numbers outside her. It's the captain, Skeet, on this near side. She's managed to get the ball away to George. George is still going. She just needs to get it over. She tumbles over, and Trinidad and Tobago get their first try here in Dublin.
Well, this is one of the best offloads I've seen all day long. I think it was the captain, Ayana Skeet, in jersey number 12. Look at her receive this ball.
China too.
In the playoff, on the standoff position. Look at that. It doesn't get any better than that. And then the big number 10, Ornella George, finishes it off.
Please,
pretty awkward dive. That's what it's all about, Sarah, right there.
Well, George, she's an all-rounder, really is, as we just watched the conversion there. But George, she's played hockey, netball, athletics and basketball, now playing rugby. Is there anything this woman can't do?
There's a lot of crossover skills, isn't there, in all those types of sport. They're all explosive.
Well, and she's just exploded the Trinidad and Tobago team into life here in Dublin. Is this the start of their comeback? Something tells me China won't be very happy with that as the ball makes their way out to the far side. Nice run here from China. Clean pass down the line. There's numbers on this near side if they can get it away quick enough. Oh, we went for the dummy there, but it was well read by the Trinidad and Tobago defence. Good distribution from Wrong.
Vantage over.
Out to the far side again. They've switched direction very quickly here, and it's Luai Yen. Yen is just scragged by the edges of her T-shirt. She gets up and goes again. It was fingernails that just brought her down in the end. And I think that was just to the wrong person there. Zhao Rong there got her hands to it. I don't think it was meant for her, and it slowed down that Chinese attack, and it means the ball's going to end up back in Trinidad and Tobago hands.
Oh, and what their try has done is brought the crowd into the game behind Trinidad and Tobago. They are cheering every single tackle that they make. Good scramble.
Thank you.
And we see running on now is Dahlia Jordan-Brown for Trinidad and Tobago.
Time back on.
If you actually look down the Trinidad and Tobago team, they actually cover all the emergency services, Carl, because there is a doctor, a fire officer and a police officer.
Point.
You'll never be in trouble if they are near you. They've covered everything. Right then, ball in Trinidad and Tobago hands. Good defence though by China, and good scrambling over the top really quickly there, and they're taking the penalty quickly as well. Numbers on the far side for China. Ball straight through the hands, but it's a sloppy last pass.
Well, they did everything right. Bar score the try, just this last distribution, unfortunately for China, not going to head wanting, I think it might have been. They've done everything right, got the numerical overlap, just needed to go through the hands. Here it is here, they worked it well, shifted it quickly. Hits the ball at speed.
Okay.
Just this last distribution, half a metre forward.
8.
Just waiting for another couple of changes here. China bringing on Ling Chen. She's going to go in the first receiver position.
And 11.
And also a couple of changes here for Trinidad and Tobago.
And 11.
And Carliste comes on. Latifa Carliste. We have to remember there are 2 of them because there's also Victoria Carliste as well. Both of them play for Eastern Ruggers back in their homeland. Ball comes back. Pantor has it again, and she's taken a lot of balls so far in this match. Big bruising run comes in from the captain, Skeet, down on the ground. And she's taking a bit of a pummeling there, and China, they're just going to take that ball. You show it to them like that, they will have it, and they will go over again to score. Yang Min, she scores the try, and China just getting back in their rhythm once again.
Yeah, come from the dual try score at the breakdown. They can see here working so hard, using good leg drive with Zhao Rong, and then they shifted the ball quickly. Always had the numbers on the far side of the field, and an easy jogging for Yang Min.
Again, it's a high kick, but it's not gone through. So China making their way back for the restart. Strong lead, 29 points to 5 here in this Pool C match, where Ireland are the favourites. They're the highest seeded team, but we do look forward to Ireland and China meeting each other in their pool clash. Ball's popped off now for the Chinese. Team in yellow. We've been convincing here. Nice hack on there. But it's just a little bit too much on the boot there as it bobbles out of play. And quick line out.
Back.
But I think almost too quick for Trinidad and Tobago. Again, this is troublesome time at the rut. China is so quick. Trinidad and Tobago have lost a lot of ball there. Huge numbers out on the far side. No mistakes this time as it goes through the hands. And now it is going to go down. Once again, Zhao can do no wrong. As she touches down, that's a hat-trick.
Yeah, great turnover again at the breakdown, and that's where they really have lifted the intensity as their coach asked for at halftime. You can see here just blowing 2 players off the ball. And here they always had the lineup. All they needed to do was play basic football and execute, and they did exactly that. She gets her treble, as you said, Sarah.
Some very clever person has just said, in the distance, 3 wrongs don't make a right. But I think in this situation, she's done pretty well. Zhao Rong.
Steve
On a
James is a
hat-trick.
bad man. He's a bad man.
There's a little nod there to our good friends out in the car park. In the truck.
What, sorry?
Let's see if
Right.
Trinidad and Tobago here, Sarah, can finish off
So you
with a
have
flourish.
pass for me, you were saying?
Nice score in this game. And
They're incredibly physical. They're big girls, but it's just that whole thing of when they take it into contact, they're just a bit slow, and
So
the
you're
Chinese
saying
are so
kicking
quick.
ball
Yeah, I
away.
think it's the body position because they are so big. They just need to get a
player.
little bit lower.
So you're going to
Try and
go for
contest
yellow
there.
card. Okay, for number 3, yellow. Okay.
Okay, the referee's actually just going to pull in a player here that she's not
Number
happy
3.
with from China. Let's have a listen.
Number 3.
Well, it is Keep Rugby Clean
Is
Day
it?
here.
Okay, you
UDC.
kick the ball away, preventing them to play the ball, so it's the yellow card.
So Shen Lai Lai is going to make her way from the field. She won't take any further part now in the end of this match, and Trinidad and Tobago will get to play out this last 40 seconds or so with an extra woman. Far side of the field, can they make that extra woman count as Jordan Brown takes it on? She is the doctor in the house. Playing advantage though to China,
Holding on. No, no.
and that's not taken through the mark, and the referee's been quite hot on that.
Yeah, the second woman in there actually did extremely good work. The tackler was down, took the opposing attacker down, and the second person in actually created that turnover for China.
Okay, clock is nearly gone. This will be a Chinese win at 34 points to 5. Can they increase that scoreline then? Oh, she nearly pinned her ears back. She almost second-guessed herself. And it's a loose ball down on the ground there as it goes backwards, and China have lost all that ground. They just made big tackles going in. Oh, that's going to create a bruise.
Stay back, stay back.
China, as they kick the ball out, they've had enough. They don't want to see any more of this match. No more tries required, say China. And that's the final score as they will make their way off the field of play. Another convincing win for China. It could all come down to their final match with Ireland in this pool, but they've won here against Trinidad and Tobago, 34 points to 5.
So the cheer you hear is because we're going to see the second appearance of the hosts opened in emphatic style against Trinidad and Tobago with that 57-0 drubbing. Now a slightly sterner test, you would think, against the Portuguese. Much as Portugal lost that opener against China, they showed flashes of what they're about, and certainly Anthony Eddy's team will have to be on their toes for this one and make sure that they can keep their structures in place, keep things moving. Of course, the big game for them, the last game of day one of this global repechage Dublin Sevens, Ireland-China, which will no doubt, you would think, decide Pool C, Sude.
Yeah, that's right. Ireland top seeds. China have played some good rugby today. We can't write off Portugal, though. It was a close game between these two at the Euros in Kazan. Ireland certainly have the upper hand, but Portugal know their way around a sevens pitch.
Well, Lucy Mulhall, the Ireland captain, said the crowd was going to be very important. Called it the 13th man on the sidelines, and they are getting themselves warmed up in the stands as the sun breaks through once again here at UCD. It's certainly been a treat for the Irish to be able to play in front of family, friends, something of a rarity, of course, in the Sevens circuit. So Portugal in their traditional red, Ireland in their traditional green. Stepping out for this next game. There, the fans getting vocal as they set themselves up for game number 16 on day one. The Irish team have beat Spain in Kazan recently, so began to find a bit of form. Of course, this program, a fairly fledgling state, been going just over a year, so still finding their way. Alhambra Nieves doesn't need to find her way, very experienced official.
Yeah, very experienced referee, off to the Olympics.
Just having the batteries checked in the audio equipment. Beautiful day now in Dublin, it really is. When the sun breaks through, there is nothing better. And we've had a real feast of rugby so far. Let's hope the sun stays out. Right, the frequency sorted out for Alhambra. And now it's Portugal with the start to this game. The take from Audrey Flynn. Strong charge. We saw in that opening game how strong she is on the ball. Looking for that width early on, but just unable to find the accuracy of the pass.
Yeah, it was the initial pass that was the problem, wasn't it? But Audrey Flynn, that carry from her first, really gives this Irish team some go forward.
Well, we know she's a physical player, crossing over, of course, from the international hockey circuit to the international rugby 7 circuit. Over 120 caps as a hockey international. Here come the Portuguese. Good leg power from the captain, Isabella Zordio. Their most experienced operator, Portugal. There's the little show and go from Cristina Ramos. Try score in that first game. High shot from Ireland. Back into their line they go as Portugal come again with Ramos. Ribeiro, little sidestep to keep that Irish defence on the straight and narrow. And it goes once again to the captain. Spins it out to Sara Silva. Just short, her head's over the line, but the ball's not. Now it is. Well, what a start from Portugal.
It was great work initially from Audrey Flynn in defence. Portugal just keep managing to recycle it. That pass out, first of all, from Atunes, brilliant. And then Audrey Flynn just manages to bring down Silva, but on hand is Osorio, the captain, doing the captain's job, getting Portugal over the line first. First blood to Portugal.
Yes, everything that the Portuguese could have wanted from these opening exchanges. The captain in position to finish things off inside 3 minutes. First try on the board. As we've said before, there's a thought that Portugal could be the surprise package of this weekend. Had their moments in previous tournaments without finding that consistency.
That's the thing, they are a good team who can play good matches. They've rarely strung it together over the course of a tournament.
Ashley Baxter sets it back. Flood and Williams try and whisk it out, but the ball goes loose. And here come Portugal again. Oh, just a thought there that Osorio had enough room to go on that outside arc, but it's not to be. Portugal bring that ball back in with Amaral. Experienced operator, normally it's a scrum half in the 15s game. Ireland doing well to get into the breakdown and just destroy that opportunity.
Yeah, good work at the breakdown from Ireland, but they're really putting themselves under pressure, Ireland. The first Portuguese try came from an Irish mistake, a loose pass. Then another loose pass from Ireland gave Portugal the ball. Ireland have to play with more accuracy.
It's Anthony Eddy, the Australian coach, will be just wanting his team to settle into a routine, into a rhythm, and that's where Lucy Mulhall is going to be critical over the next 3 minutes of this first half. Good clinical work from the set piece. Again, the passing not really helping the flow, but it's still there for Aoife Doyle. Mulhall gets it out to Stacey Flood. Flood straightening things up. Now it's out. Megan Williams. Good strength again from Ashley Baxter. Off balance, but maintaining the possession that they need. Flood straightening it back, gets the ball back into Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe, and there is the Ireland retort. That's what they needed before the break. Patience paying off for the home side.
Lovely vision from Stacey Flood. It was her that gave a couple of loose passes earlier that put the pressure on Ireland, but here Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe out to Stacey Flood. She looks on the outside, realises it's not on, realises there is a gap on the inside, passes it into Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe, who has pace to burn. There's no way Portugal were going to stop her from there.
Yes, a proven try scorer for the Irish, and once she was given that opportunity, no doubting what the outcome was going to be. So the conversion means that Ireland noses are in front for the first time.
And you'd imagine that score will calm Irish nerves a little. There is so much riding on this tournament, and a home tournament to boot. Getting points on the board always helps calm the nerves.
Back, play on.
An important 60 seconds or so till the break. Megan Williams. Good tough work from her as they whisk the ball out. Huge opportunity here for Ireland, and it's going to be taken by Stacey Flood. Well worked. The opening was there. They caught Portuguese defence a little flat-footed, and when they managed to get the ball out to that left flank, it was pretty much an open run-in for the Ireland number 3.
It was Megan Williams' work off the kick-off that made it. She battled really hard then. That offload from Audrey O'Flynn. Finally, the ball goes out to Stacey Flood from Ashley Baxter, one of the most experienced players on this side. But it all came from Megan Williams at that kick-off, not letting it go, not giving up, always fighting for the ball, making sure that Ireland got possession, not Portugal.
You can see the progress that this Irish team have made, well, pretty much since Dubai, of course, last December. As I say, it is still a young programme, and these teams, the girls in this team, are learning the instinct of sevens and working with each other. But it's paying dividends already in this tournament. A last chance in this first half to get some more points. Good awareness from Mulhall. The chase is on. It's Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe. 2 in 2 minutes for Ireland's number 5. And the big smiles are on the Irish faces.
That is a beautiful try. Lucy Mulhall, the vision here. She looks up, realises there's no one at home, realises the player outside her is Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe, who is going to outpace everybody, and puts in the perfect kick. It just stops over the try line. So all Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe has to do is touch the ball down. Brilliant, brilliant from the Irish captain.
And that flurry of tries at the end of the first half has put them in control. 2 tries Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe scored in the first game, 2 tries already in the second. And Ireland turning things round to take that dominant half-time lead. Well, as ever, the coach's calls at half-time will be fascinating to hear, especially after the change in circumstance, really, of this match. Let's have a lean into the huddle, shall we?
We've got to hit with our shoulders, we've got to have leg drive, we've got to finish them off and get them on the ground. We're still being far too passive around that area. Okay, the other thing is, if you're in a contest for the ball around the breakdown, if you're in it, you've got to go 100%. Don't be 50-50 at it, all right? If you're half at it, you're doing nothing. So if you're half in it, you make it full in it, okay? And you try and turn that ball over from it. Don't pull out of it. If you're in the contest, you go as hard as you possibly can. Attack-wise, girls, is great. All we've got to do is control possession. Be patient with the ball. If the pass isn't on, just carry, okay? React to that carry, strong physical carries, good chasing, recycle the ball, all right? Win that advantage line all the time. We'll get them around the ruck, and then we can throw our 2 passes, okay? So if the pass isn't on, just be prepared to carry the ball and have those people reloading from the ruck, all right? If we have to tighten it up a little bit every now and then to earn the right to go wide, we do. Fair enough?
Patience, girls.
Let's go,
Yeah,
guys.
patience. Hold the ball, we'll score. But they're not scoring again. End the story, okay? No more tries. Let's 1, 2, 3. Ireland! Go, girls. Go. Okay. Okay.
So the Ireland fans quite happy with their lot right now. They've got to keep things going though. Portugal showed what they're about at the beginning of that first half.
Option, red, is not going or line out, option.
Portugal who
Yeah,
beat
it's not
Holland
here first.
on their way to this tournament. Although they had a difficult time in Kazan, they know they have the talent, they know how they have
Finding, please.
the potential, should we say, to really explode into this World Rugby Global Repechage here in Dublin.
Line, set.
But they need to get some more points on the board, having lost that opener against China. The wraparound tries to open up things on the left. The handoff is strong and powerful from Catarina Ribeiro. The ball, though, goes loose, and it's Stacey Flood trying to reboot this Irish attack. Straightening of the line from Megan Williams. Turnover. Great work there from Ramos. Such an experienced operator and using that experience to good effect.
Back.
Gonçalves sets it back again. And now Portugal, see what they're going to work. Oh, the handling just letting them down. Referee says play on, ball goes backwards. Ramos trying to release Ribeiro. Again, that little wraparound ball this time, it didn't quite work. Good handling there from Amaral. Now they try and open up on the right. Sara Silva. Sara Silva evades one, gets the offload in, and Gonçalves is going to get Portugal's second try. The first of this second half, and does that swing the match barometer back towards Portugal?
Well, Ireland's still in the lead, but certainly a bit of momentum from Portugal. They did so well, Portugal, to keep the ball alive. It looked for all money like they were going to go into touch on this near side of the pitch. As it was, they managed to spread the ball wide, and the Ireland were really short in defence. It left Ashley Baxter and Lucy Mulhall a huge amount of work to do. They simply couldn't cover everybody, and it was a great finish in the end from Portugal.
Ireland having to make a change. Problem for Audrey O'Flynn on this near side. Struggling off, looks to have taken a knock to the hip.
This is the Portugal try.
Sarah Jessica Silva setting it up.
Indeed.
I wonder who she was named after. Don't know whether she lives in the city,
Quickly,
but
please, quickly.
the match getting a little tighter now, and Ireland just going to have to reassert themselves in this game with just that 5-point differential to play with.
Yeah, Audrey Finn's gone off, but Niamh Briggs, such an experienced player, has come on.
Good restart from Portugal. Just looking for those opportunities, those patches where you can get the ball and the bounce favouring the Portuguese.
Yeah, on those kick-off receptions, you want to stand wide and then come in and attack the ball. That time Ireland a little bit too far into the pitch, and going backwards to claim the ball on those kick-offs is really difficult.
The take is clean from Kim Flood. The breakout from Ashley Baxter. Oh, the straightening, almost opening up that Portuguese defence, but they come again. Kim Flood setting it back. There is Niamh Briggs, of course, renowned as a point-scoring machine in the 15 shirt in the 15s game. Good strength from Aoife Doyle. Just got to find that continuity now. Find the opening, Mulhall. Out to Niamh Briggs. The crowd screaming for more as Ashley Baxter makes her way into the Portuguese 22. Mulhall spots the opening, and the skipper does what her team needed, settling the nerves with another try, and at a very opportune moment as well.
It was the continuity from Ireland that did it. They kept taking the ball into contact, not really stretching Portugal, but kept recycling. In the end, Ashley Baxter takes it wide. She's supported really well by Niamh Briggs. They clear the ball really quickly. It's the quick ball, and then Lucy Mulhall looks up, realises the defence isn't set, and she's in.
Good to see Ashley Baxter back in such fine form. Struggled with a few injuries this season, but the power play really opening up that Portuguese defence, and Mulhall with the wherewithal and the ability, of course, to make the most of that opportunity.
And Alison Miller's crept on the pitch whilst that conversion was being taken. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe coming off, so some new pace on the pitch for Ireland.
And how 4 tries in that first game from Alison Miller, wearing 12 through the course of this weekend. There's Mulhall. There's Miller. Portugal just going over the top of that to the dissatisfaction of Alhambra Nieves. Always surprises me when you've got Niamh Briggs on that she's not kicking the ball, because she's renowned. She has a phenomenal boot, of course, in the 15s game, not so much needed in this format.
No, I suppose it's always Lucy Mulhall's job in the 7s. Why change it when you're 50 seconds from victory, 24-12 up? If it's not broke, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But a good decision from Ireland, kicking for touch, take some time out of the game.
Flood the younger gets the line out right, but the backs move fails really, and they're going to have to go again from just inside halfway. Mulhall trying to struggle through the tackles. There's the opening. Niamh Briggs, in fact, no, sorry, that's Alison Miller trying to get the leg drive to break the shackles, unable to do it, but getting the penalty. Last play. Oh, I think they're heading for the hutches now with that win. Pragmatic work from the captain. She has really led from the front, Lucy Mulhall, and it's been an impressive performance from Ireland. Finding their way, yes, of course, but they're improving with every game.
Yeah, their nerves would have been jangling when Portugal scored first in that game, but they didn't panic. They waited till they could get some good possession. They kept the continuity and they got the points on the board. Lucy Mulhall really coming to the fore as an important captain for this team.
Yeah, Portugal showed what they're about. Of course they did. They're not going to stand back and let their host dominate. And there were points where you wondered whether Ireland were going to be able to reconvene in many ways, but showing good maturity in the game. And it really has set them up now for that huge match which will no doubt decide Pool C when Ireland come up against China in the last game of day one here. Well, the crowd happy with their lot and what they've seen. Good to see so many people coming out to support on day one. The attractions of day two, obvious when you have knockout stages there, but the mix of fans, you can see the various colours supporting various teams, and as well as the neutrals. Well, let's get some reaction from the Ireland camp as Hugh Cahill goes into the green shirts. Hugh, who have you got?
Well, Louise, listen, you got the job done there, but Portugal put it up to you in that game.
Oh, absolutely. We definitely expected Portugal to put up to us. They had a loss against China in the first game, so it was winner bust for them. So we were expecting a really physical contest, and that's what they gave us.
The way the draw's kind of gone, I suppose you were very comfortable in that first game. Portugal were a step up, and I imagine China are going to be another step up again.
Yeah, I suppose China and ourselves are going for group leaders now, which gives you a more favourable draw, I suppose, day two. So it's going to be a very tough physical game. So time to rest and recover now and build up towards it.
And what about yourself? Look, you're just back from injury. I know you missed Claremont and a couple of tournaments. So how are you feeling, and how is the leg?
Yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah, I'm here anyway. Just delighted to be back, and thanks to all the medical staff that have gotten me onto the pitch today.
Okay, and it's a home tournament. The crowd are doing their part as well.
Absolutely, yeah, it's fantastic. It's such an honour to play at home, especially a sevens tournament. Obviously, Ireland not being traditionally a sevens country, so we're really looking forward to showing up for the crowd as well.
Okay, well, look, best of luck in the rest of the day. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers, Hugh.
Simon, back to you.
Thank you, Hugh. Well, Irish confidence intact after 2 rounds. Let's take a look at how the pools sit on the initial skirmishes. Russia and Samoa, that is going to be a huge encounter coming up. Both teams unbeaten, really working so hard. Russia, particularly impressive form with over 100 points scored in their 2 games so far. As we look to Pool B, well, Spain having the dominance really of that pool and showing some very, very impressive work. Tunisia, Mexico and Venezuela, well, they're going to be scrapping out amongst themselves to see who could take that second spot. Big game for Tunisia coming up next against Venezuela. And then in Pool C, as we've just seen, Ireland going well. China, impressive too under Ben Golling's tutelage. It's going to be a very, very big clash, that last match of the day. And then Pool D, Kazakhstan, as we thought, powerful, physical, and you would see, seem to be in control of that final pool. Well, we have a slight break here, so we'll make the most of interviewing one of our VIPs this afternoon. Hugh Kyle is with former Ireland 15s captain Fiona Coughlin.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. Fiona, listen, I mean, it's been a great day so far here. Thankfully, I mean, it is Ireland, we have got the weather, but what do you make of the Ireland's team's performances so far?
Yeah, you know, I think going into it, they knew their pool was going to be tough when they saw Portugal and China in it, and it started off slowly with Trinidad and Tobago, and they got a good win there, and, you know, another good win against Portugal, and I think they're going to have to ramp it up against China, who've really come out today, and, you know, the last year they developed so much since the last time they were here.
I suppose, you know, people might look at Ireland and say we're a top-tier nation where rugby is concerned, but where sevens is concerned, we're still very new to this. I mean, during most of your career, we never had a seven set up at all.
Yeah, there was bits of it, and then 2012 it kind of came a bit more on stream, and the girls did particularly well getting to the World Cup then. But, you know, this programme has only been in place the last couple of years, and a lot of new girls to the sport, and they're learning it, and being on the World Series has been huge for them, and, you know, to get to Rio and back on the World Series would be another step again.
Give us an example of what it's like for Niamh Briggs, because she's obviously come from the 15s game and hasn't got a huge amount of experience in sevens, but she seems to be doing very well out there today.
Yeah, look, Niamh is a good rugby player. She's got a good rugby brain. I think it was just to adapt to the fitness of the game, and, you know, she spent the last 8 weeks training hard with the girls, and you see it here. You know, she probably hasn't got the 7 minutes in her for the whole game, but, you know, her experience will lead the girls to learn a lot as well, so she's going to be hugely beneficial to the team.
And what would it mean for Ireland to get an Olympic place? Look, it's a long way to go. I know we have all day tomorrow as well as China to come today, but for Irish rugby, you do get a sense that more and more people are buying into what sevens is.
Yeah, Irish sport, like we haven't had a women's team sport there ever, so to have rugby sevens there would be huge. And I think the crowds are building and people see what a spectacle is and what a festival that the game is, that they come out. So to get to Rio would be absolutely brilliant.
We do have a World Cup to host as well next year. You must be looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's going to be brilliant. It's here again, so it's a bit of a dry run for that. And if we can get the crowds out over the 3 weeks, it'll be absolutely brilliant here and then up to the Kingspan.
Yeah, and we can always guarantee the wear as well. Listen, Fiona, thanks a million for your time. Simon, back to you.
Thank you, Hugh. Well, we set out for the third round of day one. There is what they're aiming for, of course. Those are the teams that know they're going to Rio. Australia, of course, series winners, but some real fine form there amongst the follow-up, Canada and New Zealand in particular.
Something special. What a touch that is. Look at that. That's perfect.
Oh, and a beautiful ball. Scintillating stuff.
You want talent? Well, there it is. He is an absolute beast. He is too quick. That is a huge play. What a wonderful tackle.
This woman is on fire.
He is setting this world alight.
Oh, isn't that magnificent? This is just unbelievable.
And you're very welcome back. So just a quick look at the referee list for the Women's Olympic Games. And plenty of experience, as you can imagine. Jess Beard, Rasta Rastavengi, who's not here this weekend, Sarah Cox, who is, Amy Perrott, have all been around the circuit for quite a while now. And you want your best referees in what is going to be a brilliant showcase for the game of sevens rugby in Rio. Okay, so recap on the pools if you're just joining us. This is the story of day one. In Pool A, Russia and Samoa, both undefeated so far. Russia, well, as you can see, laying down a marker in their opening two games, 57 and 59 points against Zimbabwe and Madagascar. They are the team to beat, but Samoa, you never know. They also managed a hatful of tries against the Zimbabweans and followed that up with a victory against Madagascar in their second match. Well, Pool B, Spain, as you might expect, are on top. They beat Tunisia in their opening match by 38 points to 0, and they were equally as impressive against Venezuela in their second. Mexico, as things stand, are in third place, and there will be a battle between Mexico and Tunisia, you feel, for the runners-up spot in Pool B. Venezuela yet to get off the mark in terms of a victory. Well, Pool C is cooking pretty nicely after Ireland and China won their opening two games. They will play in the third and final match, and that will decide the pool winners here. Portugal, as you saw, just went down to Ireland after giving them a bit of fright early on in that game. And Trinidad and Tobago, well, it's been a struggle for them, conceding 51 points to Ireland and then 34 to China. Just one try to show for their efforts. And the final pool is Pool D. Kazakhstan have been, well, maybe the surprise package for quite a few people. They've been very impressive so far. 2 games played, 2 victories, and plenty of points to show for it as well. 36 past Argentina and only conceding 1 try. And they managed to put 21 against Hong Kong, albeit defensively. They let in a couple towards the end. Massive game coming up for them against the Cook Islands, while Hong Kong and Argentina will battle it out for the second spot. Yeah, there's plenty of excitement about the Women's World Cup coming to Ireland next year. I mean, 2017, a chance to showcase the game, but equally with Ireland hoping to host the Men's World Cup in 2023, you'd imagine that they're going to have to do a pretty bang-up job as a bit of a dress rehearsal, if you like. So Kazakhstan against the Cook Islands is our next game, and as I mentioned, Kazakhstan have been very, very impressive so far. Plenty of pace and strength, particularly in the backs there. You look at Stepanuka, Nurmatova, Yakovleva and Kolkshinikova as the star runners out wide. The Cook Islands, well, they got the Greig sisters from New Zealand, Captain Vane and Wayaku as well from New Zealand, who scored a try in the opening game. The likes of Annika Stevens as well, and Koyatu, well capable of trouble on their day. But the Cook Islands, if they've any aspirations of finishing second in the pool, they're going to have to try and upset the odds here with victory against Kazakhstan. Glimpses of really good rugby at times, but as we mentioned, they'll need to up their performances against what has been the form side in Pool D so far. Argentina scratching their heads after the first game, where they can only manage one try before taking Hong Kong in their second game. Well, Carl Tanan is beside me, so Carl, I mean, you know, Kazakhstan today, they'll be looking to make an impression, but you know a lot of the Cook Island players from New Zealand, and they've been kind of growing into this tournament. They'll fancy their chances of an upset here, I think.
Yeah, they'll have to have better decision making. That's probably what stung the Cook Islands team against Argentina. A couple of wrong decisions. Argentina got a flow on, and from there they were too hard to peg back. But the Cook Islands had a good first up draw with Hong Kong, so they do have players that can threat. As you said, Wairako Greig is amongst everything, both defensively and offensively. And also the number 13 in the centres, Annika Stevens, is the one to get it going for them.
So beautiful conditions in Dublin. The rain forecast for today never materialised, and we're all pretty happy about that. Unfortunately, I suppose from a domestic point of view, we do have the Irish men's team in action this afternoon in South Africa. We have the 20s involved in the World Championship final later on tonight against England, and then tomorrow the Republic of Ireland in European Championship action against France. So it's been a hectic weekend of sport, not to mention the local GAA.
Yes, it was.
And plenty on offer.
Well, I tell you, all those teams you just spoke about have been playing some great sport right across the board. Ireland and South Africa have been outstanding. The under 20s, well, against England. But this Kazakhstan team, for me, Hugh, really has been a surprise package. The way they've gone about their business, they've been very authoritative in all two games. So I'm sure they'll want to use their physical dominance that they showed in their first two games to finish off this pool game.
Well, that's immediately apparent, isn't it? You look at the Cook Island team running out, and they are a lot slighter in build versus the Kazakhs, who look like they have been eating weights, as you do from time to time, KT. Even though the old game legs are gone, you're still in pretty good shape.
Sitting down eating all this rubbish all the time, Hugh. I want to lift up the top.
Joy Neville is a referee from Ireland, and no better woman to have in the middle. Of course, a former Ireland international, and now operating on the refereeing stage. She knows exactly what it's all about, and you know, for players as well, I firmly believe it's more peace of mind when the referee has happened to be an international player. They know exactly what they want out of the game.
Well, I think you get that natural respect, because the players know that when a referee who has been an ex-player has been there and done that, and they see what they see.
So Kazakhstan in white, playing from left to right. The Cook Islands in gold and green, looking to a victory here that would give them a chance of finishing second in the group. Big tackle went in there from Yakovleva, the Kazakh captain, but a knock-on in the process of doing that, and it gives a scrum to the Cook Islands.
Well, 25 seconds in, you can already see the physical nature of this game. Kazakhstan challenging at the tackle ball area, but equally so Cook Islands getting support players there nice and early, getting over that ball. But the player to watch is the Kazakhstan captain at the first half, Anna Yakovleva. She has been outstanding.
Vaktivayeva just coming under a bit of pressure there, and first touch for Vane Greig, the captain, looking to keep that ball alive, and Koyatu came off the bench in the opening game, is starting in this one. Back to her captain, and inside comes Nati. Good retention and recycling of the ball from the Cook Islands. This is Annika Stevens. Also has a try to her name in the tournament so far. Scrap for that ball at the breakdown. Kazakhstan making it life difficult, but they come through illegally. This could be, well, referee Joy Neville deciding just a penalty is enough. Thought she was reaching for the pocket there.
A lot of these Cook Island girls have played touch rugby, and just their first move, they called it a bow X. We have a 1-2 cut and a third person coming in. So you see they're going to try and use that. I think it's a real strength of their game.
Appy Nichols to get us back underway. Out as far as Stevens. Recycling, Natty. It's for Greg on that far side, and they keep this ball alive. Little dummy, which was probably the right move because the Kazakh blitz defence up very quickly and a danger of an intercept there. You can see again Kazakhstan trying to wrestle the ball free, but Cook Islands do just enough to keep it alive. Stevens once more. Here's Nichols. Nichols with one right-sider, but just couldn't find the hands of Koyatu, who was waiting for that ball on the wing.
Oh, wasted ball there from the Cook Islands. Uppy Nickel has to give this earlier. The handling hasn't been on point today. She needs to give it right there. She doesn't. Look at that. It brings in the defence. It causes a scratchy pass. They have to take every opportunity, the Cook Islands. They don't on that occasion.
Yeah, big hit from Nomatova.
Time off.
Who's just receiving a bit of attention for her efforts there because she just banged her leg as she went in to make that tackle. Brave in the contact area. Klyuchnikova to throw. And the scrum half a ball off the top. Well, there she is. Maybe still feeling the effects, Nurmatova, of that last knock to the leg, but it's given possession back to the Cook Islands. And here is Nichols once more. Nice footwork from her. Out as far as Koyatu. Nice run by the number 11. Tap tackle goes in from back into Baeva. And then the penalty for not releasing on the ground. Quick tap and go, wasting no time. Yakovleva, the captain, keeping it alive there. Klyuchnikova will pass on the outside. In over the top goes Stevens, but again, it's illegal.
Yeah, high tackle there, I think, from the sweeper. Nichols, unfortunately, collects the Kazakhstan player around the chops. A good willing defence here from the Cook Islands to start this game. Here's the turnover. The captain, Yakovleva, gives it out. And then Stephen gets up and makes another one, but there's a little high tackle, unfortunately, for the Cooks.
White.
So line out to Kazakhstan, and a couple of big runners in that back line there. Stepan Yuga, of course, a couple of tries early on in the opening game, and that one hasn't gone. Set piece is not working out for Kazakhstan at the moment, and it's costing them possession.
It's the first time Kazakhstan really has been tested in their pool, and at the moment, the Cook Islands' physicality and willingness to stand up to the physical nature of this game is causing these little mistakes from the Kazakhstan team. So they're well in this one, the Cooks getting up.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Awkward scrum. Look at the pressure coming through that front row. Kazakhstan have stolen the ball there. Klyuchnikova wanted to get on with it, but
Sorry, excuse me.
penalty against.
Sorry, offside.
Coming in from the wrong side was it's the Cook Islands ball.
Yeah, that was never out from the scrum, so the halfback for Kazakhstan deemed offside.
And off they go again, inside their own 22 now this time. Stevens tries to hand off, straight into contact there. Stepan Yoga had to make the tackle. Balls come out loose, and it's free possession now for anyone. Well, not for Kazakhstan's number 2, Nurmatova. She was the only player that couldn't take that ball. She was offside.
Yeah, unfortunate. It's so tough to leave this ball alone. She stood up, she was offside, has to come round, get back onside first before she can play the ball. But Stevens, the girl on the ball right now, has got one of the best fins at this tournament.
Gets play back underway. Boyaku Greg will switch the play nicely, and Greg back into the hands. Stevens once again. Are we going to see another fend here? Carried to two hands. Tackle went in. Was it high from Yakovleva? No, the captain just about on song. Advantage being played though to the Cook Islands, and they've a massive overlap here if they can move this ball. Two on the outside. Surely it has to go. The top tackle on Marino Anderson. Well, she had two players outside her. The space was screaming out for it, and now it's Kazakhstan with a chance to attack. Chopped down was Yakovleva. Back on her feet though, the captain. She is made of tough stuff. And trying to recycle the ball quickly as we approach 90 seconds left to play at the end of this first half. Still there. Taken in this time by Nurmatova. Nice little switch. Keep ball in hand. Koyasha Baeva over the 22. Tackle goes in on Victor Baeva. And still there for them. Nurmatova with a pass, equally good defending, and Stevens had to just hang on for dear life there. Crash ball, nice line as well. Back to Baeva. Keeping that ball alive, trying to go around the outside. Terayeva, she's down and she scored a try. Kazakhstan, patience pays off and the resistance finally broken.
Yeah, getting in and behind the ball carrier with Kazakhstan. Here's the turnover in the break initially from Marino Anderson. She needed to give their ball. That's where the space was. But look at how Kazakhstan get numbers in and around the ball. That's the cardinal sin. When you've got an overlap, you can't turn it over. They do. The offload finally comes. And so does the try, but it was a tough one. But they get it, Kazakhstan. Terayeva gets it started.
A lot of huff and puff from both teams. That was the first try of the game, though, and it's gone to Kazakhstan. The conversion attempt looks okay. Yeah, squeeze it in the inside post, so 7 points to 0. Cook Islands have had their chances. They had the breakaway opportunity. If that pass had gone, Marino Anderson, wrong option, and that's what happens in this game.
Against the good teams, you have to make that pass because the top sides will make you pay, and they were good enough in the end. Kazakhstan only just, but I like the attitude of this Cook Islands team. They've got nothing to lose. They stepped up for sure, but can they stick with Kazakhstan for 14 minutes?
Game still very much in the balance here, and we've got a whole 7 minutes left to go. That's not a bad kick. It's going to bring play out, and that should be the last action of the first half. The whistle from Joy Neville goes, and Kazakhstan finally break the deadlock towards the end of that first half, but the Cook Islands plenty to build on here. Just the one try to show for their efforts. Kazakhstan lead this one at half-time by 7 points to 0.
So you can win ball at the breakdown, but also, you know, make sure that the second job is getting done all the time. Okay, first job is great, but getting to the second job is where I see problems.
Спасибо. Выбивайте мяч.
Okay, they're going to two good tackles here. Two good tackles here.
Выбивайте этот мяч.
Okay.
Не давайте им разгоняться сразу.
Девочки, Анют, посмотрите, нужно быстрее коридор поддержать. Когда ваш коридор, вверху ее поддержите, а потом отпустите.
Well, say the Cook Islands here, he would be pretty happy with their game so far. They've kept it close through their defence. They've been stuck in their own half for the majority of that first 7 minutes. That's probably the issue for them. They've had their opportunities, as you said, in that first stanza to get out of their own defensive quarter. So that's what they have to do. They're sticking in there defensively, but attack-wise, they have to take full toll of the space that's given to them.
Well, Kazakhstanis like their sport. I can tell you they're not bad boxers. I've been over in Almaty for a World Championships over there, and you know, they love their boxing, but rugby, sevens rugby, seems to be growing in popularity. You see John Phelan, the Irishman, who's involved in the coaching setup there, and that'll tell you the commitment that they've made to trying to grow this sport. Cook Islands, good strength there. Well, the kick didn't go 10, but Kazakhstan played it. Cook Islands came up, took advantage, and get the scrum.
Yeah, the hands going there. They weren't entirely sure what was going on. I think it was Kosha Bayeva. Unfortunately, grabbed their ball on the bounce. There's no whistle. It is play on because they did touch it. Good recognition by the Cook Islands, realising that and got the easy turnover with the ball.
Set.
Feed, look at the power again of that front row. The ball, scrum twisting around. It's going to reset because they went forward. But the strategy here for the Cook Islands has to be, KT, get that ball out of the scrum as quick as possible.
Yeah, I think they were pretty lucky at Kazakhstan on this near side of the field. The prop just burrowed right in and turned that scrum around. But they do have to anchor up. The Cook Islands captain, Vane Gregg. This is the battle. I bet you there'll be a perfect scrum the side you watch. The referees come over.
Get the strike, and there we go. Ball to work with this time. Feed from Nichols. Kicked ahead, though. Well, it didn't look like everyone was on the same wavelength as Kimiora Nati, but Kazakhstan have numbers back there. Kosha Bayeva. one-handed pass to no one in particular. Dangerous manoeuvre if it doesn't pay off, and I think they've knocked it on. They have. And the Cook Islands, well, originally I questioned the kicking strategy. It's paid off for them.
Well, normally that's a cardinal sin, kicking the ball away as soon as you get it, but it wasn't the best of chasers. But in the end, the mistake came from Kazakhstan right in front of their post. Pressure here on the ball. That was the kicker. She chased it. Nati did well. Age-old adage. Kick's only good as its chase.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Real attacking opportunity here. Nichols with the feed. Chance to go on the outside. Stevens with the handoff. Stevens for the corner. Well, KT, you mentioned the fend. There it is. It's resulted in a try, and the Cook Islands are back in this game.
What I like about this girl, she plays with attitude. Anika Stevens doesn't take a step back, usually sets things alight with her shoulders and defense, but look at this one-on-one. She was always going to have a go, boom! Get that in you, no stopping that.
Oh, what about that? Nothing better when it works off. It's strength and timing. When those two combine, that's the result. And Stevens drags the Cook Islands back to within 2 points. No luck with the conversion.
Look at that body shape of the Kazakhstan team. A lot of hands on hips, no communication.
Cook Island restarts, taken this time, Koisha by Ava. Swallowed up on the tackle though by Vane Greg, the captain. It's come down the blind side, it's gone forward though. In Kazakhstan, things are not going their way.
Oh, frustration written all over the faces of this Kazakhstan team. Koshabayeva was the one that took the ball. She's blowing up at her teammates with their knock on. And look where they are territory-wise. Cook Islands, brilliant.
Bind. Set.
Appy Nichols with the feed. Ball again comes out the back. Number 8 in pressure. And under she's managed to hit the ground and did well there. Now struggled to get this one back. Marino Anderson, but she's got a penalty. Not releasing the tackler on the ground. Wasting no time. Nichols taps and goes. Now, chance to spread this one. Nati, one-handed. Looks to switch the direction back this side. Nichols once more to Greg. Wrestle for the ball. That's good strength by the Cook Islands number 4. Wairako Greg. Where is that ball? Messy stuff from both teams. Back on her feet. Told to roll away. Referee Joy Neville telling them to retreat 10. And Kazakhstan have the ball.
Well, Cook Islands don't need to take it into the physical contact. They look better when they're getting the ball to the edges, getting it to Spice. Wairako Greg, I know that too, getting the physical nature of it. But she had a player on the outside. Get it to the space.
Time off. Substitution. Green 7. Green 7.
So substitution for Cook Islands, and Kimiora Nati is going to come off.
Time back on.
Kazakhstan with the line out. Plenty of options to aim for. Go to the middle. Cook Islands contested. Ball off the top to use. And here is Klyochnikova to try and release their outside backs. Yakovleva, the captain. Little offload. Back to her scrum half. Klyochnikova. Room on the outside now. They're going to try Stepan Yuga on the break towards that 10-metre line, but dragged down. And still there for Yakovleva. Keeping that ball alive. This is better by Kazakhstan, trying to go through rather than around the cover tackle. Just as I say, they knock it on, and we've got 2 minutes to play.
Oh, so frustrating from a Kazakhstan point of view. Finally, they get some go-forward ball well over the advantage line. You can see there they're trying everything. A lot of hands on hips. First time they've really had to be tested. And, well, the Cook Islands, that's a huge let off with a little knock-on because they had a quick bridger and a halfback there.
Thank you.
Look out for the kick. We've seen one already from the Cook Islands. Now they're deep in their territory for the first time in the second half. I think you kick it downtown as soon as you get it.
Well, if the chase is good here, they might fancy themselves at the pace, but it's awkward coming out the back. Kazakhstan have stolen possession. Tackle goes in from Greg, but can she prevent the next? No, she cannot. And it's a try for Svetlana Klyochnikova, the Kazakh number 9, and I think she knows that that's going to be good enough to win this game.
Well, she's the one that applied the pressure at scrum time, timed it perfectly. You can see her there just hounding her opposite in Nichols. Klyochnikova, see, she comes in the boot, she had a player on the outside, decoys are going, and there's just, She's ecstatic.
Yeah, a bit of a celebration before she jotted that one down.
Yep.
Conversion
Thank
attempt
you.
to come. As things stand, the gap is only 7, so this is an important kick, because if this goes over, result is not in doubt. If she misses here, the Cook Islands will have another go. So big kick for Koishabayeva. No, it's not going to make it. So chance for the Cook Islands to try and tie things up with a converted try.
The all-important kickoff now. There it is, 12-5, an opportunity. Converted try levels this up.
Understandably taking her time, Koishabayeva, to get back there.
Please.
They only have a limited time before kickoff, so
possession absolutely key now. The chase is on from Kazakhstan. Up after that one is Tereyeva. Cook Islands, well, didn't take her eyes off that one. Van Greg, the captain, exactly what they would have wanted. They do have a chance. Oh, they're trying to kick this one. Is there room on this left-hand side? It might pay off. If it doesn't, it's suicide. And that should be that. Kazakhstan, Stepan Yuga buries it in. Well, it was a gamble, but the risk surely was against the Cook Islands there, of that ever coming off. Kazakhstan do just enough to preserve their top of the table status, and they've won this one here by 2 tries to 1. 7 points the gap in the end, and 12 points to 5. Kazakhstan beat the Cook Islands.
What a touch that is. Look at that. That's perfect.
Oh, and a beautiful ball. Scintillating stuff.
You want talent? Well, there it is. He is an absolute beast. He is too quick. That is a huge play. What a wonderful tackle.
This woman is on fire.
He is setting this world alight.
Oh, isn't that magnificent? This is just unbelievable.
Are you ready for Rio? Are you ready, Sude?
I'm ready, definitely.
So close, 2 months away. Right then, we are finding out who's going to get that last spot at Rio, and we're about to complete Pool D as well. Hong Kong against Argentina, the last match up here. A chance for Hong Kong to prove themselves a little bit here today. It's been disappointing so far. Well, as you could say, a similar story perhaps for Argentina, because there's Kazakhstan right at the top of the group there. And this was the pool, nobody knew what was going to happen.
Yeah, and it's still close, isn't it? Look at that. Cook Islands, Argentina, Hong Kong. Argentina, Hong Kong, both with a chance here to get where they want to get to.
Well, we're just waiting for the teams to emerge at the moment. Of course, Hong Kong, they are led by Anna Richards, the most capped Black Fern. Also, a World Rugby Hall of Famer. She's made her way across the grass as she awaits her side to come out at the moment. They'll be led by Christy Cheng, the 30-year-old. She's just on the far side of the field at the moment, going up against Argentina, who are actually led by the lawyer, Daniel Villan. And it'll be interesting to see how Billebeck goes again, the captain of Argentina, because she has had a couple of cracking performances, actually, and she scored quite a few tries as well. So here we go. Argentina will be on the right-hand side of the field of play, sporting some wonderfully colourful boots out there. If they're not Lunamus, they're not wearing them. And I could actually say the same, actually, for Hong Kong at the moment. Were you a traditional black boot girl, Sude? I imagine you were at all times.
Always black boots. If you wear the flashy boots, you've got to get the flashy rugby out as well. Too much pressure. Keep the boots black. Referee doesn't notice them. Nobody expects too much.
Tips from the top there from Sude. Go under the referee radar. Keep the boots nice and cool and black. Talking of referees, there we go. There's Jessica Beard of New Zealand, ready to get this one underway as we just wait for Hong Kong to finish their huddle, take off the tracksuits. And this will be the last outing of Pool D. After this, all the women here will be back over to the accommodation on the other side of UCD to go and rest up and get ready to go again tomorrow. We are back here tomorrow. Do join us again. Still plenty of rugby still to come today, though, as we find out how all these pools are going to be completed. So here we go, Hong Kong against Argentina. Right then, ball flying and Argentina taking it straight away. Popped off by Aguilar. She manages to get a calm, smooth pass away. But it's stolen straight away on the ground by Hong Kong. Oh, still straight back from Argentina. Nice bit of tit for tat here between these sides. Not quite a quick enough pass to get away there for Argentina. So once again, we're back in the hands of Hong Kong. Going forward now through Agipoon. Agipoon, is she going to fly to the line? Oh, she can. She's going to get there. She is. Oh, that was tight. She was nearly taken down by the shorts, but she's thrilled with that result. Poon goes down, first try of the match.
There was millimetres in that, wasn't there, with the tackle being made or not made, but Aggie Poon has been a standout player for Hong Kong today. It's her tackle that makes it, her tackle that dislodges the ball, and then she's on hand for the offload. Just juggles it, but manages to outpace number 9, Sophia Gonzalez, to get over the line. A great start for Hong Kong, just what Anna Richards wanted.
It was a solid kick by Poon as she tried to convert her own try there. It just drifted to the left-hand side of the uprights, but it was still quite pretty, but it remains 5-0. And as Sude just said there, Sophia Gonzalez just unable to get that real firm touch on her target. And here we go, it's the job. When you're the kicker, you got to get back, you got to get ready to go again. Poon is ready. Well, that one doesn't look like it's going 10 at all. It's just floated out on the far side. Can't have a good kick every time. So a chance here for Argentina. They fed off a bit of scraps so far in these opening minutes, and this will be the first real platform they've got. Yeah, first good possession in a good part of the pitch. Poor kick from Aggie Poon. Just hands the ball back to Argentina in a great attacking position. And the ball goes to Gonzalez straight away, and a nice little switch around the outside. A good looping run there by Sophia Gonzalez. Apparently her nickname is La Maga, which means magic. Anything apparently can happen when she has her hands on the ball. Montero, she flies around the outside. Billebeck feeds the women waiting for her. Nice run through, good straight line there by Aguilar, who just split the defence there for Hong Kong. Gonna have to bring it back. There's no one on that far side, and Argentina holding the ball here. Can they get the break? Henghini. Good contest at the breakdown by Hong Kong, and they deserve that ball. That was strong. Ooh, slightly uncomfortable body position there by Melody Lee as she went down into contact. Carrying on though. No problems at all. Olsen Thorne goes down there, but holding on the ground there by Olsen Thorne, and Argentina get their penalty. Yeah, Hong Kong just getting too isolated at the breakdown. Too easy for Argentina to compete for the ball. Aguilar to Montero, who will be disappointed with that one. Position for Hong Kong here. Still inside of their own half, and not clear direction there on communication between the Hong Kong team at the moment when they're getting onto this ball. Just need to have a solid plan and just confirm who's going to get their hands on it next. And finally we're off and away. Hong Kong with the ball. Thought they were going to try and run that one straight out, but Vati there was closed in the whole time, and she's got herself in that tricky body position. She was trying to really cover up and protect the ball there, but it's been taken quickly by Argentina, but the referee's not happy.
Yeah, again at the breakdown, Hong Kong getting turned over by Argentina. Hong Kong aren't getting numbers there quickly enough, so the player's taking it in. Then the second player in support needs to get there more quickly to stop Argentina getting over the ball.
Paladero manages to find Cazorla. Well, that was a loose ball on the ground, almost dropped there by Argentina. As we see Olsen Thorne go take on again, and she's been dragged along on the floor there by her shirt as it's knocked on by Argentina. And I think both sides will appreciate a scrum here just to tidy things up.
Yeah, it's been a bit loose from both teams. Very, very scrappy. I guess there's so much to play for here. A spot in the quarterfinals, so you can kind of see why. I think actually that came off the Hong Kong ankle rather than a knock-on from Argentina, but the referee thought it came off an Argentinian hand, so a let-off for Hong Kong.
Sude here with us for World Rugby. Former Great Britain, England, Sevens captain. I just promoted you to say Great Britain.
Yeah.
I did, didn't I? We didn't have Great
If
Britain in your
only
day,
there
did we,
had been
Sue?
a Great Britain.
Did not exist.
There was a Great Britain, just not a Great Britain women's rugby team.
They will exist at the Olympics. They are one of the teams, of course, who have qualified for Rio. And we're here in Dublin to find out who's going to join them as the ball's taken on by Olsen Thorne. Managed to get the ball back inside to Poon. It's loose on the ground again, and Poon's going to have to go back, and she's having to do a bit of a cleaning job here. She might as well get a broom out at the moment to tidy this lot up. Far side. Thought we were going to see a bit of a hack on there by Hong Kong, but they're happy to keep it in hands at the moment. Although they're playing a lot inside of their own 22, and Aggie Poon is down at the moment for Hong Kong. That will be worrying for them, but they've got the ball on the far side.
Leave it now, leave it. No, it's just you can go 5.
There's a real contest going on at that ruck. Eventually the referee does blow a whistle. It was being hugely contested by Argentina, and Hong Kong are off. They're not going to wait. They want to fly, and they just slow down. Pin your ears back is what they're screaming. Keep going. Support on the outside, but that was forward. And Sue was there, but she was just ahead of the ball.
It just feels like Hong Kong are overcomplicating it. Just go for it in that position. Just sprint your heart out, outpace the defence. If you get caught, you can offload it. But challenge the defence, take them on as fast as you can.
I'm keeping a close eye at the moment on Aggie Poon. She's holding on to her side, and we've got another Hong Kong player who doesn't seem that happy either. And in the end, it actually ends up being Argentina the ones that made the change. It's Botelli who's coming on, and she's going to head straight into that front row.
I need to talk. Yeah? Closer. Yeah, closer. Okay.
So we're going to keep a close eye. I can see a couple of Hong Kong players warming up that Anna Richards has pushed forwards on the touch, but it's time for the scrum, and it's an Argentina ball. It's incredible. It's only been one try so far in this match. There's been plenty of action. Scooped up and thrust out the back there by Argentina. Penalty straight away, though. And again, we've had quite a lot of this today, making sure that the players take these penalties through the mark. And it does just slow down that momentum and that opportunity that they had to real rush at the defence while it's disorganised. Still Argentina ball. The hoot is gone, but they've got possession and they've got time to get some points on the board here. Another penalty for Argentina. Hong Kong have got to be careful here.
Yeah, trying to give Argentina a taste of their own medicine and compete at the breakdown, but it's not going their way at the moment, Hong Kong.
Aguila, who has scored already today against Kazakhstan. Is she going to be the one that inspires and sets something off here? Still going forward. Gonzalez now. Support outside her. I have to say, the Hong Kong defence is strong. Great line so far. Montero. She's made about half a metre, but it's still not going forward. And now the penalty goes to Hong Kong, and it's taken quickly. They took that opportunity. Varty was taken down, but it's nearly up to the halfway line again. Argentina suck it up off the floor. Sofia Gonzalez is just desperately looking, and Poon there read that beautifully. Just opened up the bread basket, caught it in her arms, and ran with it. had some cracking little contests down at the ruck, but this time it goes back to Argentina.
How long has this phase of play gone on since the hooter went?
A long time, Sude, is the answer to that, but it's still going. And can anyone finish it off? At the moment, Hanghini has it. It's loose ball, manages to pop back. Aguila again. Now it's Montero. Are we finally going to see another try in this first half? A good handoff, a strong handoff comes in. It's Montero who's trying to make that ground, but Argentina just trying to suck the balls in. And what an attempt there by Aguila for Argentina. She'd seen enough. She said, do you know what? I'm going to sort this out. She's convincingly done the up and under. Fantastic execution by Aguila. Wow.
Brilliant piece of individual skill in the end. How often do you see a chip and chase right from the base of the ruck? Aguilar, brilliant, sees no one's at home, manages to execute the skill well. Both sets of players must be out on their feet. That was penalty after penalty, 2 or 3 minutes of continuous play.
They've nearly played another half as we watch the conversion. It was right in front of the posts. And they are actually contesting the conversion. It looks a little bit... Aguila wasn't happy with the decision there by the touch judge. But she's going to make her way back. She's still got her arms out. She's still not happy. She's saying, I don't think it was the right decision. And the Argentinian team are actually appealing that they go to the television match official and have a look. So, Sude, keep your eyes peeled. Did it go under? Did it go over?
Looked over to me, but hard to tell.
Well, we're looking for the bar. You're not looking at the post, so look straight at the middle. It's going slowly. We think that's
over.
Isn't
it?
Or do we think it's under? Under or over, over or under? I think the final decision has been under. There we go. So it's all levelled. 5 points apiece then. And as Sude said, we did have a very long passage of play. Right, let's have a little listen into what the Argentinian coach is saying.
Maguita, te quedas, anda Maga, Maga, distribuí, pelota, 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 pelota.
Dale, vamos, chicas,
un tiempito, 7 minutos más, dale.
Dame agua.
Decirle a Maga que no la tenga en la mano. Que más se saque encima.
Well, there we go. There's definitive proof that it did go underneath the bar.
Is there?
So Sude still thinks that's over. So if anyone's unsure, Sue's with you. But we think that's under. Right,
fortunately, it's not our job to check either way.
Thank heavens
eyesight's
it's
not good enough.
We've watched about 7 replays. So you could see perhaps why Aguila was unsure. But what we do know is that was a fantastic try. It was really, really classy stuff.
Yeah, and tied at 5-5 at half-time. Exactly what Argentina needed, wasn't it, before the break to get on the board.
Right then, here we go. Another 7 minutes between Hong Kong and Argentina to go. Their last showing on the first day here of the Olympic repechage. Dublin Sevens. Someone's going to the Olympic Games. Who's it going to be? We will not find out until tomorrow. Lots of rugby coming your way. A little mistake there from Argentina from the kickoff.
Yeah, my eyesight might be bad, but I can tell you that definitely did not go 10.
That's what we're sure of. Okay, Cindy Yang takes it on. Poon with a lovely pass out to this near side. That was a pretty gorgeous effort from her. And good support in here from Hong Kong. They're linking together really nicely. Yen took it on again as Poon is on the floor, just trying to help out her fellow woman. Melody Lee tries to get it out down the line. Now it's got a bit scrappy again as Yan has to fly around the outside. Is Yan going to back herself? Yes, she is. She's managed to put her foot on the pedal. She's going over, and Hong Kong are back in the lead.
Brilliant pace from Yan. Really brought an injection of pace into this game. It was scrappy from Hong Kong. Look at these up and under passes and another one that goes in behind, but then finally the ball gets to Jan. Sometimes those bounce passes are the best because it makes the defence stop as well. Wrong-footed Valeria Montero was, and Jan took a chance. Brilliant finish.
And that was one of the best passages of play we've seen as well. Hong Kong linking together nicely, knew where each other were, and then finally it paid off.
Yeah, they'd managed to draw the Argentina defence in really well with some offloads and then clearing out. They just managed to secure the ball at the breakdown and moved it out into space.
Well, if Hong Kong could play like that for the next few minutes or so, they can hold on to this lead. What have Argentina got in reply? As Argentina have just made a couple of changes. Coming on now, we can see Fontana Rosa makes her way to the far side of the field. Hong Kong with the lead then, 10 points to 5. 5 minutes to play here in this Pool D clash. Oh, big take in the air there by Botelli. She took a bit of a clatter, but she's doing well. She's back on her feet, ready to go again. And Heaney on the floor. Oh, sneaky steal. Referee saw it, not happy with that. Penalty Argentina.
Yeah, the referee was already calling release because it was a ruck.
Sofia Gonzalez, unable to work her magic, as her nickname would suggest so far. Penalty to the Argentinians, as they just go for that rush on. Gonzalez again manages to find more support down the line. This is better now from Argentina. They're almost saying, whatever you can do, Hong Kong, we can do better, because they're flying away now through Botelli. She's looked like she had gas there, but Hong Kong have managed to get back round and stop her. And I tell you what, Botelli's done very well there just to stop inches within that sideline. Gonzalez now has support outside her through Fontana Rosa, who's still going. She's being tracked back. She's going to have to go down in the corner, Fontana Rosa, and this is a tight game between these two.
Yeah, excellent finish from Fontana Rosa. The Hong Kong defence just held off, giving her the space that she needed. What they should have been doing here was rushing up, cutting the space out, but it gave them loads of time to pass the ball through the hands. Sofia Gonzalez out to Fontana Rosa, who finished brilliantly. Game on.
Apparently Fontana Rosa has just come back from a knee injury as well. She's only just recovered, and she was actually nominated for one of the Hong Kong Player of the Tournaments when she played out at the Hong Kong Sevens. And she came on as a substitute here, but she's made an impact ever since she's come on. So we're all level here at 10 points apiece. And you have to say, Sue, from what we've seen in the first half, this is a much higher standard of play from both teams.
Yeah, they've got it together in the second half. Much better continuity, much better accuracy.
So it's all level. And the referee's just spotted that there's a stray ball on the pitch at the moment that a very busy ball girl has just gone and dealt with, so we can get things back underway now through Sofia Gonzalez. 2.5 minutes for someone to finish higher up in the pool than the other. Cheng flying away for Hong Kong, and a penalty straight away.
Yeah, not supporting her own body weight. She did well to get her hands on it, but she wasn't supporting her own body weight, so that is a penalty to Hong Kong.
Queen is waiting, and it's interesting because she doesn't seem to be in too much of a rush here. She's taking it very calmly. Only 2 minutes left, and anything can happen in sevens in just a few seconds. Perhaps just taking the time to use that composure. Still going here, Hong Kong. As Argentina are just trying to hold up there, but the referee says no, let it go. Towards this near side, Yang has it. Got a great body position there, Yang. She's keeping so low. She's very hard to tackle. Cheng now, the captain, almost spins out of that tackle. Takes 2 women in the end to actually take that sort of spinning effort down onto the grass. An advantage here being played for Hong Kong.
Yeah, Hong Kong's passing accuracy is letting them down. They're not able to get the ball into the open spaces and stretch the defence because the passing's too scrappy. That time it was a knock-on. So they do get the ball back here, and it's a great attacking position, of course. Scrum in the middle of the field. Hard to defend.
So whoever wins this in the next minute, they get the place in the quarter-finals. And if you're in the quarter-finals, you're still in with the chance of going to Rio. And both these teams will know that at this moment. They need the win. And who's going to go and score this try? Flying away, Yan again. She's going to go over for a second, lands it calmly over the line. And Hong Kong at the moment, they've secured the quarter-final spot, but it's not over yet. Still time on the clock.
Brilliant finish again from Yan. Anna Richards as a player knew what strings to pull. As a coach, she knows what strings to pull too. She's brought on Yan, who's finished brilliantly there, stepping off her right foot at least 3 times in a row to speed on over the line. Brilliant finish. Has she put Hong Kong in the quarterfinals?
Well, the clock is ticking away at the moment as we wait for this conversion. There is Anna Richards, the coach of Hong Kong.
Looks like a bit of tension on her face to me, don't you think?
I wouldn't be surprised at all, and I wouldn't want to be Hong Kong either if they don't hold on to this lead that they've got at the moment. So, 5 points in it, Hong Kong with the restart. The last match here in Pool D. And just no time left now on the clock. Argentina need to find something very special. Ball out to the far side. They've brought on their 40-year-old Alcaraz to try and build something here, but what are they building down the far side wing at the moment? It's Fontarossa, who's already scored once today. Fontarossa is still going. She needs to get as close to the post as possible. She's been tracked down. She's landed over the line. She's scored it. The clock had completely gone. And Argentina have come back to level this. How important is this conversion going to be?
Well, no, that should be enough, I think, for Argentina because they already were 1 point ahead in the group. This will take them ahead of the Cook Islands. I don't think they even need that conversion. That's why they're so jubilant already, Argentina. What a finish. What a finish from Fontarossa. Heartbreak for Hong Kong.
There's the conversion. And it's gone over. What a bounce. Well, that was a bit of magic from Argentina. I tell you what, they didn't want the draw. They've gone and won it at the death. Look at those women. They want to go to Rio, and they're still in with a shot.
That is what the Olympics means. Look at the jubilation. That is to get into a quarter-final, let alone a semi-final, let alone a final, let alone the Olympics. And what a conversion. That one, Sarah, definitely went over.
It definitely went over. What a finish. Argentina into the quarterfinals. That's Pool D all wrapped up. There's still plenty more rugby to come.
So big sporting drama in the last game. What have we got in the next one? Tunisia with that victory over Mexico in their last outing. Venezuela yet to get any points on the board, just the 1 try from their 2 games. Tunisia for so long the best team in North Africa. Had several training camps in Spain to get used to European opposition. You see there, Tunisia with the 4 points. A victory would assure them of a quarter-final spot. What have Venezuela got to say? They put some really big hits in, particularly in that Mexico game first up. Carl, very much a case of teams trying to settle themselves down now. They know what this tournament's about. They know pretty much what their opposition's about. It's about being proactive and getting their game into gear as quickly as possible.
Oh, most definitely. And the thing for me, Venezuela were very, very physical in their first game against Mexico. I'm expecting more of the same from this game here.
Tunisia working it around the corner with Daudori. Good burst from Sausen Delagi. Going to go back from the penalty. Referee Gabby Lee going to give Tunisia a chance to restart their attack from inside the Venezuela half. There's the big forward, Amal Dardori, making her debut. Oh, now look at this from Venezuela. Bursting away is Daniela Diaz, tracked back by Delagi. Venezuela working their way into the 22, but then the penalty goes against and the moments pass, but they've shown the danger if they can get ball, particularly in broken phase play.
Well, that's unfortunate for Tunisia because she's been one of their best players here today on day one. Amal Doduri, multi-scored, even though she's a forward. She has a little look up at defence before she secures the ball. You can see they're calling for it. And just there, she looks to where the defending line is from Venezuela and took her eye off the ball.
Venezuela have been together in training camp in Caracas since March. Indeed, that was their last event at the Rio Olympic test event in March. All being amateurs, they've had to give up a lot to make sure they're here. Students' jobs been given a little bit of help by the government, but this shows the commitment that these players have given to their sport and to their country. The pass not helping there from Ingrid Griffin. Good pick up from Ines Suisi. Burst around the corner from Camille. Camille's going for gold. Oh, that's great cover tackle from Estefania Salami.
Well, Salami just sliced her up there, Simon.
Can't believe you said that. I can only apologise, listeners.
I'm not paying for dinner just for saying that. But a good tackle nonetheless from Salami. That hasn't been the first time she's done it today. Mexico, she made 2 or 3 in the same position. Really has been a standout feature of their game there. Scrambled defence, Venezuela, just like that.
Venezuela making sure that their line out steps up, but again, the presentation to Salami not of sufficient quality, and it's just handed advantage back to Tunisia as they work their way out left. They've got great width here, great opportunity, and they're on the board. Sausen Delagi, the lady, and Tunisia open up the scoring.
Just quick reaction there by this Tunisian team. They had the penalty advantage. You see there, the defence of Venezuela were all close to that far side of the field. Another awkward put down, but nonetheless, she gets the 5 points.
Yep. The Orchids unable to cover across as Tunisia open up their game. And it is the North African side that take the early lead. Both of these teams, of course, bageled by the Spanish in the opening 2 rounds. So a chance to get, well, certainly add to the victory that Tunisia got over Mexico in round 2. Venezuela, who drew with Mexico in their first match out this afternoon, or this morning as it was. Now, how are the Venezuelans going to react? There's the power play from Ingrid Griffin. Cristia Higo, the try scorer in that Mexico match. Tunisia working hard in the contact and getting the benefit as a consequence.
Look at the strength of Suisi, the number 1 there from the forward. She just holds up 3 Venezuelan attackers. You just see after their first win in their last game, Tunisia, the body language, the enthusiasm really has lifted a level. There's a quarter-final spot on offer for them and a chance to go to Rio. You can just see at the moment they're a bit more enthusiastic about their work at the moment, Tunisia.
You cannot emphasise enough how the build in these tournaments really has to work from game 1, I know, but we do see a difference all the way through the weekend for these sides. Good grab back by Daniela Diaz. The physical commitment that they gave in that first game in particular was a credit to the Venezuelans. Tunisia just trying to control the ball first, losing possession. It's all a bit haphazard, isn't it? Good work from Delagi. She straightens up, gets the pass into Garbi, and it's Amema Desiri to get that second try. Eventually well worked by Tunisia. They had to struggle to set up the structure to go from, but once they did that, very effective execution.
Nice couple of offloads. There's the first one from Delagi, and then the second one right there from the number 6 Garbi onto a trailing Desiri. It was a nice try in the end. The build-up wasn't so flash, but the end result is all that mattered, the second try.
A Tunisian playmaker in the right place at the right time to finish things off. The kick now from Amina Garbi. Well, that's a boost to Tunisia. How are Venezuela going to react before the break? They need to get themselves into the right position on the pitch right now. They've been pretty much hamstrung inside their own half.
It's all about this kickoff here, Simon. Got to take it with 2 hands, get a quick set, and just get a bit wider on the attack.
Ball not going far enough. We talked earlier, Carl, about a lot of these players are relative rookies to the game, and the instinct isn't quite there. And that's, you know, when you're under pressure, when you're under duress, in these sort of situations, that's what can let you down. That's what they're learning about.
100%. Usually when you are under that cauldron, you go back to what's natural, and for them, what we see is basic rugby, sometimes not so much for them.
Tunisia working their way back into Venezuelan territory. Dardori losing the ball though, and Diaz comes round the corner, looks for opportunity. She's been impressive so far, Daniela Diaz. Great ambition, as this young lady, Karen de Freitas, the youngest player in this Venezuela side, just 17 years of age, put in some huge hits against Mexico. She wants to go, she's loving it. Go on then, let's see what you got. Straightening up. Salami sets the ball back. Oh, the pass just not quite where it needed to be there. It's a long way down for Gigi Griffin to pick that one up. And they blow for the half-time whistle. The body language of the Venezuelans, not what they might be right now, but they've only got 2 scores behind, and they can still pull themselves back into this game.
Ahmed, tu es là. Ahmed, tu es là. Les filles, c'est très loin d'être gagné. Hein? C'est beaucoup mieux sur les rugs, la réactivité en les rugs. Par contre, on n'est pas assez intelligent. Quand on avance à une zone, on revient jouer la même zone avec Amel qui rentre. Déplacer le ballon 2-3 fois. Très bien, Bekra. Tu vas plus loin, on a 2 ou 3 situations d'essai, tu avances dans le couloir, il y a des solutions de passe, tu n'attends pas d'aller au contact pour donner. Il y a la solution, tu as le soutien. Là, dans le soutien, tu avais Inès, tu avais du monde à l'intérieur. Il faut le rendre avant d'aller au contact. Moi, c'est ma difficulté. Les gars, les filles, on continue encore comme ça pendant 2 minutes à fond, 1 minute à fond. Je commence à faire des changements. Vous vous arrachez. À la fin, elles étaient fatiguées, mais vous ne faisiez plus l'effort de vous replacer. Et là, on va se faire pénaliser. On va pas avoir le ballon. Et là, on va prendre des essais. Donc on s'arrache sur les 7 dernières minutes, les filles. On essaie de remarquer de suite, on se fait mal. C'est là, dans la tête.
For Didier Soulier, extolling to his team the need to keep their heads in the right place. That quarter-final berth is on offer. There's a change for Venezuela. Claudio Contreras. We've seen sparks from the Venezuelans, what they're about. Some of these girls have got some real pace, a little bit of electricity, but they've got to produce it in the right places.
Heavily supported too. That's what I've been really impressed with. A lot of the teams here this weekend have got a lot of support. Great to see.
Great colours as we expect now in the Sevens arena. Camille having to trot back in to pick that one up. They'll try and charge out with Dadori.
Stay up, girls. Stay up.
Penalty given at the breakdown.
Yeah, technicality there wasn't carrying her own body weight, but for me, if Tunisia scored, it's game over. If Venezuela scored, it's game on.
Yes, the match finely balanced right now. Izaza in a choke tackle. That looks like a shopping queue. Thankfully, the ref stops fairly quickly.
Time off. Number 5 and number 12.
Going to get some changes into this Venezuelan lineup, but you can see there was no way out of that. Concrete cuddles from almost the entire Tunisia team.
Great recognition of the rules there. Turn into a maul when a supporting player comes in, so Tunisian members don't have to move, but look where they are, deep within their own quarter, so good position for Venezuela, and their defense has been pretty good, so I'm sure they'll apply a lot of pressure there, get their line speed up.
Okay, sure. Time is off the
Venezuela, who've never played outside South America, would you believe? Never out of the continent, so making the most of this opportunity. The Orchids finished 3rd in the Sudamerica Rugby's Olympic qualifying tournament. Qualified for this repechage as a consequence. Winners of that were Colombia. Runners-up Argentina, of course, here with us this weekend. And Tunisia trying to relieve the pressure. Good run from Garbi, Amina Garbi. Good awareness, good strength. Up to halfway. Again, the passing on the back hit, not allowing the momentum. Now it's changed thanks to Othmani, the skipper, stretching out into the 22. Gets the inside pop into Fadwa Najeh, and that surely puts Tunisia into an unassailable position, albeit still with 5 minutes left.
And they come all the way from their own post for Tunisia. This is just the back end of it, a nice run on the outside by the captain, Othmani. Thought she could have gone herself, but selfishly gives it on the inside to the replacement player, Najeh, and that's what you want to do. When you get an opportunity off the bench, is make an impact, exactly what she's done.
Well, they've hardly been up in opposition territory in this second half, but on their first exit from their own half, they make it count. And points on the board, really playing into the psyche now of this game, with Venezuela yet to get themselves over the line. Changes as a consequence from Venezuelan coach Maricel Mendez. Good call from Lanzarote. Immediately takes her team up to the halfway line. Presentation though isn't clean. It's a real scrap on the ground. Advantage being played to the Venezuelans. Too many players being committed to that breakdown though. So it forces the kick from Diaz. Now it's a foot race. Diaz has got some gas. Puts a foot to the floor, but the ball just bends around. It's still there though, and Venezuela have got that try. Mariana Romero is the scorer. Well, this game is still there for the taking if they can get the next score now.
It all started from that lady, Daniela Diaz, jersey number 3, the chip and chase. Look at her put down the gas. She would have won this for sure, but the bounce of the ball, unfortunately, doesn't go her way, but she has the presence of mind to go pop it off to the trailing support players. And what a try. Second one for the tournament for Venezuela.
Unlucky with the conversion attempt. Now, what will that do in the Venezuelan minds? You can see what it means to them. Does it galvanise their belief that they can still win this game? Plenty of time left on the board. 12 points the difference. We all know how quickly tries can be scored in this game. Tunisia letting the ball bounce. That's always dangerous. They'll get the line out put in, I think, yes. But it's back inside their own 22.
Geez, that was a scratchy kick-off there from Tunisia. Not for the first time in this game. They've let the ball bounce. That lady on screen has to come forward and catch that ball on the full. Went behind their forward pack. She's the next one. It's easier to come towards the ball rather than back to it. So Camille there, even though it's their throw-in, has put her team under pressure.
Set piece under pressure, that's for sure right now. Over 2 minutes still to play, and 2 scores would put a very different complexion on this match. And there we go, the ball sets up for Amira Latif. Now the ball's spread down the line. Foot to the floor, not quite. Good cover tackle from try scorer Najee. Venezuela have to keep their purpose and their poise now. They've got to make this attack count. Advantage is there for them. Tap and go. They've got a load on this near side. It's not going to go out. It is going to go over. And it's Nadelis Alvarado, the lady who's got their 3rd try of this tournament. Her first, and what an important score that could be.
Oh, most definitely. They come from the kick and the set piece. It was Tunisia's throw. They got it wrong. They got a penalty advantage after this. All the numbers were stacked to the left-hand side. It was all a bit slow. She was dying to pass it, but say, look up in front, just go forward.
Yeah, the hooker, nicknamed Lali, makes it count. More changes now, but that try from Nadelis Alvarado really adjusting the complexion, and here we go. 7-point difference now. This restart is crucial. Tunisia made a hash of it on the last one. They've got to take responsibility. They've got to commit to this ball now. It's a cracking restart, got so much height, so much hang time to allow Venezuela to get it up to the ball, but Tunisia trying to work their way away from danger. Suisi sets it back. Venezuela trying to go up as a line. Here's a break again from the captain Othmani. Again, great tracking coming in from De Freitas. She really has been an absolute terrier in the Venezuelan side and gets the penalty call as well. Tap and go, not quite gone. There's a yellow card now. How significant is that going to be?
Well, they don't have to rush here, Simon. Just set up your play. You've got your miracle advantage. You just got to execute. Numbers to the right-hand side if they shifted there quickly.
De Freitas always had an eye on the try line, but loses the ball, and as a consequence, they're going to lose the game. Well, on such small moments, big outcomes are decided, and I think Tunisia now will bang the ball to touch and can set themselves for a quarter-final position tomorrow. Job done. Well, a very interesting game. Tunisia just crawling across the finishing line. Venezuela will be kicking themselves, though, that they didn't force themselves further into Tunisian faces at the death of that match.
So Spain and Mexico round things off in Pool B. Spain unbeaten, of course, in 2, and they'll be firm favourites to make it 3 out of 3 against a Mexican side that shown glimpses of good rugby, but has might just find the step up in standard here a little bit too much for them. Plenty of familiar faces in the Spanish squad. Interestingly, Patricia Garcia starts on the bench, as does Barbara Pla, who, as Sue Dave was pointing out earlier on, hasn't featured hardly at all in this tournament, and you just would question whether or not there might be an injury concern for Jose Antonio Barrio, the Spanish coach. Referee, Sarah Cox from England, and we are just about set to go. Spain, as predicted, have been very difficult to beat in this pool, Sue Dave.
Yeah, they're just so much more experienced than the rest of the teams in the pool. They've been pretty experienced. They've been much more accurate than we've seen from them through much of the World Series, so it's a right time for them to be coming into form.
Mexico, well, they struggled to deal with the restart, and that's just lacks of concentration there. Daniela Rosales, number 9.
Yeah, took her eye off the ball, didn't she, at the last minute? And standing completely front onto the catch meant that ball was always going to go forward. She dropped it.
Absolutely. So first chance for the Spanish attack, if you like, and bravo to Echeverria on the outside. Ducks under the first tackle. She can't hold on to it. And we know how quick she is, but just on that occasion, just couldn't hold on to the ball.
Just got knocked out of her hands in the contact. Wasn't even much contact, was there? Steps inside, and I think it's the knee, isn't it, of the Mexican player coming over, just knocks it out of her hands.
So scrum to Mexico. Daniela Rosales to feed. Couple of backs outside are waiting for this ball. Spain contest and drive straight through, but Rosales did well to pick it off the ground. Thought about the pass, and she's hit from behind and hit pretty well by Paula Medin. Taken up by Michelle Farah from Mexico. That one went forward. Referee has spotted it. No advantage coming. We'll go back for the scrum.
So far, so scrappy from both teams. Not really been able to string anything together yet, have they?
So Spain have got Marina Bravo standing right behind the scrum. Echeverria out on the wing. Let's see what they can conjure up here. No Garcia, as I mentioned. But plenty of experience in this squad. Vanessa Real to Echeverria. Ducks out of the tackle and tries to go around the outside. She's well marshalled, though. Back towards Bravo, and the captain decides to switch it. Berta Garcia in the scrum cap. This is better. Ellie Martinez. Martinez steps off her right, gets the hands free. Back to Garcia. Straight into contact, keeps that ball alive, and no hands on her. I think she was expecting a tackle to go in. That never came. Casado. Real. Nice hands. Echeverria steps back in, tries to get away. Beautiful hands. Vanessa Real is going to score Spain's first try. And that is as good a team try as you will see this weekend.
Yeah, it was Vanessa Real, the one on the end of it. But first of all, that pass out of contact from Marina Bravo. Then Echeverria gets tackled, but gets a lovely offload into Real, and Spain are on the board.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, Mexico at the moment just been outclassed, and they have had possession. It's been unforced errors. That's not something they want to see creep into the rest of the game. Conversion attempt, not an easy one. Not the cleanest of strikes either, though, and that one goes to the left and wide. So Vanessa Real's try means that Spain lead, this one by 5 points to 0. And they are firmly on their way to a quarter-final place. Of course, finishing top in the pool has its own implications in terms of the draw that they get in the last 8. And they've gone for length and distance off the restart here. Back scrambling for that one was Sandoval. Tries to drop a shoulder, but equally good tackle from Berta Garcia. Rosales with the pass. Still camped inside their own 22, Mexico. And no room to go on the outside there from Rosa Rivera, the captain.
Stay there. Leave it, Spain, leave it.
Rosales with the pass. Trying to break through the goal. Well, that's an illegal tackle. Can't grab anyone by the hair, as KT will be able to tell you back in his playing days. The best way to bring him down was grab him by the hair.
Yeah, almost certainly be a yellow card, won't it, if the referee's seen this. She's getting help now from the touchline. As a player, I'm sure the player just went to grab
Grabbing hold of the Mexican
the shirt, but got hold of the hair instead.
I'm going yellow card with a penalty to Mexico. Right. Okay. You've pulled her hair, okay? You're going to sit for 2 minutes, okay?
So Paula Medin will go off for 2 minutes, and it's the right call. Doesn't matter about the intent. Claudia Rendon trying to go through, tackled by the hair. It's a straight yellow card decision. And Mexico go up the line, going to set the line out here. Might give them a chance to get back into this now.
It may do. Spain have kicked long off the kickoff. This all came from Spain kicking long off the kickoff, and Mexico really haven't been able to make any ground at all. Spain would just want to come up, push really hard in their faces in defence and stop them breaking out. And if they do that with only 6 defenders on the pitch, it will stop Mexico getting the ball into the wide open spaces.
Just not sure that Mexico have the pace to trouble the Spanish defence.
Exactly, and the lack of experience to pinpoint passing at this level. I can't see them getting outside the Spanish.
Well, I don't understand why Mexico are taking so long to throw the ball into the line-out. They've just wasted 32 seconds of the sin bin, and they've thrown it straight to Berta Garcia. Tries to get the hands free. She does get the hands. Eli Martinez, who gives it straight back to Perla Leiva for Mexico, and maybe they can make their numerical advantage count here. Echeverria just drifting across to try and marshal Daniela Rosales. The ball is still there for Mexico to use. Off the deck now, Rivera in the scrum cap. Little show. Tackled by Bravo.
Tackle, release!
And Echeverria, they're told to leave it as we approach less than 2 minutes to play in the first half. Big thumping tackle goes in on Daniela Rosales. And they've managed to steal possession. Echeverria pass on the outside. Hands for Vanessa Real. She's in again. And Spain go up to 10 points.
Yeah, excellent work from Spain. What they did really well there was not commit any numbers to the breakdown. So even though Mexico have more players, that Spain had far more defence out. So then when the next breakdown came, they could throw the numbers in, turn the ball over, and then quickly spin it out wide to Real. Good experience play from Spain.
Conversion attempt by Maria Casado, and Spain doing all that with only 6 players on the pitch. So Mexico failing to take advantage of that yellow card. The conversion splits the post, so 12 points to nil. Spain 2 tries to the good, and they're back to 7 with Paula Medin coming back in. Hanging restart again. Mexico through Michelle Farah cannot deal with the ball. Basic stuff really. Gathering the restart. And chance to shift the ball out to the wing here perhaps. Echeverria comes across on Rivera. Rivera with a lovely show, and off she goes, the captain. Rivera dragged down at the halfway line, keeps that ball alive. Pop pass to Bertha Fernandez. And there's the whistle. Quick tap and go. Daniela Rosales wastes no time getting back on with the game. Pass inside to Sandoval. And back to Rosales, but Spain get the penalty. And now they tap and go. Eli Martinez. Martinez over the halfway line, over the 10-metre line, and surely they won't catch her from there. Eli Martinez for Spain. And that is the 3rd Spanish try of the afternoon.
She'll never score an easier try, Eli Martinez. Well, she looked up, no one was in front of her, and she just went tap and go. No one there, and she's got a bit of pace. Eli Martinez never going to be caught.
So 17 points to the good. Spain. Conversion to come from Casado. She's missed 1 from 2 attempts, and that's going to make it 1 from 3 as the half-time whistle sounds. So Eli Martinez finishes off what has been a dominant Spanish performance. 3 tries, they lead by 17 points to 0 at the break.
This conversion for Spain is scored at half time. Spain 17, Mexico 0.
No podemos tener una situación tampoco de que en el doble esfuerzo nos gane, ¿de acuerdo? Segundo, estamos intentando dar continuidad constantemente sin saber dónde estamos haciendo. Si no hay una comunicación previa, no soltamos. Estáis ganando la línea de ventaja y soltando el balón, a ver quién viene. Pues hay veces que sale bien y hay veces que nos quitan el balón, con lo cual o jugamos cuando hay espacios. Tenemos la posibilidad de estar de pie, de trabajar con el combate y si viene el apoyo jugamos. Y si no lo vemos claro, avanzamos y ponemos el equipo detrás. Y empezamos a jugar, que es muy fácil. Es que si no nos vamos a cansar más con las recuperaciones. ¿De acuerdo? Entonces vamos a jugar más ordenados. ¿De acuerdo? Vamos a jugar más ordenados. ¿Vale? Empiezan ahora Rivera, Berta, Alevín, Patrick, Casado, Eli, Yera. ¿De acuerdo? ¿Vale?
Para equipo, con alegría.
Casado, seguimos, ¿no?
Sí.
Sale.
5.
Well, Sude, you speak some Spanish. What was he saying? Boom.
Vamos, chicas, let's go. Patricia Garcia, I think, has come on. That's one thing I could tell you that you said.
Tactical substitution. Patricia Garcia is in, and she's going to look to make an impact. I mean, she can switch between playmaker to sweeper depending on who else is on the pitch, and it looks she's standing quite deep at the moment, so she might be on as a sweeper kind of role, but we'll wait and see.
Still no sign of Barbara Pla.
No. Maybe they're just not going to risk her. If there is any niggling doubt today that will heal tomorrow, you're going to need your best players on tomorrow.
Well, and she's been out for a long time, so you know there's no point pushing it too hard, is there, in games that they're fairly confident of winning.
High hanging restart for Mexico, textbook. And Medin brings play to the 10-metre line. Now Garcia's calling for it. Ali Martinez has to go in and act as scrum half, and she's going to try and break herself. Martinez scoring at the end of the first half. Can she score at the beginning of the second? Keeps that ball alive and still going. There's the offload. Good play by Ali Martinez, and Paula Medin in to support her. Now the numbers out wide here. Berta Garcia to Patricia. Can she get her first touch to set up a try? Looks pretty good. Casado, Echevarria. Will they drift across to catch her? Ball back inside. Casado will finish off a wonderful try from Spain. Nearly every single player touched that ball, and Maria Casado gets her first try of the weekend.
Yeah, this is after Eli Martinez has already made quite a break. That ball went to Grant, then a lovely, speedy pass out from Garcia to Casado and Echevarria. This pass coming up. 3 defenders she's drawn to her, leaving Maria Casado in all sorts of space, and the lovely over-the-top pass. Real class.
Garcia takes her time, and that's why. Conversion is good, 24 points to 0. And Spain picking up in the second half where they left off in the first.
Yeah, stretching Mexico, aren't they, from side to side? So difficult for the Mexican defence, and they're inexperienced Mexico. You can see 3 defenders all on Echevarria. What they really needed to do was send one after her and then fill in the gap on the inside that Maria Casado ran straight through.
Watch the precision here and the restart from Garcia. And normally you leave yourself at risk from making the commentator's curse, but I can tell you she's just so accurate with those kicks every single time.
Always going backwards, okay? Knock on.
Yeah, it's a real weapon for Spain. If they could just get the kick-off chase right, every time they ought to be getting on the end of those. Just misjudged slightly Maria Casado. She leapt a little bit too soon. Probably could have got another half a metre and would have been right under that ball.
And if putting the ball in a sixpence like that is a skill, equally gathering the restarts is such a fundamental part of this game. And Mexico look like they haven't practiced it at all because they haven't taken a single restart yet in the game.
Yeah, and it's so important to secure possession. So important.
Keep that one alive there through Zenteno. Little switch with Rivera. Still on her feet. Good strength there from Fernandez, and Mexico with possession. Back with the captain, Rivera. Looking for support now, tackled by Garcia.
Now stay out, get out!
Now has to get it back on to an onside position. Spain up very, very quickly, making life difficult for Mexico, but they keep that ball alive. Here's Michelle Farah. Little switch with Hernandez. And back to Farah. Better play from Mexico. And equally, good retention of the ball. Hernandez strike the scrum half. It'll show and go on back inside from Centeno. Rosales. Hernandez once more. Centeno ships it on. Tackles in the midfield. Spain trying to wrestle the ball free. In goes the captain Rivera to try and secure possession. This is good retention, but again, just as I say it, they drop the ball and make me look stupid. I don't like to look stupid, Sue.
There's your commentator's curse right there, Hugh. Maria Hernandez just took her eyes off the ball, wasn't concentrating at all. You don't find it too hard to make yourself look stupid,
Well,
Hugh,
that's
you?
very true. I left myself open to that one. A routine occurrence at this stage.
Bind.
3 minutes left to go, and Spain with possession. Scrum's gone down.
No, wait. Okay. Right. Closer. Okay, closer. You stay strong for me. Okay, both sides. All right.
Maria Rivera and Amaya Albina both in for Spain.
Bind.
Substitutes off the bench.
Set.
Got to win this
Steady,
scrum,
steady.
though.
Yeah, go.
Watch Garcia. She likes to have a go herself off these scrums if she gets clean ball to work, but she didn't have her hands on that. Quick tap and go, and off she goes. Patricia Garcia. 3 runners outside her. There's one. And the pass is pretty good as well. Casado. Oh, Echevarria is going to finish it off. Superb stuff from Spain, but it's created by Patricia Garcia. The little pocket rocket for Spain.
And as soon as the referee gave a penalty off the base of that scrum, you could see it coming. It meant that Patricia Garcia had a huge amount of space all to herself. The Mexican defence has to hold off here. And Patricia Garcia, what she does so well is carry it to the defence, keep the ball in 2 hands, keep moving from side to side with the footwork, keeps the defence guessing all the time through the hands of Maria Casado into the hands out wide of Echevarria, who has had a prolific tournament so far.
Brilliant finish from Echevarria and Garcia. Look at that conversion attempt from the corner. That's what I mean. But, you know, that's not just skill. That is hours and hours and hours of practice.
That's exactly right. That does not come easy. The kickers will tell you they're always the hardest working ones on any team, out there before everybody else, out there after everyone else, after training, and certainly pays off for Patricia Garcia.
Just over a minute to play, and Spain will top the group. No doubt about that. Mexico just can't get a look in here. Look at that again, the high hanging restart gives your teammates every chance to get up there and get possession back, and that's exactly what they've done. Urbina hits the ground. Martinez, little gap for Ellie Martinez. She already has one. She's going to get 2. Over the line. Farah gives chase, but she won't catch her. And Spain in again.
Yeah, these kickoffs are an absolute nightmare for Mexico. They simply can't claim them. On a sixpence again from Patricia Garcia. They need to get up in the air, Mexico. You just can't wait there underneath it when the other team is climbing. Eli Martinez this time looks up, sees a lovely big gap in front of her and powers on through it. But poor old Mexico simply can't get their hands on the ball because they simply cannot claim Patricia Garcia's kickoffs.
And there's the conversion as well, just to add insult to injury. So 38 points to 0. Spain in complete control, as they have been since the very first game here in UCD in Belfield. Hooter Sounds will have one last restart, and you would not bet against Spain grabbing possession and scoring yet again. Mexico completely outclassed.
Let's go.
This time she goes long, looks for touch, and she almost finds it. There you go.
She's sorry.
There's the final whistle, and Spain very, very impressive. But again, you have to measure that by the standard of the opposition, and they will face tougher tests today.
They certainly will face tougher tests. You can only play what's in front of you. Another cliche out of the cliche book, but Spain did very, very well. The accuracy in this tournament has been superior to the World Series so far.
We'll go to the next two teams now, Zimbabwe and Madagascar.
Right then, we're starting to wrap things up here in Dublin today. Only 4 matches to go. Pool D all over, Pool B all over. Still 2 matches to play in Pool A. We start off with Zimbabwe against Madagascar. Sude still here. It's an all-African lineup between these two sides, who are just waiting in the wings to get on. They're already out on the pitch in their huddles right now. And Zimbabwe's a fascinating one because they are an African side really on the rise. Last year in the 2015 Africa Sevens, they finished 4th with Madagascar in 5th, and they're so young, Zimbabwe.
Yeah, real bragging rights here, isn't it, between Zimbabwe and Madagascar, 4th and 5th in Africa. Who's going to come out on top today?
Well, this one being played out by referee Beatrice Benvenuti of Italy.
Stay.
As we wait for Madagascar to get us off and underway. So out on the far side of the field, Zimbabwe with the ball. Makuti manages to get it away. Big blow of the whistle there, unhappy there. And you can see on the backs of the Madagascans there, their nickname, the Makis. I was saying earlier, they are known as the Lemurs. As it comes down the line, you can tell that both these sides have got skills as Madagascar hack on. Zimbabwe suck up the ball, though, inside of their own 22. Big handoff. Oh, what a tussle between those two women. Whoa. In the end, Kadai does manage to bundle her opponent into touch.
Yeah, just drifting too far sideways, Zimbabwe. There, tries to get the handoff out, but when she can't, brilliant, brilliant work in defence from Kadai, wasn't it? Pushing her over the line and therefore turning the ball over.
Well, Rosso Anandresana has been stood there for a while now waiting to get this ball in. Finally ready for this line out. Nice little underarm there as the ball comes back down the Madagascar line. Out to the far side. This is strong running here by the Madagascans. All of a sudden they decide, no, route one's not the way to go. Let's reset this. Let's backtrack. Forward again. No one wants to take the ball into any contact here. Eventually the Zimbabweans coming, okay, we'll come to you. Good passing here by Madagascar. Really strong, all to hand. It's normally around this time that when I say everything's going to hand that someone's about to knock it on. You know it's coming, but this is good. This is great from Madagascar. Oh, what a mazy flowing run. It's still going on. The nice pop-off pass. It's gone into the hands of Ravalolo Nerina. She's going to touch down under the post, and Madagascar deserve that.
Lovely piece of skill, wasn't it? Great finish from Ravalolo Nerina.
And they've dotted it down, and they're going to get the conversion as well. Nice stuff from Madagascar.
That
really
footwork, though, in and out, just holding up the defence. That's what made it brilliant.
Right then, what have Zimbabwe got here? So, they're up by 7 already. Zimbabwe, we haven't really seen on an attack yet. They had one little run that ended up in touch in the end. There's Madagascar looking strong here at the moment. Nice pop off. We've seen some strong passing from Madagascar, but now maybe this is the time for Zimbabwe to have their go. Oh, sneaky little run round the back of the ruck, but it's just forced out of the hands. Taken on now by Laurence. Spins the ball backwards. Once again, it's the try scorer, Ravalolo Nerina. She manages to start the passage of play out towards the far side. And I tell you what, the Madagascans, they're very good at holding onto the ball. They don't need to take it into contact and they know it. They really are backing their fitness here. Oh, great run here by Zimbabwe. And Zimbabwe still going under the line. Charity Mukukuti dots it down, and we have a game, Sude.
We do. Mukukuti, that ball, just the kick just fell straight into her arms, and then she looks up and can't quite believe her luck. Evades one tackle, and there's no one else in front of her. And Mukukuti, once she gets going, there's no stopping her, and indeed there's no defence there to stop her anyway. Madagascar will be disappointed because the kick, had it been wide, it would have really put Zimbabwe under pressure. As it was, just fell straight into the hands of the opposition.
Right then, Zimbabwe 5, Madagascar 7. No luck there with the conversion. As Zimbabwe just make their way back to get things back going again. A few water bottles just being chucked off the pitch as they try and get things back and going again. This is the last time that we'll see these two sides play today. So Madagascar with the ball. They were strong in the opening passage, but only took one little spark for Zimbabwe to get on the board. A nice pop back inside. They've got all the right ideas, Madagascar. They've got all the sevens moves. This is an intelligent play from them. Claudia on the run out on the far side. It's the captain at the moment who's got the ball. Back down the line once again. And Gail Lala Harrison forces the move back off towards this near side. And just a little look up there from Revolo Aranora, who thought maybe she could get round the Zimbabweans, but they've kept a pretty strong defensive line. It's good spacing throughout, good sweeping at the back. Nice run round the corner, but a big blast of the whistle there, Sude.
Yeah, the referee doesn't like that. Probably too high. She's going to have a little chat.
Okay, we got a high tackle. I didn't get the number, so you can help me with the number.
It's number 7.
Okay. Okay, for me it's just a penalty.
Perfect.
Is it okay?
Number 7, yeah.
Okay. Number 7, high tackle.
That's Simbasai Kadai. It's just a penalty. She's not going to have any time in the bin, but a warning there for Zimbabwe, just to be careful. I think they're just so desperate to get hold of these Madagascans who continue to evade any kind of contact. They're just trying to grab them any way they can. And the ball is popped away successfully again by Madagascar. Away now, and Gail Lala Harrison trying to set it up once again. Oh, it's a loopy little blast that's quite cute as well. It's got legs, it's got potential. Rasoamira Alala, though, couldn't quite find the line. That's a good contest on the floor. Carry on, you were on your feet. Referee says play on. Somehow Madagascar still hold on to this ball. What an arm wrestle. Well, it goes the way of Zimbabwe. Madagascar thought they were going to be in then. You can't get the rub of the green and the luck all the time. Oh, how many handoffs? 3! Great stuff coming in there. And almost a little tip back there. And Madagascar have it again. Lost forward. And oh, can we get the pass away? It's loose on the ground, and Zimbabwe just need to look up, find out where their support is and get with each other. Out on the far side going forward now. Zimbabwe, Malenga has it, Malenga fancies it, she can see the line, she is being tracked down, Malenga really has to keep going here, she is being tracked, but she is going to score the second try, and that's going to put Zimbabwe in the lead.
Yeah, Zimbabwe in the lead, and a lovely finish from Malenga, but Zimbabwe really living off the scraps from Madagascar at the moment, but it's enough. She shrugs off that tackle, Malenga, and powers in. Madagascar should be dominating this game. They've had loads of possession. The problem is they're getting far too lateral. They're moving the ball from side to side. They know that's what you have to do in sevens, but they're not taking it forward as well. So they're not challenging the Zimbabwean defence. This Zimbabwean team is a big team. If you've got a big sevens team that you're playing against, you want to move them from side to side and tire them out.
That's a good conversion as well. And as Sude's been saying there, this is a great contest between these two sides. they're not equally matched, but in completely different ways. They've got fantastic games.
Really different, really contrasting sevens. Madagascar moving it from side to side, avoiding the contact. Zimbabwe much more direct.
So half-time, Zimbabwe 12, Madagascar 7. Everyone just takes on a little bit of water. Lots of conversation going on with the coaches. Let's have a little listen into what Madagascar are up to. So just a reminder of what's going on in Pool A here. Russia and Samoa have run away so far with this pool, and they're on a collision course in the next match. So Madagascar and Zimbabwe here, they're playing for African bragging rights.
They certainly are, and it's close at the moment, isn't it? Really contrasting styles of play. If Madagascar can get their hands on the ball and take the ball forward a little bit more when they're moving Zimbabwe from side to side, I fancy them to challenge Zimbabwe, but they've got to do that. They need to take it forward and challenge the defence.
It really is good rugby we've watched from these two sides. And you have to say, perhaps if they were both had a few real quick wingers in there, it'd be fascinating to see what they could really achieve. As the ball goes to Tantele, the captain of Madagascar, manages to get it and feed her line. Nice little bit of footwork came in there on the far side wing by Sarinda. She was eventually caught though by the Zimbabweans. Is there space here? Madagascar just taking their time before they try and skin Zimbabwe on the outside. In the end, the pitch just isn't big enough. And Zimbabwe's defensive line is really strong.
But Madagascar are making it far too easy from them. You saw then Madagascar running sideways with the ball. That is so much easier for the defence because they just track alongside you. If they run straight forward hard and then pass the ball into space, it leaves so much more space on the outside and it holds the defence in. As it is, it's easy for Zimbabwe to drift from side to side.
Sue Day, former England 7s and 15s captain, here with us as Meringue gets it back playing. A real miss there with the ball, and is this an opportunity? They can't hack on Madagascar, but it is in their hands and it still is off, it's flying. This is great stuff from Madagascar. Ravello, Aninero, she's got support in there. Needs to wait, look up, see the ball. Is it going to be touchdown? Yes, it is. Another score for Madagascar.
Please go lower, okay? Tackle, go lower.
And it is Ravello Arinoro who has touchdown.
It's that pickup, that brilliant pickup from Ravello Arinoro. I'm not sure if it was her in the end on the end of it, but the pickup from her initially is what made it. No, she's right there on the shoulder, isn't she?
It's a captain's try. Tantele Razafima Hefa.
After all that work from Madagascar, moving the ball from side to side, in the end it was a hack through that got them on the scoreboard.
And already Madagascar are back. They're ready to go again. They've got just the edge here in this match. But it's not over yet. Just 2 points between these two African nations plying their trade here in Dublin.
It's holding on.
Penalty straight away.
It's holding on.
I think Zimbabwe thought that was all for them. It's not. Back in Madagascan hands once again. Down the line, there's numbers on the outside. It's not coming quick enough. Referee happy that that one was backwards, but then she's changed her mind and said the second one's gone forwards.
Here's the mark.
It is interesting, Madagascar.
Yeah. Come here.
As much as both of these sides have skills, Madagascar have actually travelled here missing 4 of their best players. 2 are injured, 2 are pregnant. It would be fascinating to see what they'd be like at full strength.
Yeah, indeed. Missing 4 out of a team of 7 is a lot of your best players to be missing.
Hey, wait.
A lot of the Madagascar team are actually mothers themselves. And speaking to the team manager, apparently 2 of the women out on the field today both have babies who are under the age of 1 that they've left with their families to come here and have their shot at going to Rio. Sadly, that now is out of their hands as they watch Zimbabwe out on the far side, just run out of space as Kadai manages to get the ball back in, but it's really loose. Has to be hacked back through by Zimbabwe just to buy themselves a bit more time to try and rearrange their defensive line. It does look a little bit like the Zimbabweans, they're struggling to get back in time, but now they've got a good attacking line. Eventually makes its way out to this far side, and Madagascar almost hunted down there, but Makuti, who's already got 1 try, managed to find a way through. Big blast of the whistle there. High tackles.
Yeah, Zimbabwe's turn to put the pressure on. Madagascar having to do their share of defending now.
Not always conventional, the pass from Zimbabwe, but I have to say, it tends to almost always get there. A lot of route 1 coming in at the moment by Zimbabwe. It's not the route that Madagascar tend to take, but they'll work with it. Here we go, there was the chance, there's the opportunity, but can she get to the line? Kadai is there. She's trying to be scragged. Oh, she's over the line. Kadai goes over. She is exhausted with her efforts, but it all counts. And Zimbabwe back in the lead.
Our coach always used to say, when you score a try, if you're exhausted, don't let the opposition see how exhausted you are. Kadai there
That would have been a fail, big fail.
Big fail. Makes it over the line, and she's had it, completely had it, but she scored the try. Exhaustion sets in, but Zimbabwe now in the lead for all the work that Madagascar have got through.
I have to say, the woman who tackled her from Madagascar, Razafima Heffer, well, she looked quite tired as well, I think. They both had a little lie down and a cuddle together.
It was Simon Amor, that Sevens guru, and Mike Friday, indeed, that used to give us that advice. Don't let anybody see how tired you are. Keep smiling.
Yeah.
Fantastic hairstyles waiting to flow onto the pitch from Zimbabwe, warming up.
Are we good?
Whose hair do you reckon's better? The lady of Zimbabwe or
Yeah.
Carl Tanana in our commentary box? I'd go with the ladies from Zimbabwe.
Oh, no one can compete with Carl Tanana.
Oh, he doesn't have the colour though.
That's true.
Maybe he needs to put more effort in. We'll get out the hair dye tonight. I'm sure you'd enjoy that. 1 minute to play. Zimbabwe in the lead here between these 2 African sides. Oh, does Madagascar have something here? Oh, a clean pair of heels, but it's not over yet. She's still going. Raso Arima Alala, she does get it down. What an effort. She really hacked her way out of the danger zone. And she's landed it down, and this is tit for tat. Madagascar back in the lead.
Claudio Raso Arima Alala, brilliant finish. The pace here, she just gets the ball in space and goes for it. Nothing, oh, like that despairing dive. Despairing dive, but she can't make it. Powers over the line. What a game.
Okay, this is an important kick. It's a really tricky one as well. But Madagascar have got to try and make count. It's got distance on it, but sadly no direction. So, Madagascar have the lead, 17 points to 19. There's the hooter, a last chance saloon here for Zimbabwe to gather this ball. And the ball is bounced out of play. The referee has deemed that it's not right, and it is a free kick then straight away that must be played by Zimbabwe.
I'm not sure she actually drop kicked it, did she?
Well, the chance then for Zimbabwe. They've got their opportunity. Can they use it? Out on the far side, danger times here for Madagascar. The ball back inside. It's bubbled out of play, and Madagascar have managed to hold on. They take the bragging rights here in Pool A against Zimbabwe. But what a fantastic matchup between these two sides. It has been brilliant to watch. You have to say, these two sides, they have real skills. They put them on show, and they will be back in the playoffs tomorrow. Final score, Zimbabwe 17, Madagascar 19.
Oh, this kid is something special. What a touch that is. Look at that. That's perfect.
Oh, and a beautiful ball. Scintillating stuff.
You want talent? Well, there it is. He is an absolute beast. He is too quick. That is a huge play. What a wonderful tackle.
This woman is on fire.
He is setting this world alight.
Oh, isn't that magnificent? This is just unbelievable!
Well, so we get to match number 22 and perhaps the biggest game that we've seen so far in the World Rugby Global Repechage Dublin Sevens. A top-of-the-table clash in Pool A. Two unbeaten sides. And Russia, the first seeds really going into this tournament, played with such great style to record 107 points in their two matches. Samoa, though, have shown up well. They will be wanting to get their physical style into good action in order to unsettle Russia. Let's just have a look at the two starting sevens. There we are. Of course, Russia without their diminutive playmaker Nadezhda Kudinova for this tournament, but they haven't missed her so far. Samoa, led by Brenda Collins, of course, and with a lot of strike power within that squad and starting seven. KT, this is an intriguing contest. Two teams with contrasting styles, really.
Oh, most definitely. Samoa, they'll want to keep it tight and use their physicality and try and create a short field, whereas Russia, they've been very impressed with their setup. They've been spread, they've moved the ball quickly, and it's been a real feature of their game. They've been very precise their first couple of games, this Russian side.
The first few minutes of this game are going to be absolutely critical to settle the sides down. Of course, they want to get out of the blocks quickly, but particularly for Samoa to prove to themselves that they've got what it takes to unsettle this Russian side. The Russian side, of course, finished 7th in the HSBC Sevens World Series, Cup finalists in round 1 in Dubai. Confirmed already as a core team for next season. Finished up as bowl winners in Clermont. How are Samoa going to step up against them? There's the support. Guys loving their weekend in Dublin. University College, great host Alhambra Nieves from Spain on the whistle for this huge 14 minutes. Russia and Samoa, yes, they'll go through to the quarter-final stages, but who is going to be the number 1 seed? Russia happy to keep the ball moving inside their own 22. That's the confidence that they've achieved from running 19 tries in so far. As I say, 117 points they've racked up without conceding one.
Well, talking to Ramsey Tomakino, the Samoans Manusina coach, I knew, well, he said that they're going to really attack the breakdown of this Russian side. No one's tested them yet so far in their first 2 games, and already you've seen that Manusina seen a lot of numbers right there.
Anafui, that's the sort of unforced errors that the Samoans can really not afford in this contest for sure.
Well, in these top-class games, this is what makes a difference. It's an easy pass, dips right at the end, but Brenda Collins should have caught that, the captain, probably thinking about what she was going to do instead of what she should have done.
Samoa, who opened up so impressively with that 57-5 win over Zimbabwe, struggled at times against Madagascar. 22-10 the final score. They're going to have to put in a full 14 minutes. No chance to take the foot off the gas in this one, that's for sure. Russia, look at the pace that they're using. Burning down the middle is Marina Petrova, the captain, leading the way for Russia and getting that first try on the board. Big smiles, tells its own story.
Because Russia keep very spread on their attack, what that's done is force the Samoan defenders to go out, and it leaves a big hole in the middle, and she just spots it straight away. You can see there's just a little shift with the ball, threw off the defender. Just had that little 50-50 in their mind was defence, and well, this lady doesn't need a second sniff. Petrova goes straight through.
A hat-trick in the last game against Zimbabwe and already on the board against Samoa.
Well, one thing as a defence, you want to get beaten on the outside so you can leave a one-on-one for your sweeper. You don't want to get beaten in the middle where there's a lot of support players coming up the middle of the field. That was the mistake by the Manusina.
Especially when you've got acceleration like the Russian captain's got. Bazet Kamedova gets her mitt in front of that to make sure that her team retake possession. Kazakova on halfway. Already this Samoan defence is being pulled around, struggling to cope with the pace and power that Russia already showing. They throw the ball away though.
Advantage not gone, advantage over.
It's back though for Russia. Lushina out to the captain again. Petrova's done it. Remember the number because you ain't going to remember the face.
Oh, he's blowing up still, Pavel Bronowski. He's animated, isn't he? He just scored a try.
The captain's smiling. I'm not sure the coach is. But look at this execution, KT. This is what it's about.
Yeah, you can see there just too much gas on the outside. They got a turnover in the middle of the field, and what I like about it, they look for space straight away, and they shift it there, Russia. Real feature of their game.
Yep, the early plaudits go to the #1 seeds. And at the moment, Samoa have not really been able to get their attacking game into operation. What a finisher she is. Now, Samoa have to be clinical about this restart. They have to secure possession, get themselves into some sort of position to threaten the Russian defence. Great counter-rucking at the breakdown. Ball set back though by Anafui. Look at the short side, that's good balance from Bellamino. Support from Afui again. The offload is there, and the offload is going to be critical if they're going to unbalance this Russian defence and get the Samoan attack into wave motion. Well, there's the turnover, and that's what we talk, that intensity at the breakdown. Paying dividends again for Russia. Good saver.
Back.
Well, somewhat fortuitous ricochet perhaps for Samoa, but they're stuck inside their own 22.
Yeah, there's no way this Russian second person in is on their feet. That's the problem at the moment. On that occasion, the referee does get the one before she didn't. Luckily for the Manusina, they were able to stop them from coming out, but they're just going to set up the play here.
A little rattled, the Samoans look at the moment, but that could all change if they could get at least one score before the break. Sieni Mosi, 4 tries in that first round. Didn't really get any game time against Zimbabwe. See Russia just holding firm outside the 22. Happy to let Samoa force the issue. Helen Collins sets the ball back. Just a thought of a kick there, and they lost the ball. Putty Lane ceding possession, and here come Russia again. Seredina, there's the third try, and at the moment there's only one team in charge of this game.
Well, suffocating defence here at the moment by the Russians, just not giving Samoa any room to breathe. Seredina was the one that got the try on the outside, but it come down to the good work right there at the breakdown from the number 2, I think it was, Lushina. Just one-on-one, well, just a palm off and the easy put down.
And there is a different intensity from Russia over that breakdown ball than we're seeing from Samoa, and that's what's making the difference, obviously.
Yeah, body position there, they're going very low, Russia, on a couple of occasions losing their feet. And a bit liberal at the breakdown is the referee, but Samoa.
He's still not happy. Demanding more, pressing his team. He wants to go to Rio.
I reckon he'd be a bloke, you get 5 presents by one person on Christmas, he'd still be unhappy.
Because he didn't get 6.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, he's got 3 tries, not presents by any stretch, in this first half. Who knows, he may get 6 tries by the end of it. And then perhaps we'll see Pavel Baranovsky smile. Who knows? Stranger things have happened at sea. Right now, Russia looking for a 4th try before the break. Numbers, somebody needs to straighten up. Lushina caught in the tackle, but getting the offload in. And there is the 4th try. Kazakova, a simple finish for Ekaterina Kazakova. And really, it's a simple first half, really, for Russia.
Yes, relentless at the moment, and Samoa getting stung at the breakdown again. Another turnover in their own quarter, and, well, the nice line hit there by the number 10, Kazakova. Easy as you please.
Yeah, they've really worn this Samoan resistance down, and Ramsey Tomakino, the Samoan coach, is going to have some very wise words of wisdom at the break to try and get his team back into this match. Baranovsky, well, there'll be an oratorio from him, no doubt.
Быстрее, выбирайте глубину. Ван Петров, отдай глубину. Следующий начинает давить, из-под него понеслось. Ничего вы сдержите своих контактов. Посмотри, раз контакт, 2 контакта, 3 контакта. Ну зачем? Что вас тянет туда взять, упасть и грохнуться? Ну наоборот, бегите от игрока, поперек поля. Дальше пришли, на ногах устойте как. Вот ушла. И вот просто в глубину отдай мяч. Развернись, и любому игроку в глубину откинь мяч. И они побегут опять заново. Вы строите райки, кому они нужны, для чего, непонятно. Вы просто начинайте. Не получилось здесь прорваться. Остановились, в глубину откинули мяч, в другой край.
Так же жопа есть, девки, играем.
Давайте, давайте. 3-4. Россия!
Well, if passion and enthusiasm can be inhaled, I think that the Russian team have had a decent dose at half-time. Certainly, Baranovsky, full of endeavour and enthusiasm, driving his team to higher things, to better things in this second half. It has been a very impressive outing from Russia on day 1 of the World Rugby Global Repechage Dublin Sevens, and they have lived up to their seedings at the top of the log. And again, first to the ball every time, and again they're going to run in a try. This time it's going to be Elena Zdrokova, one of the real bright young talents. Only made her debut in Sao Paulo in February and ran in 14 tries following. And Zdrokova getting the perfect start to the second half.
Yeah, and it was a great kick, wasn't it, from the kickoff. More want there by the Russian team, and what I've seen so far is across the board, they've probably got more speed than anyone else here. It really has been a big part of the game. This girl on screen has been a noted try scorer on day 1, her 4th.
Well, Samoa look a little stunned, it has to be said, almost punch-drunk from this deluge of Russian attacks. they've just kept coming and coming and coming at them. No let up. So effective and efficient at the breakdown. And right now, it's difficult to see anybody stopping Russia going for gold in this tournament, and of course then heading to Brazil for the Olympics. Samoa trying to fire up their engine. Quick ball to Helen Collins. You can see the work that they're trying to do off the ball as well, but Russia just seem to be so well organised, and there they have it. As soon as the ball is loose, it's a light blue shirt that gets down first. Having said that, I think that's Helen Collins. Well, can't keep hold of it for long, can they? Bobkova getting it loose, getting it free. Lushina just biding her time. Back to the number 4. Bobkova stretching out outside, trying to pull the defenders in before releasing Hamidova. And Hamidova runs in yet another score, and this game is done and dusted, and we've still got 4.5 minutes left.
Well, the impressive thing from these Russians is their line speed in defence. It's coming up nice and quick. It's not allowing Samoa to get on the outside. They're trying to affect the late cuts, but unfortunately for them, there's no go forward, so it's easy for the defence of Russia to eat that up. They're winning the battle at the breakdown, and in the end, the turnovers are killing them, and they're getting on the outside, Russia.
It's been a half dozen scores so far for Russia, continuing this really impressive attacking outlook. That means 25 tries in the tournament so far, and they really are the dominant force that we've seen on day one. Came into this tournament with such confidence. As I say, won the bowl in Clermont, got into the cup final in the European Sevens Grand Prix in Kazan. And you can see it in everything they're doing in defence and attack. Nothing that Samoa can do at the moment to break out of this steel lasso that the Russians seem to have them in. There it is again, but this time illegally they got hands on the floor.
Yeah, she gets this one right. The referee, there was hands coming up. You see, they blow over, and right there, she uses her hands. You can't do that, and knees down on the ground.
So what can the South Sea Islanders work from inside their own half? Helen Collins sets the ball back. They try and whip it out to Kelemarita Porilane. Makes a bit of headway to Samoa. Then they get the offload in. That's the critical factor to their game. That's the gear change that they need. Mulia Fraser held up on the 22. Peeling back to reverse things down this short side. Helen Collins, good power from the forward. Now they're looking, but that drift defence from Russia, so quick to close the door. Again they look. Again they're held up. Brenda Collins sets it back, but see how many Samoans have been pulled in there. Bellamilo tries to rescue operations. Mulia Fraser. Sue Collins. Sue Peters, I beg your pardon. Sets the ball back, but again, there's a Russian reception waiting. Have they got through the door this time? No. Flags up. Ball went forward, and again, Russian defence happily able to curtail any Samoan attack.
And that'll be a pleasing thing for the Russian coach, Baranovsky. Could have been easy.
Sure?
You would assume so. He's not blown up on the sideline, so. But the thing is, they could happily give up that try, this Russian team, but I think that shows the mark of a good side, that they're still wanting to tackle, even though they're 40 points to 0 up. That'll be the thing for them. They want to keep the 0 on. They've created the overlap, one-on-one. I think it's a good call by the assistant referee right there. The left foot is out there by Brenda Collins. Well done.
Crouch.
Yes, Russia have nilled all their teams so far. And no matter what Samoa try to do, they're unable to break the bagel. Russia happy to run their way out of the 22. Oh, it's so effortless, isn't it? Foot to the floor, pedal to the metal, and it's Strodkova who goes over for yet another try for Russia.
Well, one-on-one. She's just been too good in the second half. See here, this is only metres. Their white line is their try line. They just put it through their hands. She's like a 400-metre runner, isn't she? She just goes on the outside. Nice swerve, but those long strides, easy as you please, nice and smooth.
When you've got a release valve like that in your team, it's invaluable, isn't it? Full-time whistle goes. It's an emphatic performance from Russia. They will go through to the Cup quarterfinals tomorrow, maintaining their #1 seed profile. And look at that scoreline. Well, they put 58 points on Madagascar, 59 on Zimbabwe, 47 on Samoa. They're the team to fear, no question about it.
There you go. That's how Pool A has finished up. Russia dominant, scarily so. They will be feeling very confident as they go and bed down for the night and prepare themselves for tomorrow. Don't forget, playing for a place at the Rio Olympic Games. It doesn't get more exciting than that unless you're at Rio itself and you're actually playing for the gold medal.
Something special. What a touch that is. Look at that. That's perfect.
Oh, and a beautiful ball. Scintillating stuff.
You want talent? Well, there it is.
He is an absolute beast.
He is too quick. That is a huge play. What a wonderful tackle.
This woman is on fire.
He is setting this world alight.
Oh, isn't that magnificent? This is just unbelievable.
Carl, couldn't you have just kept going for a few more years? Then you could have gone to Rio.
No way, Sarah. You'd have more chance than me.
Oh, well, there are some people who can still go to Rio. We're going to conclude the day here with Pool C. The big matchup will be Ireland and China, but first up it will be Portugal against Trinidad and Tobago. Not been the best day for either of them so far. No W's to either of their names. Lost all their matches so far. It was a tough day out for Portugal against China, 24-5 they lost that one, and then they lost to Ireland 24-12, but they have got points on the board, whilst Trinidad and Tobago have only scored one try all day. They'll want to rectify this in this match.
Well, Portugal have been pretty plucky in those two defeats that they have, and Trinidad and Tobago have tried very, very hard. Probably haven't had the polish they would like, but their number 12 Skeeton captain for Trinidad and Tobago, she's been a real feature of their play on day one.
Yeah. Carl Tamana alongside us here in the commentary box is right. We've seen a lot of Skeet. She's a powering presence for that Trinidad and Tobago team. She seems to do almost every job out on the pitch. She's there the whole time. But Portugal, they haven't been shabby. They've definitely turned up to compete against each of their opponents. They just haven't quite had the rub of the green or the luck either. So we're just waiting for both sides to appear, and it's still a pretty decent standout on the far side of the field at the moment, because there's still 2 matches here to play. The flags are flying. And we're just waiting for the nod from the referees that they can come down to the field. So Portugal being led out by their captain, Isabel Osorio. Wearing their green kit, their white shorts. Looking nice and calm. This has been a real tough pull for these women. And if you've had a tough day like this, Carl, how important is a match like this, knowing that you can prove a point here ahead of tomorrow?
Well, they still have an opportunity tomorrow to come away with some nice plaudits. So that's the great thing about this format and the game of 7s. And, well, both of these teams still have an opportunity to get a win, and that's the thing you want. You want to finish day 1 feeling good about yourself, going into day 2 with some confidence.
Rosa Lebrecq there from Canada, ready to get things underway. So you saw the support there in the crowd for Portugal. There's been a few teams who've had good supporters out there today. Spain, Portugal, Ireland, of course. We are in Dublin. You would expect that. Right then, a last chance to see Portugal against Trinidad and Tobago today in Pool C, and a chance for both of them to get wins on the board. Taken forward then by Silva. The Portuguese holding on to the ball from the restart, spinning it nicely away down the line. That's great hands there by Portugal, just until it got to the end where it was lost. That was all the right idea. Nice loop coming round there. What a running line as well. It was just right back inside, and good support here from Portugal to keep this ball alive. It bounced backwards before it went forward again, so the referee's more than happy for the team to play on. Atunes has it now. She's in all kinds of a tangle, but manages to get the ball back. This is good from Portugal. They're under huge pressure here, and somehow they're coming away with the ball every time. Ramos has it now. Support on the outside. She doesn't need it. Ramos is still going. She's going to go all the way to the line, and Portugal deserve that. They were in all kinds of twisty tangles and managed to come away with a try.
Yeah, they did extremely well on their far side of the field to keep the ball in play under extreme pressure, but they set it up nicely and they kept their shape. That was the secret, because it opens up holes. You can see the nice and spread. Cristina Ramos has a look in front of her. The defence drifts off and Vincent turns her back, and with a play with speed, you just can't afford that. And she gets the first try for Portugal.
Ramos there. Great try from her. Good conversion as well. And Portugal with points on the board then here, early days here in this match against Trinidad and Tobago. And they're not going to hurry back. There was a lot of running around going on there for Portugal. So they're just going to take their time over this restart. They're huddled in the middle at the moment, just making a decision of which way they're going to go. Restart then, going to be taken by the captain, Osorio. Comes away. Pantor manages to gather. She's had a very busy afternoon so far for Trinidad and Tobago. Big handoffs coming in here by Trinidad. Comes again. Pantor looking for work once again and teaming up nicely with Fiola Jack. Hacked on. Picked up by Portugal. Is this the next opportunity? Atunes is still going. Atunes thinks she needs to get one more pass away out onto the far side, and Ramos already now is going to score a brace. There we go, that's the second try, and Portugal are finding the line every time.
All the hard work done on the inside, some great stuff by Catarina Atunes. Defense was where it started. She kicks the ball through, does Atunes. Look at this pickup though. She's aware of where a support player comes from on the outside. She goes on the in, draws the last defender because she knows the sweeper's still employed, and she has had a good day one, Cristina Ramos.
28 years old, one of the more senior players in this Portuguese squad. Here's the conversion. Nice height to the ball there to give Portugal a 14-0 lead here, and that'll give them huge confidence now. Osorio with the restart. And Fiola Jack is there. We do have to mention Fiola Jack, the number 8 there for Trinidad and Tobago, only 15 years old. What a huge outing this is for her, but at the same time, there's the number 8 going forward for Portugal. Oh, is that Ramos again? Is it a hat-trick for Ramos? No, says the referee. No, 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 no. It cannot be that easy.
Oh, she couldn't have been far away. She must have lost it forward. They're taken to the setup. A strong run here by Gonzalez. And then, was she back behind the line?
I think she dropped it over the line, didn't she, in the end?
Crouch.
So, it's knock on. It's a scrum then to Trinidad and Tobago. They're in a tricky spot, though, right down, stuck in that corner. And that's a mess as well. I think that's a good decision by the referee.
Yeah, it's come out of the same tunnel, so we've got to reset here, but they've got to dig their heels in. Trinidad and Tobago just get the ball in and out and kick it for all it's worth.
Is someone going to be brave enough to get a big kick on this, get it out of this danger zone? And that's a big scrum as well from Portugal, and it's not going to be kicked on yet. It's Pantor who's got it tucked up under her arm at the moment, and that's right round her neck there that Ramos is trying to hold her up. And it's come away now, spins out to the far side, it's the captain. Osorio goes down, she goes over. And Trinidad and Tobago, they just couldn't deal with the danger there as the captain, Isabel Osorio, tots it down.
Yeah, pressure from the set-piece scrum caused all sorts of trouble here. Panto actually did extremely well to run that out, but unfortunately she couldn't get the deck, and the rip from the number 2, Tunez, and then Osorio, the captain, gets Portugal's third.
Here's the conversion. And they've got every single one of them, Portugal. Now up to 21 points. And this will just mean so much to them after the difficult day they've had in this really tricky pool. Ireland, China, Portugal and Trinidad and Tobago all chucked in there. And a lot of them have been really tight contests. And Portugal now, unfortunately, finding their form a little bit late in the day, but proving they've got a game to show off here in Dublin. As the ball just bobbles out onto the far side.
Well, the kickoffs have been a mess, to be fair, for Trinidad and Tobago. The sun in their eyes. There's no one that's really stamping their authority in that situation. For me, the forwards have to go back about 5 metres and come forward towards the ball. It's so tough retreating, and, well, the kickoffs are finding too much greenery at the back.
Did you used to have whole sessions where all you used to do was practice restart, restart, restart?
Yeah, most definitely. As a winger, I used to get quite bored. I love my forwards, though.
Carlton Arna, he's here all weekend, guys. Right then, Trinidad and Tobago. They're still not kicking this out of trouble when they're in these tight situations inside of the 22, and they have just gifted Portugal a scrum. They've got to find a way of getting that ball away. The running it out isn't working.
Yeah, just probably a lack of options here. She's been good on day one, Pantor, in the first high position. Unfortunately, just the wrong decision. The pressure mounted by this Portuguese defence has just been relentless so far. And this is the most difficult area to defend for a midfield scrum.
Ball's been picked up there by Amaral. Referee, big blast on her whistle there, unhappy with the high tackle. Tunez pulled back, she can't take it quickly. Portugal are going to try and switch it back towards this direction through the hands. Here we go. Is it hat-trick hunting time? No, it is not. It is time for Silva to go over. Very gracious work there by Ramos as Silva goes over for try number 4, and that'll be the half.
Yeah, unselfish play there by the Portuguese. As you said, Ramos probably could have got triple, but instead pass it off to Sarah Jessica Silva for the easiest of tries, and that's what you want in the game of sevens. You don't need to take contact all the time because that just wastes your energy. It's been a long day for these teams. Their third very tough game, and the Portuguese, well, they're unstoppable at the moment.
And they've converted that one as well. Not missed a conversion in this first half. This has been clinically impressive from Portugal in almost every aspect.
Well, this is the way they play the first couple of games. Unfortunately, they played against better sides, but just showing what they can do when they do get recycled ball in quick succession. Very impressive.
Well, there's Portugal just taking on a little bit of water there. Let's dip down and see what their coach Mira has to say.
Bora fecha. Tenho nada a dizer. A única coisa que eu tenho a dizer é que quem quiser tirar o pé, diga na altura exata e sai, não é? Alguém quer tirar o pé? Não tem nada a dizer. Não vale a pena palavras quando as coisas estão corretas.
Bora. Bora, continuar. Tá bem? Superação é não baixar agora, é sermos melhores do que já fomos. Tá bem? Não podemos baixar agora, tá? Bora. Vamos arriscar, mano. Vamos arriscar. Bora lá. Final. 1, 2, 3, let's go! Agora estamos a receber no corredor.
Well, slightly different faces then. The determination of Portugal just slightly differs to what we're seeing in that Trinidad and Tobago huddle. I think they're just slightly shell-shocked faces of what they've been up against today. What can you say as a coach to a team like that, Carl?
Well, you should say can't worry about the first half. It's gone. The second half is 0-all, and just try and refocus from there. Get the ball and trust your systems. Trust what you've trained to get here, and they have shown that they can threaten when they get their ball players in the right position. For Portugal, well, it's a different setup. There's not much that Mira can say apart from be relentless, get that first try, and then cruise from there because there's another day tomorrow.
Well, there's another day, but it's 7 minutes away at the moment. Portugal with this hefty lead here, playing this last Pool C clash between these two before we see the big decider between Ireland and China after this one. So, better restart from Trinidad and Tobago. It's a good restart, you have to say, as well, for Portugal, who are putting all kinds of pressure on this here. And it is going to go back in the Portugal direction. They finally got the ball, but couldn't do anything with it.
Yeah, great stack from the kickoff from the Portuguese team. They just send numbers in there. They can't get it to ground, Trinidad and Tobago, so it becomes a more easy turnover. Good recognition of the rules.
Well, Ramos has been taken off by Portugal, so she won't get her hat-trick. Is that annoying when that happens, Carl?
Oh, no, she's done her job. I'm sure she'll be happy to go off and have a rest, no doubt.
She has done an awful lot of running today. Oh, sneaky little work by the scrum half. Nice stuff there by Amaral. Eventually, Trinidad and Tobago woke up to it before she could go too far. Big handoffs coming in there by Goncalves. But unhappy. A little bit high here. And Trinidad and Tobago, can this be the platform for them just to prove the skills that they've got? Vincent into contact. Pantor down the line. Skeet, the captain, getting involved as well. Still Skeet spinning around, showing off her dancing moves as she hands off two of the Portugal players in the process. She really has been a standout for the side today. And that's a tricky body position to be in, and I don't blame the referee for blowing her whistle there.
Yeah, 100%. Can't do that. It's dangerous play, so there's hence the penalty.
Well, Portugal will have to be careful of that. Too much of that, and it might be more than a penalty. As Carliste takes on the ball. Nice little one-on-one there, but great tackle coming in there by Amaral of Portugal as they manage to turn over the ball in the process. Guerrero now manages to set up the platform for them to move forward. This is really the first time we've seen Portugal with a real thrust here in this second half. Goncalves, loving a handoff, great offload there, really smart play as Ribeiro takes it on, and unfortunately, right at the back there, Amaral unable just to tidy things up and get that last pass away.
Yeah, she thought she was going to take it in the setup and the offload come. She's the one that got the turnover initially, Amaral. I think we just got an injured Trinidad and Tobago player in the background, but it's starting to be a lot more physical in the second half. You can see here the straight run initially from Goncalves, and right here I think she sets it up instead of trying to offload and giving that 50-50 ball would have been a bit better.
This will be significant actually, because the Trinidad and Tobago player that all they're waiting for at the moment is the captain, Skeet, and they'll definitely want her back in action as soon as possible. And she's back and she's ready to go. Whatever Trinidad and Tobago had in their water at halftime, it's definitely taken a little bit of effect, because at this point, when we were in the first half, they were already 2 tries down, but they've managed to stop the rot so far in this second half. Too early, a shove there by Portugal. So we're off and away then. Trinidad and Tobago, nice little move there, loop running round. Carliste has it again. There's 2 Carlistes on the pitch, both sisters. Popped up ball once again. Skeet manages to feed out towards her fellow countrywomen.
Leave it, Green.
Trinidad and Tobago just really stuck at the moment inside of their own half. There's nothing quite dynamic enough to try and find a pathway through this solid wall of Portuguese defence. And there it is, Portugal digging away, coming up with the ball, and now they're going over. They do get another try. Guerrero goes over, and they're back where they were in that first half.
Osorio was the one, the captain, getting the turnover at the breakdown. You can see here going to work, the number 6, strong over the ball, turns around, pirouettes, and then just powers out and gives that last pass, takes out 2 defenders, and sets up nicely Guerrero, but very impressive here by the Portuguese, suffocating Trinidad and Tobago at the moment.
Let's try number 5 for Portugal, and again it's another conversion. 35-0 now for Portugal. What have Trinidad and Tobago got to do to go forwards with the ball?
I think at the moment you can see just the fitness levels between the two teams is just so different. Trinidad and Tobago are trying to get deep, but the Portuguese defence and line speed is just so good. It's just overwhelming them at the moment. And well, there's no options that Trinidad and Tobago have got except doing the one-up runners, and Portugal are turning over a lot of pill there.
Spinola now on the field for Portugal. As we still have another couple of changes just to settle the Trinidad and Tobago team. Time back on. Spinola, only 19 years old, plays for Barriada when she's back at home in Portugal. Oh, that was almost a completely clean steal there by Portugal, but somehow Skeet just managed to get to that, steal it back and away. Loose on the floor. Referee going to come back from that little mistake at the restart there. And did look at one point like Portugal were going to take everything they could there.
You can see that high pass just stifles all your play. It's very tough to take, and when the ball's that high in the air, it just gives the defence a lot of time to come up and make those tackles and shut down the time and space.
Step in. Crouch.
Well, Kathleen Stephen is waiting to get that ball in. She plays for Exiles Rugby Club, and she has just been thumped down onto the turf as Portugal go, give us that ball, we'd like it please, thank you. Back down the line it goes, Spinola getting involved once again. Now the try scorer, Silva, support on the outside, but it's a loose pass. That could have been home and hosed again for Portugal. And under tricky circumstances there, I have to say, I think Braga did well there. She wasn't released and she knew that she could carry on playing. Spinola looks up, finds Braga again, who's also come onto the pitch. She'll be fresh legs here for Portugal. She's a little spitfire. Difficult to tackle because of her height. Guerrero spinning away. Spinola again. Portugal just trying to tease the edges of the field here.
Yeah.
Find that space. Heator now. Far side of the field was a little bit isolated, but in the end, the cavalry arrives in Vasquez. Vasquez away, flying away down the far side wing. And there she goes. Portugal dot it down again. This has been a classy performance by the Europeans.
I'll tell you, Sarah, this is a classy offload. I'm not sure who it was, Maria Heator, I think, in jersey 12. Look at it, just fighting for everything. Gives that ball, that is special. Absolutely special there from the number 12 from Portugal. Just opened up a lot of space. There was no one in behind for Trinidad and Tobago, but that was nicely done.
You need to kick.
Racked up 40 points then in this match. And that is the first conversion that I think Portugal have missed. And I have to say, and that's try number 6. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Restart then by Spinola. And that's not good, not clean. Bobbles out to the far side. The clock has gone. The referee will give the restart. Trinidad and Tobago will need a ball to be able to do that. Communication has got through to them. Is there anything left in the tank for Trinidad and Tobago?
Go ahead, Red.
Who've only scored 1 try all day against China. Other than that, it's been a real tough day at the office, but they've got a last chance here taken on by George, far side of the field, or will this be Portugal's turn? Yes, here comes the ball, it's back on the Portuguese side. Here we go, flying through once again. It's Silva, and here's the little pocket rocket to Braga. He's trying to go all on her own. She's desperate not to be held ever, and occasionally she is.
Yeah, an extra roll there, you can't do that, just trying to buy time because there's a poor players one step behind. Trinidad and Tobago, come on, what do you got?
Well, they haven't got the ball, sadly. It's Portugal's ball, as it's taken on now by Guerrero. This could be one of those never-ending games between these two sides at the moment. If the penalties keep coming, we will keep playing. Here we go, Portugal. Is this the final effort? It's been knocked on in the end by Convalles, and that will be it. So, success for Portugal. They finally get a W on the board, and what a convincing victory it was as well. So, coming up, there is just one match left here, and it's going to be a biggie. But final score here, Portugal 42, Trinidad and Tobago 0.
Our next match, which is also in Pool C, is between Ireland and China.
So Ireland and China top Pool C as things stand, and one of them looking to finish ahead in the standings after the final game. Game 24 on day one, and it is the host nation Ireland against China, formerly involved in the HSBC Women's 7 Series, but lost their place last season and have looked pretty good on the evidence of what we've seen so far. Maybe a bit of surprise about the Irish starting team. They were very convincing in their opening game when Niamh Briggs and Louise Galvin and Alison Miller, who scored 4 tries that day, was in the starting 7, but they're all on the bench today, and I just wonder, is that a bit of a gamble?
It is a bit of a gamble. You can see why O'Flynn's on the bench, took a bit of a knock in the last game. Alison Miller, Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe, they're kind of interchangeable, that pace, and he likes to use one or the other of them, not both. You'd have to imagine Alison Miller will come on the pitch, bring fresh legs on late in the day.
For China, the likes of Yang Min, Lai Lai, Wan Ting, Kiai, Zhao Zhao, Zhao Qian and Yan. Familiar faces, as I said, from a year ago, but listen to the reception for the home team. Yeah, the crowd will stay behind to cheer on the home side in what they hope will be 3 from 3 in games played today. Plenty of current and former Ireland internationals in that stand over there. And I wonder, will the host nation respond to the support that they have for China? They know that they are the underdogs, but only slightly. And on the form that we have seen from them, they have some very dangerous runners, Sue.
They do. It should be a tight game. Ireland favourites because they're the current World Series team, but certainly a tight game. What an important game, though. This for a favourable quarter-final draw, let's say.
Referee is Amy Perrott from Australia, and we are set to go. It'll be Lucy Mulhall, the captain for Ireland, to get us underway. And we've 14 minutes left on day one of the Dublin Sevens. Advantage being played to China. Ireland knocked it on in the chase there, so they will get a scrum. And the first mistake from the host nation.
It was a good kick-off from Lucy Mulhall, wasn't it? They just couldn't quite gather it. Yeah, just so loads and loads of height, which gives plenty of time to get underneath it. But Kim Flood, I think it is, couldn't quite get her hands on it.
Yeah, good to see Kim and Stacey Flood both starting. 3 and 10 for Ireland. The feed is from Liu Zhaoquan from
have it again.
China, but we're going to have to reset.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Hold.
Again, a little bit awkward at the back. Zhao Qian did well just to get that one away, only as far as Kiai, the captain. But the room on this outside. Now, Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe to come across to make that tackle, but she will not be found wanting for pace. And Liu Yan just has to hit the deck. Ireland come in, but they're offside. Murphy-Crowe penalised there, and China, Zhu Zhang, Wan Ting, waste no time getting on with it. This is Zhao Qian, scrum half for the Chinese. Picked off the back from Yan, kept alive. Yao Yao. Little offload to Kiai, the captain, but no room on the outside. Good strength though to keep possession of the ball and try and get back on her feet. This is all China at the moment. Ireland trying to rush up in defence and cut off the supply line. Flood comes across to make the hit. Murphy Crowe in to try and steal possession. Referee says didn't release on the ground there. I'd like to see that one again, but China say no, get on with it. Yang Min. Pressure in from Wan Ting. This is Lai Lai. And Yao Yao. China with all the possession, but they can't get outside their own 22, and Ireland, the pressure finally pays off.
Yeah, and that time Ireland did get the call in the breakdown. Possibly a little bit harsh, the previous one. It wasn't the tackler who went in, but this time Ireland putting some big hits in, aren't they? Putting China under pressure.
No, possibly about it too. Crossfield run from Yao Yao. You're lining yourself, you leave yourself open to that tackle if you run across the pitch like that. And Mulhall did not need a second invitation. She gets us underway. Flood. Well, juggling with that one was Aoife Doyle, just about held on to it. And a chance here, Flood. Room on the outside here. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe. Surely she has too much to go on the outside. She does. And Ireland get the first try of the game. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe.
Yeah, no way Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe wasn't going to score from there. Ireland worked the space really well. Moved the ball into the outside channels. There was a bit of a juggle there, wasn't there? But Aoife Doyle managed to keep the ball, and then here Stacey Flood does really well. Picks the ball from the base, fixes the defender, and then gives Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe the ball in enough space. And that girl knows how to finish a try.
Her 5th try of today. Here's the conversion from Hall. No good with that, so Ireland lead by 5 points to 0. China with dominating possession but couldn't get out of their own half, and that's the result.
Yeah, the Irish defence has been impressive, hasn't it? And their ability to compete at the breakdown, hitting China backwards, not letting China get over the gain line. A crucial part of Ireland's game at the moment.
That one's not going to go the required 10 metres, so Megan Williams is going to have to leave it go. China will get possession on the halfway line. Mistake by the captain.
A big sigh from the crowd as they saw that go up, and the fact that it wasn't going to go 10.
So 3 minutes to play in the first half. China with possession. Looking to work this left-hand side here is Kiai, the captain. Zhao Qian. China not releasing on the ground. Ireland contesting, and Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe, off she goes. Looks for support. Williams was inside her, but chose not to give the pass. Probably the wise thing, and then they lose it, Ireland. And China now with a chance to Shen Lai Lai to launch a counter-attack. Happy just to keep possession. That's gone forward. An advantage being played to Ireland. Baxter, nice hands. Murphy-Crowe takes the pass back inside from Mulhall. The captain made that one, and Murphy-Crowe says thank you very much.
Now this is going to be a great replay to watch. A brilliant, brilliant bit of skill here. It's the turnover ball. First of all, China spill the ball, and it's so dangerous, turnover ball. Look at this, the hands there. That pass from Lucy Mulhall. What a captain, into the hands of their best finisher, Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe. It couldn't have landed any better, could it? But what a try from Ireland.
And the captain and the creator-in-chief adds the extra 2. So Ireland 12 points to 0. And the home fans pretty happy by what they've seen so far. China just haven't had any space, have they? Anytime they've got the ball, they've just been well marshalled and aggressive defending from Ireland. That's 2 restarts, though, that have not gone according to plan. And as the tournament progresses, you don't get away with those kind of mistakes.
Now, just giving the ball away a bit too much to China, aren't they, Ireland, on these kickoffs? Just don't go for the perfect kickoff, go for a safe kickoff.
China through Zhao Qian, looking to change things up. Yao Yao. Kiao. Now, any room on this outside? Lai Lai tries to go through. 3-on-3, and a great tackle from Stacey Flood.
tell you what, Ireland's work in the contact area is what's really giving them dominance in this game. This was an excellent tackle, first of all, from Stacey Flood, and then straight in on the ball.
Ashley Baxter doing the hard work after the tackle, and Ireland go up the line. They've got put into the line out, 2 tries to the good, 12 points on the board. I'm sure they'd love another one before half-time.
And this is the best attacking ball in sevens, line-out ball. Forwards all pulled in defence. It's much more guaranteed ball than scrum ball.
Williams goes up, ball off the top to use. Baxter. Mulhall. Doyle looking to Louise. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe. Is she going to back herself here? Cover defence got across well. Lou Yang to make that tackle. Mulhall digs it out. Here is Flood. Baxter on the charge. But she is unceremoniously dumped in the tackle. And the half-time whistle sounds. It's been a good half for Ireland. China, after what was a positive start in possession, couldn't make it pay. 2 tries, and Ireland lead this one 12-0 at the break.
Ireland 12, China 0.
Just grab your drink, girls. Get a breath. Just keep our same focus in attack, okay? So same focus with goals, just around maintaining the ball in possession. Even there, like we had them, all right? We're still going with a couple of passes out there. I want us to work harder around that tackle area, attack and defence. Ball carry up, make sure we present the ball absolutely perfectly on a platter, right? Quicker to seal, shift the ball out there as quickly as we possibly can. Defensively, girls is really good. Okay? Our shape's good, our talk's good, our one-on-one tackles are good. We're much more aggressive in that area. But now let's be decisive. Are you going to go for the ball or aren't you going to go for the ball? Don't second guess it. All right, if you're in that no ruck position, you just go hard at it. All right, if you're in the ruck position down here, Eve, all right, great work. And same with you, Bags. But if you're going to do it, you just be really decisive about it. Don't second guess it. Okay, you can still get turnover ball from them in that area as well. Dirty ball, they'll continue to be dirty ball. We win it all the time, and we're quite happy to play from it, just like we did before. Okay.
Girls, be aware of time there. We can't speed up that ball. Don't think of slowing it down because we're fitted, we're on top of them. Look how fucked they are. Speed it up. We're all on the same wavelength.
Keep fighting. Let's go.
For everything. 1, 2, 3.
Keep fighting. Get off the line.
Yeah, apologies for any bad language there. Some adrenaline pumping through the vet. Us Irish, normally we're very polite and reserved in our language, so I don't know where that came from.
It's so true, so unusual. Anthony Edu telling his players to really commit at the breakdown. You're either in or you're out, a bit like the EU referendum, really.
Yeah, you want to talk about that now or you want to wait till later on, Sue? After a couple of gin and tonics, maybe. Anyway, China, well, they're still in this, but they're hanging on. 12 points to 0, and they need a try, you feel, pretty quickly to get back on track and try and reel Ireland in. They go long with the restart, straight down the throat of Lucy Mulhall. Wastes no time releasing Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe, and she tries to slip through the gap. Well, she does slip through, and then a step bursting up the middle. Still there for Ireland. Have they got the numbers out here left? Lovely miss pass. Baxter takes it at the second attempt. Wise to leave it bounce, which normally you don't advise when it's that oval-shaped ball in front of you, but on that occasion it worked out. And the referee says Ireland playing the ball illegally on the ground.
Yeah, Megan Williams just couldn't resist playing the ball because it was right there. But until that point, brilliant work from Ireland. Amy Lee Murphy-Crowe driving up the middle. Fantastic work. China now taking their time to set up for this.
They're a bit too predictable, China, maybe. They're just opting to shift the ball on in patterns, and Ireland have been able to read it every time. That was high, no doubt about it. And China tap and go. Kia, the captain. Good tackle goes in from Aoife Doyle. 8 on her back for Ireland. Another good one from Kim Flood. But ball still there for China through Yan to use. Williams drifting across now. Any room for China to get in behind here? All about the pace, and the cover tackle was good. Zhao Qian couldn't get away from Megan Williams. Mulhall in to try and dig this one out. Ireland told to leave it.
No hands.
And the referee's clear instructions there. Yang Min. Big hit goes in from Baxter again. And Ireland not shirking their defensive responsibilities. Yang goes across the pitch. Over the 10-metre line, China. This is better from them now. Attacking Ireland, and they're a lot more direct with quick ball to use. Oh, what a steal that is, though, from Stacey Flood. Brilliant play from the Irish number 3.
Again, the Irish contact skills, stealing the ball at the breakdown. It's what's making them dominant in this game. Brilliant work from Stacey Flood there, but you're right about China. They've done so well against other teams, has moved the ball from side to side, and that's been good enough against less experienced defences than Ireland. But Ireland, a real match fit. Stacey Flood there, brilliant work. The bench.
That's what it means to the bench, and you can see Niamh Briggs there coming on. She's going to replace Megan Williams, who's coming off, so it's Briggs for Williams, and she'll go straight in to line-out duty.
And a great bit of experience to be able to bring on Ireland, isn't it? You've got 4.5 minutes to go to hold out in this game, to get a good quarter-final draw, and you can bring on a player of the calibre of Niamh Briggs. Cool, calm head.
Anthony Eddy looking on. He's got to be happy with what he's seen, though another try would put this one beyond any doubt. This is a prime attacking territory for Ireland to use. Mulhall takes it. Nice pass. Baxter looks for Murphy Crowe. Had to just reach for that one. Maybe just took her stride out of position somewhat. Mulhall. Flood lining up again. Baxter once more to Kim Flood. Just delayed that pass slightly, and a dummy switch. Tries to go on the outside. Can she stay in play? Flag stays down. Ireland still have it. Briggs digs it out from scrum half. Mulhall, 2 outsider, runs across the pitch. Can she straighten and give the pass to Murphy Crowe? Can hold on to the ball. It's the first mistake from Amy Lee Murphy Crowe of the game.
And up until that point, it was brilliant sevens from Ireland, wasn't it? Challenging at the right moment, taking the ball at pace, moving the ball all the way to the open spaces, right to the edges of the pitch to stretch the defence. Amy Lee Murphy Crowe, she's scoring the try in her head at that point. It's always the danger out there on the wing.
Stars in her eyes, all right, but she's going to take a well-earned breather, and Alison Miller is not a bad replacement to bring in.
Talking about bringing experience on towards the end of a game, first Niamh Briggs, now Alison Miller, both really experienced 15s players.
Well, just over 3 minutes to go. China have possession here, and I feel they need something quickly, or this game is going to go beyond them. Quick tap and go, though, from the substitute, Ling Chen. Kiai tries to go around Alison Miller. She's cleaned out, but the referee says it was illegal, not releasing.
Yeah, Alison Miller got up quickly and tried to compete, didn't she? Wasn't allowed to take the ball, so ref blows the whistle. And you can see great decision from Ireland. Kick for the line, take a bit more time out of this game. They're in no hurry whatsoever here.
Well, I did question whether or not it was a gamble for Anthony Eddy, the starting 7 that he selected, but as it turns out, it was pretty much spot on. So what the hell do I know?
Turns out he might know what he's talking about, Anthony Eddy.
He certainly does. So much experience, the Australian, of course, over the men's team as well. So David Nusafora heavily involved in the sevens programme with Ireland, but China have possession here now, and they're running out of time. What another thumping hit goes in from Mulhall. She really has had a captain's performance, but gives away the penalty.
Yeah, that was Aoife Doyle, I think, in the breakdown, playing the ball off her feet, blatantly off her feet, right in front of the referee. But China have to run this from 10 metres from their try line. Just keep that, Ireland need to keep that pressure on.
As things stand, it's Ireland in control. They have 12-point advantage here, and they have possession, and you just feel maybe that is the last chance for China.
Am I starting to see the beginnings of a smile on the face of my co-commentator?
No, I am neutral and I am unbiased, and I like the Chinese. So
it has been a very, very good performance from this Irish team so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, no, they have been pretty clinical when they've had their chances, and you just feel there might be a little bit more to come with tougher opposition as well tomorrow. Now, Mulhall, She loses that in the contact. Alison Miller goes in to try and rescue it, but it's no advantage coming, and China have a scrum. Now or never for China.
It is. It is now or never. They've got to get score on the board very, very quickly because they need to.
Nicole Cronin coming in for Ireland, so too Louise Galvin off the bench into the midfield.
Okay, go on side. She can go that side.
If Fedora's going to go off.
Okay, back on. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Ball's come out the gate, so we'll reset. And all this eating into China's time.
Okay. Crouch. Bind. Hold up, hold up.
Yeah,
Don't
just
bind on her
40
arm,
odd
'cause when you
seconds
bind here, she
left
can't
now.
get
Ireland
over.
must be
On her back.
starting to feel like they've got this game.
Bind. Set.
No Audrey O'Flynn for Ireland. She took a bit of a knock in the last game on her back, so obviously she's been rested. As Mulhall tries to go the blind side, Galvin, first touch for her. Louise Galvin trying to find a gap through. Strong in the contact, Cronin into support. Ireland, if they shift this one right, there should be a mismatch in terms of numbers. Briggs, has she spotted it? Little dummy switch on the outside. Miller, Alison Miller, trying to go for the corner. She's so strong, but the good tackle goes in from Kiai, the captain for China. Mulhall, little switch for Cronin. She is well tackled. No doubt about the result now, but China are going to have one more throw of the dice to try and narrow that gap and make the scoreline a little bit more respectable. Baxter drives the tackle into Guan Kishi. China still trying. Zhao Qian. And Ireland give away another penalty.
What a tackle that was this time from Ashley Baxter, though. She looked like China was through.
Little switch, doesn't go to hand. No advantage coming to Ireland. That should be that.
Do it both ways, full time.
There's the full-time whistle, and it's Ireland who will top Pool C with their third straight victory. It went according to plan, albeit there were a few question marks before this game about the challenge that China would present. Ireland with 2 tries, doing just enough. Ashley Baxter put in a good shift. She's struggled with injury over the last couple of months, so I'm sure just relieved to be able to see out day one. So let's have a look at the pools, and at the end of day one here in Dublin, Russia top the standings there with 3 wins from 3, and they look awesome today. There's no other way to describe it. Samoa through to the quarterfinals, finishing in 2nd place. Pool B, it's Spain who lead the standings, and Tunisia on 7 points, who'll join them in the last 8. With Venezuela and Mexico completing the standings there. And Ireland, as you've just seen, beating China, so they will top the standings. China also go through to the quarterfinals. They will live to fight another day. Portugal and Trinidad and Tobago propping up the table. And Kazakhstan, well, 3 then Argentina with that dramatic finish in their last game against Hong Kong. They go through to the quarterfinals, and that completes the standings. So let's have a look at the trophy draw for tomorrow. Madagascar will take on the Cook Islands. It's Portugal against Mexico, Hong Kong, Zimbabwe, and Venezuela play Trinidad and Tobago. That is for the trophy tomorrow here in the World Rugby Global Repechage in Dublin. But the place in Rio still very much up for grabs, and the championship quarterfinals look like this. Russia take on Argentina. Ireland will play Tunisia. Kazakhstan against Samoa is a belter, and Spain, they will play China. That is the 4 championship quarterfinals. We hope you can join us tomorrow. That's all we have time for here in UCD at the Belfield Bowl in Dublin. We're back tomorrow at 10 o'clock.